investments at the firm. Yeah, so without further ado, maybe let's jump right in. So I think the first question to the panelists, I guess, to set the context, right? I think, as we know, the crypto industry has evolved so much, so quickly, right, over a short period of time. Literally every day there are like new terminology being invented just by virtue of the amount of innovation that's going on in this space. So I guess, 5 years ago, if you were to speak to someone in the financial services industry and you say you are a CFI guy, you'll be like, what are you talking about, right? So I think the industry has evolved a lot. So I think maybe to start off the panel discussion, if someone were to go to you guys and ask, what is CFI and what is DeFi, how would you explain it to them? Maybe Maroon?
Yeah, sure. I'll try to explain it as simple as possible. Essentially, imagine you have a friend who's good with finances, and so he comes to you and your friends and tells you, well, pull your money together, give it to me, and I will go invest it on your behalf, and then make some gains and share with you. And so that kind of relationship is really based on trust, and that's where the relationship with CFI is. So you're essentially investing your money in a trustworthy service, either based on regulation or based on brand or whatever it is. Now, on the other hand, if you receive an email from a Nigerian prince and tells you, send me some money to, get some gains for me, you cannot really trust this person across the internet. And this is where DeFi come in play, because it sets essentially programs and applications and rules that allows people to send their money to the Nigerian prince and guarantee that the Nigerian prince will pay them back. So that's essentially it. Either you choose to work based on trust in terms of investment, or you choose to work based on trust in a technology and a contract that is on the blockchain.
Yeah, thanks. Karan, your thoughts?
If we talk about CFI, what happens in CFI is, if like my money is stored in a bank, I want to withdraw, say, $10,000. I write a check, I get it approved from the bank manager, and then my money gets withdrawn. But when we talk about DeFi, the entire control is in my wallet, be it MetaMask or any other wallet. The entire control is in my hands. I just have to confirm the transaction. It runs over various nodes. The transactions get complete. So the major difference which I feel between CFI and DeFi is that the user has the complete ownership of his assets. Not any third party involved, not any intermediary like brokerages, exchanges, and banks.
Thank you. John, how would you explain to someone CFI versus DeFi in simple ways?
I think the two of them actually kind of nailed it pretty accurately. But if I do have something to add, it would be like, I think something that's still fresh in our minds from the past couple of weeks was actually the recent Celsius crash. I'm not sure, I hope no one here was involved in them, but if they have been, then stay strong. Yeah, so Celsius is an example of what we call CDeFi, which is ultimately still CFI, right? Where you put it, you have to trust them not to do anything stupid with your money, and you put money with them, and they actually skim a bit off the top. So, yeah, I think it's pertinent in the discussion between CFI and DeFi that there are some companies out there who do advertise as DeFi. You can see in all their copy, but it's still ultimately centralized. If you have to trust someone, trust like a group of people with your money instead of like smart contracts or code. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think this leads on to the next question, right? If we were to so-called do some crystal balling, right? Look into the future and do some prediction. Obviously, I think we all agree that DeFi has taken shape rapidly over the last 3-4 years. So with this emergence of DeFi, do you see DeFi as eventually replacing CFI at some point in time, meaning they are mutually exclusive? Or do you see a case where DeFi and CFI can actually coexist with each other in the new financial world? Andrew, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be coexistence. I think most people will think about their investment and the yield they want to generate, and for some specific purpose, they may want like a human kind of interaction, or they trust a centralized authority or entity. And then for some sort of interactions, they may think that a protocol approach is the way to go, and trust in software, trust in code, trust in a scalable protocol. So look, I don't see DeFi taking over CeFi, but I do think as crypto users, we're going to have more choice and more options, and we're going to need to think a little bit more about where we place like our assets and what sort of yield we're going for. So I think we'll have more choice. I think we need to think as individuals and institutions about our investment strategies. And so I think more thinking needs to happen, on the actual kind of allocation, the risk profile, the risk tolerance. I'm in some very boring, safe CeFi yield products, and I'm personally in some, the opposite of that. And, I'm thinking about that, and, I'm looking forward to more tracking and asset tracking kind of tooling coming out as well. And I think there's a big opportunity in that space as well.
Yep, thanks, Andrew. So Andrew believes that CeFi and DeFi can coexist with each other. Lucas, your thoughts?
So if you look at CeFi and DeFi, right, in simple terms, when it comes to CeFi, you got someone to blame. You got if something happens, right? And in DeFi, the only person you can look to is yourself. You can only blame yourself, right? Because you are the one who hold your own keys. So that's also one of the downside to DeFi. Now, to your question, right, will people move towards DeFi in the future? I personally believe yes, and I also agree that it will coexist. But mainly because I feel DeFi will be have a lot more outreach in the future, because a lot of people in this world don't have access to having a bank account, right? They want to apply for a bank account, there's so much things to do in maybe not in Singapore or first world countries, but many in the third world countries. So decentralized finance, I believe, can change all of that. It really gives others an opportunity to get in, right? Participate in the thing. And of course, for decentralized finance, it faces its issues right now, right? Unlike CeFi, DeFi is very reliant on the network. For example, Ethereum, right? And if Ethereum were to have congested issues, major changes such as moving from their proof of work consensus to the new 2.0 consensus, right? This kind of major change causes issues in the network, and this directly affects the decentralized finance platform. So there's still instability and uncertainty, right? So until all these are resolved and having the larger pool of liquidity, I see DeFi not yet there yet, all right? But eventually, I believe with the direction it's going, it eventually can reach to the larger adoption.
So DeFi is still relatively new, emerging, but there's still a lot of room for growth, and you see that at some point in time, DeFi, CeFi can actually complement each other.
Yes.
Karan?
I have the same views. I guess both of them covered the entire topic.
I'll add a slightly different dimension to that as well. I see it actually as a progression, in the journey of an investor. Usually CeFi is much easier to onboard on. And so it's like, investment on training wheels. And so it's going to be part of the education of bringing people into the space, bringing people into investing in different crypto and yield generation and whatnot. But then after that, I guess for some of those people, they will graduate and they will say, well, let's go to the Wild West. And very much like Lucas mentioned, the Wild West is still, being tested and so on. So there is some risks there. So I think it's a bit more for an advanced level. So I see them complementing each other. Probably most of us here will start with CeFi, and then they will graduate a little bit into DeFi protocols.
So CeFi is more like a gateway for people to start on board, and then naturally learn more about the space and then progress to DeFi, right?
Yeah, I just want to add on to that, to say that I think generally another thing that people look at is basically a take rate of CeFi versus DeFi in terms of how much earnings you can earn. Because like in CeFi, I think the most common form of CeFi for most people around the world is basically depositing it into a savings account, right? You put money into your bank, they give you less than 1% of interest, and and then the bank just takes the funds and invests it somewhere else. So on one hand, they take a lot of the possible earnings of your money, but you are pretty much assured that it's safe, it's a safe investment, and you're not going to lose it. On the other hand, CeFi is where everything is pretty much automated in terms of smart contracts. There's no need for KYC, etc. So you give up that layer of security, but in exchange, that generally you get higher yields. Now I'm not talking about like 100% or really crazy yields that's caused by either yield farming or pretty much because of the growth of the Web3 industry, but also the fact that even after the industry matures, I think DeFi, by virtue of its greater efficiency, will also still net greater returns than what you see in CeFi on average.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'd like to switch gear a little bit and I think talk about something that's closer to everyone's heart, which is the returns, the yield generation point of view. Because I think a lot of people, when they are first attracted to this space of DeFi, is actually the potential yield that they can generate versus traditional financial products. So I want to touch a little bit about this. And to the panelists, let's say I'm new to DeFi. I like to get in this space and generate some outsized returns. But I'm new. How would you recommend to me what kind of yield generation strategies I should go after? Andrew?
Yeah, so firstly, I'm a hodler. So I would recommend to most people that they should be thinking about a diversified strategy, picking doing your research, picking your favorite projects, probably locking that up with some staking, right? And thinking about that as sort of a base layer for yield generation and getting comfortable there. That's normally where I start the conversation, just bringing people back to the safest way to earn yield. And then, but, also, I use a lot of DeFi protocols as well. And I usually recommend just if you see something that's interesting and you're excited, just think of it as a learning experience. So I can tell you what I do personally and what I recommend to my friends is have a look at the protocol, think about what's the minimum amount of investment to try all the features and kind of run through the protocol and get comfortable and put that amount in and have a play and learn the features and learn the functions and then start to build a strategy. I personally try a lot of DeFi protocols. There's a lot that I'm like, look, this one's good, but it's not for me personally. And then I start to then assess, do I put more in? Do I pull my initial kind of investment out? But at least, even if it's not for me, I've had that learning opportunity. And I think people can start to build their own mental models around DeFi by learning. So I'd encourage hodl, secure your base, think about a low risk kind of strategy, and then actually get involved and play with a lot of DeFi protocols and work out what's for you, right? I don't recommend just aping into one with all your assets. And I know a lot of people will do that and get excited, but I think you're better off trying 10, 15 or even more and really working out, because I think this is a choose your own adventure market and I don't think there's one right answer. Yeah, but that's my perspective.
Diversification and experimentation along the way, right? Lucas?
So personally, I would think that if a friend were to ask me, I want to participate in DeFi, right? I would say try a little bit first, right? Don't put all your eggs into one, right? Don't put everything in and trust it. So because personally, I believe DeFi has huge potential, and I believe that it can revolutionize the industry. But in every revolution, there's always sacrifice, right? And in sacrificial moments, right? There'll be times where people lose money, right? Projects coming in to rug pull, to scam, people losing their wallets and all this. This is just a phase that happens before, things get better, before a revolution takes place. So I would recommend just try a little bit. The whole intention is not to make a lot of money. The whole intention is to really educate yourself in the beginning, be an early adopter, be an innovator, right? Part of this revolution. And before it happens, so don't be the laggard when it happens. Yeah, so I would really recommend people, right? Try a little bit first, right? Test it out, different things, and understand different protocols, right? To really get themselves educated about where this whole thing is going. Yeah.
Karan, any thoughts?
Yeah, my personal opinion is almost similar to what Lucas and Andrew said. So whenever a friend of mine asks me, is it a good time to get into Dogecoin or the Bitcoin? That is a very similar question everyone here must have faced. So I answer them with, you first learn about the space, learn about the technology, the power of the DeFi, which gives you to take care of your own assets, learn about the project, what the project is doing, how is it functioning. So what I feel is education is very important to get into a space. The space is in its very early phases and it's emerging. So to get into the masses, we need to get them educated first, get them aware about the faith. Once they are aware about the space, they can take their own decisions. Yeah, that's what I feel.
Can I add one more? Do it with a buddy. Think about scuba diving. You go diving like in a pair. Like we're all in a bunch of broad crypto groups and there's lots of people and it's noisy. But I do think what's been super helpful for me personally is I've got 5 very close friends that are in this and I'm like, hey, I like this protocol. What are you thinking? Are you in? What are you doing? And that sort of, small group buddy system learning has been very helpful for me. And I do think like if you are going to go aggressively into DeFi, like find a friend that's going to go on the journey with you. It's been very helpful. Like it's easy to get into the big crypto groups and they're all noisy. I suggest you need a small group as well. That's been helpful for me.
You're sending invites?
I'm joining your group.
No, my portfolio is not good. I want to add some color on that as well. Not all of us have to go into DeFi, right? So if you're not an investor, if you're already not investing before, don't just have a FOMO on it and say, well, I have to go into DeFi, everybody going in. The space is larger than just DeFi, and there is ways for you to make money in other areas. So for example, GameFi, art.
Staking.
Also actually by participating in the industry, by being developers, creating companies. And so crypto, let's say in general, blockchain even as a bigger term, it's not just about DeFi. And honestly, if investment did not excite you before crypto, it's the same. So if you're not an investor, no point in becoming one now. If you're excited, if you want to learn, of course, there's a lot of opportunities to learn. But also think about the other areas that you can invest into the space, not necessarily by buying Bitcoins and coins and whatnot. So that's just different perspective.
John?
I just wanted to add that, the markets can go up a lot, they can go down a lot. So whatever you do, even if you stay really safe, you can still be at the whims of macroeconomic factors. But ultimately, when you are in the space, and since it's a steep learning curve, the thing that I guess the ultimate investment is basically your skills, your knowledge in the space itself, and there's a lot of things you need to learn, like risk management, being able to look into a protocol and see whether there's potential, whether it's a rug pull, and so on. And these, regardless of which point in the macroeconomic cycle or the broad bear market you're caught in, will continue to go up. So, like basically in that process of learning, don't get wrecked by the market, don't get washed out. I personally know a lot of people who basically they ate into one coin and because something happened, then they lost a lot of savings and they basically got disenchanted with the space. And so ultimately during the process of investing into your own knowledge, don't lose all your resources or your capital.
Yeah, thanks. So at this point in time, actually, I'd like to switch gear a little bit and talk about regulations, right? Because it's easy to regulate a CeFi platform, the central authority, there's someone to go after, regulators are comfortable with it. But in the DeFi space, peer-to-peer, smart contract-driven protocol, it may be challenging to actually put some regulatory framework around DeFi. So how are you guys thinking about DeFi, financial services from a regulatory point of view?
I'll touch on this one because it's a topic very close to our company's work. In the DeFi space and in a trustless economy, there is other ways that we try to protect the users, right? Regulation of course, works in central systems, but then there is other areas that we can work on. First of all is education. So all of us here, we're involved in educating the community and getting people to interact safely with whatever is out there on the blockchain. The second part, for example, in Consensus, we have the MetaMask wallet, which we use, it's widely used, and so we're continuously working on improving small things in the user experience to make it safer. So for example, compared to last year, the message that pops up on you to approve a transaction, now it's a bit more human readable. So read what you're going to sign before you sign it. We're working with, for instance, we've launched a program where it's kind of like a legal company that if you get hacked, let's say, it will act on your behalf and will file for a class action suit on the back, and so it will kind of try to protect the users and bring the money back. Then, of course, there is a lot of investment that we're doing and many companies are doing into the audit, the security of the smart contracts, of the protocols, and lastly, building reliable infrastructure that makes the systems run, and it makes it a little bit easy to guarantee that reliability of the system. So it's not so much regulation, but it's more about adding the different pieces into the user journey to make the ultimate goal of blockchain, which is creating a trust that is based purely on technology. Like, you don't need a regulator to come and protect you, or you don't need somebody to fight for you. So that's the approach that I see happening a lot in the DeFi space.
And for us at Blockteam, and regulatory is a competitive advantage. So for specific examples, we have a chief compliance officer. We're thinking and we're talking a lot, to the regulators in the US as well around what the future state should look like. We've just recently launched a permissioned DeFi product. We do KYC, KYB. We can answer questions for institutions around commingling, etc. So all of those disclaimers and discussions are done up front before we bring institutions into our permission DeFi platform as well. Obviously, that's on the institutional side, so you can have more of a B2B institutional motion where all of this is discussed. But that's definitely where Blockdaemon plays. So that's how we're thinking about that specific space as well. Yep.
Lucas, any thoughts? Regulations point of view?
So again, when it comes to regulation, it's important because regulation is required in place to protect, the people, right? Retail investors especially. But again, in my opinion, right, decentralized finance, the whole entire intention, right, it's really to take out the middle intermediary, right, to connect peer to peer. And I'm skeptical about regulation, right? Because with regulations coming into place, requiring KYC and all that kind of stuff, I'm not sure how it's going to take place for decentralized finance in order for decentralized finance to actually work. So personally, I think that regulations is important to protect users, but I feel that things should take place in its natural course of events, right? Where people get educated really more in how it works, how peer-to-peer works, and really trust in a protocol. Because decentralized finance, the beauty of it is a trustless protocol system, right? And that is the beauty of it. That's the purity of where this is going. And I feel that, taking the natural course, it should be that direction. Yeah, I'm not saying no regulation. I'm just saying that, to really trust in the process that this will happen. Right?
Yeah, and I think more DeFi protocols are building these capabilities in as well. Like recently, I've seen some with insurance offerings built in. Blockdaemon as well has insurance. We have insurance on slashing and double signing, and we power a lot of DeFi protocols underneath that as well. And now we're seeing protocols thinking about other levels of insurance and looking after their users as well. So I think also, we should acknowledge that the protocols are actually thinking about these capabilities, without the regulators as well. They're building these sort of safety nets in as well.
Correct?
Yeah. So I have similar thoughts. P2P transactions are something which are not new. They were earlier times, they were traveler's checks, which used to work as a P2P method. But if we talk about regulations, there needs to be certain criteria for the auditing of smart contracts. They need to be a bit better than they are getting right now. We can also do KYDs for the developers, so that actually we know who is behind the project, so that we can categorize the projects likewise. Also, if we talk about the centralized framework as well, it is not so that there are no scams in the centralized space. There are scams. People are being scammed in the centralized space as well. So it is not just regulations that can help people out with the saving their money or saving their investment. I'd like to highlight the same point again, that is education. People need to be aware, be it centralized or decentralized. The regulatory bodies will be formed, not now, maybe later, but yeah, people have to take care of their own stuff. They have to like do their own research before investing.
John, any thoughts?
I think they summed it up pretty nicely for this. Yeah.
Okay, I think conscious of time, so I think we probably have time for just one last quick fire question. So if there is one tip or one advice you would give to the participants here who want to get some exposure to DeFi or get into DeFi space or work in DeFi, what would it be? Left to right, maybe. Karan?
Yeah, it's the same, like educate yourself, be aware about the technology, do your own research, just don't run after 10x or 100x coins. Just do your own research, look at what the project is all about, understand the technology, and yeah, invest wisely.
John?
Again, like what I mentioned was basically invest in your own knowledge, start small, and once you're a little more confident, you find a group of people, like what some of us have mentioned, and bounce your ideas off them, and sharpen each other up.
Do not invest more than you're willing to lose, and never tell your wife how much you invested.
Everything the panelists has said, two things. I think take a learner's mindset to this. There's no rush. DeFi is very new. And then I would always encourage you to hodl and stake a large part of like your assets as well, and just have quite a bit of your investment strategy in a safe, consistent manner. And then you can feel more comfortable about some more semi-speculative kind of DeFi projects.
So like Andrew just now mentioned, he have a close group of friends, right? To talk about this together. So for me, I also have a close group of five of us. And among all 5 of us, 4 of them have very high IQ. I'm the slowest in learning. So the way I actually approached this was, buy everything, just little bit. And it isn't much, I went to an exchange last time, called Polyx. I buy every coin for $20. And just to really experience and try to understand it. So when you dabble, you know, but you don't really know. But when you really jump into the pool, right, you really, from there, you start to figure out everything, right? Because your money is at stake already, right? When you're really in the pool, you're trying to figure out how to swim. You really learn how to swim when you jump into the pool, not when you dabble into it. So that is my advice. I'm not saying throw your whole life fortune into it. I'm just saying use something that it's slightly pain enough to go and really help you experience what this whole crypto, blockchain, and decentralized finance world is all about.
Yeah, a little bit of uncomfortableness is a forcing function for accelerated learning. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, thank you, guys. With that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you for your wonderful insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you. Another big round of applause for our panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. It's really good. You guys can clear the stage. Yep, go ahead. All right, coming up next, we have a sharing session on the topic of enabling frictionless experiences against rising crypto fraud. So I seem to notice that there is this common theme of being scammed and crypto fraud that's happening, and it is on the rise. And I'm so happy to see that there's so many layers of security that are being implemented right now. There's so many new platforms out there that ensure that your investment stays safe. So this is a good topic to talk about. I think it's going to cover quite a bit. This is going to be delivered by a company called Sift. Sift is the leader in digital trust and safety, empowering digital disruptors to Fortune 500 companies to unlock new revenue without risk. Sift dynamically prevents fraud and abuse through industry-leading technology and expertise, an unrivaled global data network of 35 billion events per month, and a commitment to long-term customer partnerships. So we're going to hear from the head of APAC for Sift, which is Gaddafi Marikar. Gaddafi has over 20 years experience in the financial service industry, most of which has been dedicated to fraud and anti-money laundering space. So Safe to say, he knows what he's talking about. Let's welcome on stage Gaddafi Marikar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gaddafi Marika. I run the APEC team here at SIFT. When it comes to fighting fraud, there's a reason why SIFT is trusted by more fintech companies here than anyone else, including the 3 of the top 5 crypto exchanges. SIFT protects hundreds and millions of dollars of fintech transactions every day in every vertical, like crypto exchanges, PSPs, digital wallets, neobanks, and SIFT also protects other businesses and other industries like e-commerce for both physical and digital goods, marketplaces, and the reviving travel industry. However, today I'm going to talk to you about enabling frictionless experiences against rising crypto fraud. I want to start off by talking about a problem that we see out there. Account takeover and identity theft is on the rise. We are seeing an increased number in fraudulent logins over the last couple of years. We are seeing also the costs associated with identity theft increase year over year. And in the last diagram here, which I find very interesting, identity theft represents about 77% of total losses from fraud. Before we go on, I just want to unpack a little bit about where the data is coming from. I want to start off by talking about, At first, we find that fraud data comes from all industries and they are shared between the industries. What you see here is a representation of fraud signals that has been utilized in among the different industries. What this means is that a fraudster could potentially steal identity data from an e-commerce site and use those credentials in a fintech app. To cite one specific example, the gaming and gambling industry shares a very strong connection within the fintech industry. We find there's about 26 million fraud signals shared between them. To cite, now let's look at how the industry is trying to solve these cases, right? Simply, most companies are using friction in which it turns churn and abandonment of transactions. For example, frictions on transactions on checkout creates abandonment or a bad user experience. Even Gen Z users have abandoned transactions because they forgot their passwords or find it too cumbersome to complete a transaction. The problem gets even bigger. When you look at regulation landscape around security like MFA requirements, privacy like GDPR in Europe, and some of our local privacy laws in some of the ASEAN countries, we see companies adopt solutions that are costly and inadequate. Inadequate in the sense of regulatory requirements, legal, and user experience. So that's the problem that we see today. Rising fraud, in increasing friction, only to get an increasing churn and an increase in cost to comply with the regulation. Before we look into applying a solution or methodology to balancing friction, I'd like to dive in and uncover the various points of a user's journey in your app, right? To start with, we have the account creation, where users will complete a KYC process. To log into the platform, the users will require a user ID. Once in the platform, they may interact with the platform, right? They do things like browsing, changing of address, changing phone number, and then of course, where most users are in, they conduct a financial transaction. This is where they will make a purchase of coin, trade those coins, do a deposit or withdrawal. Lastly, in the post-transaction, whenever they have issues, they will contact the call support or tech support to get any help with their situation. Now, we can map how a fraudster finds cracks in every point of the user journey and creates an opportunity for themselves. From social engineering and bot attacks to create fake accounts or synthetic accounts, to taking over someone else's account. On the financial transactions, there are numerous opportunities for a fraudster to attempt once they have access to those accounts. Lastly, the biggest cost in this cycle is a post-transaction, where you have call or tech support helping these situations, and they are just as vulnerable to fraud attacks. So how do we combat this? We put in friction upon friction in every stage of the user's journey. Each of these points will at least have, if not more, than one authentication method. For example, at transaction, I've been using some of the crypto wallets or crypto exchanges. A user may be asked to complete all 4 methods of authentication. At the post-transaction during a support call, a user is often asked to identify themselves, right, to prove themselves. This will be done via a video call or recording where they need to prove their identity with a government-issued document. So how can we optimize this better? We can balance and apply the friction with the right anti-fraud platform. First, step up authentication at key moments in the app. For example, change a phone number based on the user's behavior, applying multi-factor authentication on risky transactions based on the user's profile, use a risk score to assign intelligent friction to the riskiest transactions or sessions. We once worked with a crypto company. They told us that about 40% of their help desk calls are based on users who lost their device and need to recover their account on their new device. This is expensive, time-consuming, and also an opportunity to fraud. So with the right tool, we can help to reduce customers' help desk costs to protect against this fraud vector. And lastly, a trend in the making now, passwordless login. Yes, the ultimate user experience is when a user can log into a platform without keying any password. The good thing here is that with no password, there's no data to steal. The platform is safer from any fraud attack. So that's why our trust and safety platform is designed to protect against all types of fraud, such as payment, transfer fraud, P2P fraud, and account takeovers. In the world of fintech fraud, SIF knows it all. SIF's global model analyzes over 16,000 signals from millions of transactions a day, and we leverage that data to build machine learning models to customize for each client. We orchestrate and apply the right authentication with keyless, our next generation biometric passwordless authentication solution. With authentication, the main topic here, right? I would like to introduce keyless, the next generation of authentication solution, and how we do biometrics and leverages the technology of secured multi-party computation, SMPC, and zero knowledge proof. What this really means is that although we do biometrics, the biometric data does not leave the platform or the user's device. Allow me to take a minute or two to explain how this solution works. So one, we don't need anything special from a device except for a front-facing camera with 720 pixel resolution, right? I think majority of everyone here should have a phone with such cameras, even better. The user, all he has to do is look into the camera. We capture the user's biometric on the device. We run liveness and anti-spoofing detection, a technology that checks on the face to see that the face is not a mask, a photo, a video, or any deepfake tech. And if it passes, in phase 2, what we do on the device is that we split that biometric template into multiple shares, which are then encrypted, irreversibly encrypted. Each of these shares on its own is not considered a biometric data. Each share is then sent to an independent node or server on the keyless network. These nodes are independent from each other, and each node does not contain any biometric data because of the sharding and encryption. These nodes can only communicate with themselves by a proprietary protocol on zero knowledge proof. What it means is that it allows them to communicate without revealing any data that they have with the rest of the nodes. If any one of these nodes manage to share their data, there could be a single point in time where we could actually reconstruct that biometric data. So we want to refrain from that, from any tampering. We avoided that. When a user successfully authenticates themselves, a key or seed is reconstructed on the device to authenticate the user. This allows them to make a payment, sign a document, or basically anything that we want the user to do. So that's how our solution works. We are combining the strength of local biometrics like Face ID and server biometrics where it's agnostic to the device, but the biometric is not stored in a single location. We had this technology validated internally and externally with leading companies. FIDO is an organization well known in the passwordless and authentication space. And again, that's how our solution works. We'll see a demo now on how SIF and keyless can combine to provide a dynamic friction to the user. So what you see here is basically a SIF's platform, and we are creating an automated rule to identify that if a use case is risky, we're going to authenticate with keyless. So we're going to look at each transaction, and we're going to say for every transaction, we're going to apply a keyless authentication. So here we're looking at amounts of, let's say, greater than 50 Bitcoins, and we will also probably put a score to say that risk score, if it's above 90, we will set it for an authentication. If it's not, we're going to let the transaction go through smoothly, right? We'll publish it on the platform, it goes live, and now we are ready to see it in our crypto demo app. So this is a crypto demo app. It illustrates a user using the system. It's going to make a purchase of 2 transactions. One is, let's say, 1 Bitcoin. That's still a lot of money, but still 1 Bitcoin, and the purchase went through easily. The second part of it is we're going to try to purchase 51 Bitcoins. And what you will see very soon is that there's an authentication that it's asking for. It's asking the user to look into the camera. It authenticates the user. It gets approved, and the transaction goes through. So if you notice, there's no token to key in, there's no authentication, SMS, OTP, email OTPs that's required. It's very safe, and it's just using the user's biometric data. So in summary, 99% of your users are good. Let's treat them well in your platform. To protect your platform against the 1% of users who are bad, your authentication solution should cover all points of the user's journey. A strong ML-driven anti-fraud platform and a next-gen authentication solution can provide the right friction to the right users. It is said that you are as strong as your weakest link, and recovery is often a weak link in the terms of cost, churn, and fraud. Putting in self-service process for account recovery can help to stop call center fraud and provide an excellent experience for the users, not to mention a reduce in cost too. That's all I have for today. I thank you very much, and I welcome you to come to our booth at booth 44, which is at the end of the stage here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gaddafi, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting. Once again, seeing different platforms and seeing the various options available to keep our online investment safe, I think is really, really key, is really important. So this is quite fascinating. Coming up next, we have a session delivered by OKX. Okay, this is going to be delivered by their director, by Lennox Lai, and the topic they're going to discuss is OKX MetaX, the gateway of all protocols. Let's give the director of OKX, Lennox Lai, a huge round of applause.
Testing.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yep. So previously, so my name is Landix. Actually, we built the second largest exchange in the world, OKX, I've been here for 5 years, starting from day one to build exchanges from 6 people to right now 2,600, I guess. So exchange is a relatively mature business in crypto. It's like the very first business model. We still remember from day one. From the very first day we built a company. We merely want to basically allow people to buy and sell Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is just a white paper. People is having fun, mine it, and they want to sell it, then recover the cost for their mining machines. That's like day one. So after 5 years, I think after 5 years building these exchanges, we have lots of good company peers like Binance, FTX, Bybits. We are all working together to enhance the volume and transaction volume and transparency everywhere. We build great products all together for the industry. Right now, we are actually $1 trillion industry with $1 trillion of transaction in whatever matrix. So in OKX alone, we're trading 20 billion a day, and we are. If you think about crypto exchange or crypto volume in aggregate level, we just talked to the government in Singapore government, Hong Kong government. If you think about that, it's actually very important pieces as an investment instruments because it's compatible even to the equity side, to the stock market, to the forex market, and a lot of different kind of financial instruments. So the previous panel, we're talking about DeFi and CeFi and the integration of DeFi and CeFi, right? So that gives us, after 5 years of building crypto exchanges, we think we're stepping into another era. What shall we do for the industry, and how exchange like us is going to do to help evolving the industry forward? That's something that's we're always thinking about that. So so today I'm mostly want to talk about how the story of us first. So we start from a very small company, 6 people in Hong Kong, and we cater Bitcoin transaction. But once we join from a very small team, we think Bitcoin has a huge problem. The huge problem back in the day, we call it the volatility of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, the original intention is building a decentralized peer-to-peer cash-based transaction to replace fiat, right? The problem of Bitcoin back in the day is volatility. It's still volatile today, but back in the day, we want to fix the volatility, the problem of volatility in crypto. That's what we do. We want to do. And how could we fix that? Referencing for our a lot of great philosopher and economic theory, we think derivatives is one of the very important method that was currently missing back in the day, because if you don't have derivatives for people to alleviate risk and hedge the risk, and the market that's only have a sport, your whatever instrument that you're trading got to be relatively volatile, because it's relatively being very sensitive to market sentiments. When the market is bullish, it tend to be having a really good bull run. In 2017, Bitcoin up 11%, 11 times in 1 year. But in 2018, we see what happened is crash, and having really 18 months of bearish markets because of the lack of derivatives. So then the industry started to recognize that, CME starting to launch BTC futures, and we come into place that too. We want to build the original intention that we build KX is we want to build a complete and comprehensive financial ecosystem similar with traditional markets. So we put futures, we list futures, we list perps, one of the mostly traded instruments, and we list option. So we think with futures, you can price the basis risk. With perps, you have a leverage synthetic margin tools for trade. You have option, you can price volatility. So that is how we start to building exchanges. Right now, I think we are trading, we're second largest in the world. In terms of trading volume, in terms of traffic. But what we want to talk about today is mostly related to the crypto winter recently, right? So right now, yeah, sure, everyone, we understand that our crypto exchange volume is huge. We have lots of instruments. The system is robust, right? So, but what we are actually experiencing crypto winter right now, and we need to think about our FX exchange. What could we do even more to save the industry in a systematic level? So if you think about that's why triggering this kind of crashes or crypto slump. I spoke with the Bloomberg journalist yesterday. Bloomberg or Financial Times asked me whether or not the recent crypto winter is actually similar with the subprime crisis in 2008. I think it's an interesting analogies and comparisons. In 2008, so the subprime crisis started from it's the beginning of mini bonds. Mini bond issued by Lehman Brothers and sell and package like a AAA grade products, 8% return, annualized return, with the underlying low risk say because real estate from the US housing market is also backed by governments, verified by Moody's, or most reputable rating agency. It's look exactly like what we have so far, right? And insane amounts, very attractive yield, but at the same time, we have relatively low visibility of the collateral that those kind of crypto company is going to invest, or how they utilize the collateral. There's a panel right here previously talking about DeFi and CeFi, right? DeFi work well. I talked to a journalist today. The DeFi work really well. AVE protocol, compound protocol works as intended. We liquidate the orders according to the smart contract, according to the rules defined by the smart contract. Yes, that's true. But the industry, in some player, somehow underestimated the contagious effect of Casade liquidations across all the DeFi protocol, right? Across the spaces. So we are somehow in certain contexts, we're actually experiencing similar chain effections as in similar in DeFi, as in subprime crisis in 2008. So when Lunar crash, which was a power generation, yield generation powerhouse, we understand that a lot of DeFi protocol, those kind of yield generating protocol relies on Lunar, relies on Anchor, and there's some other travel firms. They suddenly think all of a sudden our asset or collateral become a lot less liquid. The fundamental attributes of the underlying and the collaterals might be actually pretty good, but you don't have liquidity. So we want to enhance the transparency and the visibility of the industry. So on OKEX, on OKEX, we actually want to become not just an exchanges, but a bridges between CeFi and DeFi. by seamlessly integrating DeFi and CeFi all together. So people and the user will have one single unified experience of having the benefits of trading a CeFi-based product and also DeFi. But the most important point is when you have a single hub, a single entry point on CeFi product and DeFi product, you're actually solving a lot of problem. People, if you remember Japan, people talk about how to impose regulation and DeFi, how to how to handle risk management related issue in DeFi. So, but even so, if you're entrusting your, think about that, if you're entrusting your money or your crypto to a third-party manager, a crypto platform, which is a CeFi, and subsequently they stake in DeFi protocol, that's the chain reactions look fine, right? But as an investor, you might not necessarily have the visibility of whatever investment or the risky level and the leverage ratio that a third-party crypto platform handled for you, right? So in order to achieve have a single platform that give you, empower you to have the capability to trade the ample liquidity in spot, 300 and more spot pairs, derivatives, all kind of derivatives. And also you need to have the capability using your CeFi, using your token or inventory in the DeFi, and subsequently be staked and trade and farm in DeFi in a single protocol, right? Regulation take place too, no problem, because most of the user in CeFi, even Binance or OK is already KYC. So indirectly, in the DeFi perspective, all our user is actually a KYC users, and they directly interact with DeFi. Think about money manager too, right? Asset manager, user, you can with a single platform in exchanges, which provide capability on both CeFi and DeFi, you now have the visibility and transparency of how an investment manager manage your accounts, manage your fund, because you have all the transaction records, you have all the leverage ratio, and at the same time, exchange normally purely act as an independent third party in this space. Yeah, that's a little bit summary of our journey. Yep. So recently we announced a deal with McLaren and also Manchester City. The reason is we want to, after 5 years building the exchanges, I think it's now time for the top player to introduce crypto to general audience. We picked two brands, right, McLaren and Manchester City. We want to educate the people where crypto is one of the most exciting instruments that's actually changing people's life. That's for true. Yes, despite that we have a lot of challenge, despite we're experiencing crypto winter, yeah, the price is not very good currently, but it will come back because the fundamental attributes of crypto never change. After crypto winter, you right now know DeFi it's actually work perfectly, no issues. In an open ledger, in an open ecosystem with open blockchain, we're experiencing massive liquidation within various lending and protocol. But it worked perfect fine. We are building risk management engine for years. We understand that handling massive liquidation at a distressed market moment could be very, very problematic because when the market slump, liquidity gone, and you need to handle casa liquidation, you liquidate a big chunk of order. talking about 100 million, 200 million, 400 million in one take, in one trade, in a decentralized network. But right now we don't see any problem. All the DeFi protocol work as intended. So if you think about that, after this kind of crypto winter, whoever survived actually survived from a really historical stress test for the industry, not just for OKX, not just for Binance, but also for the entire crypto industry. We experienced even a 75% of market crash, but the crypto ecosystem, especially on DeFi, works so well. We have no systematic effect, no hacking, no money have been lost. Everything was intended. So the crypto industry can only grow stronger. So the next step is, as one of the industry participants, how could we bring further and educate, regardless as regulators, users, or whoever want to participate in crypto, say, hey, I think we are ready. We are ready because, yeah, we are having a good run in 2016, 2017, 2019, but also we experienced a market slump after stress test. No problem. Whoever survived, you become stronger. You gain trust from the industry. The industry is starting to think, hey, might be even an institutional trader, they think, sure, I'm confidently put 100 or even $1 trillion AUM to crypto, to DeFi protocol, because after the market are 2 and even 3 market cycle, everything worked perfectly because the rules are transparent. Yeah, that's why we can see the market a lot more mature right now, right? This is the area we normally, back in 10 years ago, we normally do a lot of Forex conference. We never thought we would have a crypto conference in this reputable area in Singapore, because we have the similar setup like 10 years ago. There's just only a Forex company, exchange company, traditional equity exchanges. So right now, we're a crypto company. We have a lot of institutional, professional crypto platform that's gather all around and discuss about this because of one reason. Our exchange, not just us, but a lot of other major crypto company, we are achieving institutional graded capacity in trading value, meaning that a lot of latency figures, TPS figures, throughput, availability, we are is having similar matrix with national exchanges already. So the institutional investor a lot more confidence to trade, to deploy their strategies and deploy majority of their assets to trade crypto. That's why we gain trust. How we gain trust from the institutional space on how we grow together as an industry. Yeah. So I think let's wrap a little bit. So the future in crypto, we have been over the last 5 years or 6 years, I think, from the beginning from a Bitcoin white paper, and we got DeFi, we got Ethereum to help us to build the entire crypto space. We have DeFi, we have GameFi, we have NFT space that bridges traditional industry, gaming industry to crypto, putting decentralized components to crypto. It's gonna be continuous. This trend is going to be continued because in some area, especially some area, some value will actually deliver by putting decentralized and blockchain element with it, right? Everyone now understand that tokenomics is one of the best way to build your startup, one of the best way to market your products. It's one of the best way as a go-to-market strategies as a tokenomics. And also, you understand that a perfect design, a good design of tokenomics is maintain a perfect balance between you, the company, your product, your user, and your stakeholder, and your partners, all together in one token. Some of them think about multiple token, right? In 2 or 3 years ago, there's only one token in one platform. OKB is a one of telecom, BNB is a one of exchange is only have one token. But right now we're talking about multi-token. Luna is a 2-token ecosystem, right? We're in multi-token ecosystem, thinking about they play a very unique role that have a coordinate effect of the ecosystem. So I'm very sure, I'm very confident of the industry because first, we're actually delivering value. We build a bank, $1 trillion bank, without any centralized authority, without any regulation, just put it on chain. We handle liquidation, 400 million in one go, every single transaction in AVE protocol in Compound. We're borrowing, lending in stable coin, USDC in Curve. Exchange, they're actually having similar volume or capacity with nationwide equity exchanges. We adopt bank-graded security, KYC, bank-graded KYC modules. So the industry is ready to be a little bit more confident, to be part of the very important ecosystem to bring crypto to day-to-day life. And I'm very confident that we can do that even after the fact that we're in the crypto winter. So see you the next halving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lennox Lai, everyone. Big round of applause for him. All right. Coming up next, we have a talk titled Sustainable Systems for NFT Utilities. Now, this is going to be delivered by Epico Regal. Epico is a blockchain and gaming-based project developed by Wharf Street Studios Limited, incorporated in London. It aims to introduce games, NFTs, and metaverse to create a first-generation platform offering Indian mythological characters and stories to the world. Now, we're going to hear from the founder and CEO of Epico Regal, Venkatesh Krishnamurthy. Venkatesh is recognized as an innovator for disrupting the market with his unique projects based on emerging technologies in blockchain, edtech, DeFi, NFTs, and metaverse space. An engineer and MBA background, he has been endorsed by the UK and Indian government for his work. So without further ado, let's give a big round of applause for Venkatesh.
Yeah, so before I start, today's a very special day because this is like a dream come true for me. And to be very honest, this is the feeling I was waiting for. So yes, I'll start with my presentation, but before that, good morning, Singapore. Good morning. See, I've seen people sleeping in the last seats, so can I have a good morning from you guys? Those who are sleeping at the back, please wake up. This is an engaging presentation, and I'm sure you'll get a lot of value from this. So yes, myself, Venkatesh, I've built the studios by the name Wall Street Studios. We are celebrating 3 years in the emerging tech space. Okay, sorry about that. So this is my application, Epico Regal. So what exactly have we done in this application? I'm a person who actually loves to venture into emerging technologies. By that I mean artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, virtual reality, and blockchain, which is very common and spoken about in the past few years. Now, our game Epico Regal has created an ecosystem around the brand Epico itself. Now, this application has a tower defense game, which was the first feature that we created in the application. Now, in this tower defense game, yes, there are many tower defense games out there, and in this game, we were inspired by Indian mythology, and we launched 45 characters from the Indian mythology space in this game. And what you get to do is you need to choose the characters that you like and create your own deck and play against your opponents. Now, that was the first feature, and we didn't stop just there. To actually have more engagement and to have our application as an entertainment app, we further enhanced it with cinematic comics and augmented reality collectibles. Now, what exactly did we do with this application is that we have implemented machine learning in the game, because machine learning is very important. It's an emerging technology, and we believe that to create a sustainable environment, a sustainable product, you need to venture into technologies that are not currently being used at a large scale, but would be used at a large scale in the upcoming years. Now, in Epico Regal, initially we created an artificial intelligence bot. The reason why we did that is because when anyone would download our game initially in the beta phase, they would have something to play against. So if you remember the chess game, that's exactly how we were inspired. That's exactly from where we are coming. And we had the artificial intelligence bot created in it. Now, the game has scaled to 40,000 downloads and we have 15,000 active users. We have created kingdoms, we have leaderboards where you can play the game and scale up, you can collect cards, you can upgrade yourself, and you can fight live opponents. So that's why we implemented machine learning, which is again an emerging technology. The difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning is that in artificial intelligence, you actually populate a lot of data sets and then a decision is made by the bot. But if you talk about machine learning, all the data sets that are basically populated create scenarios and you come up with predictive outcomes. Now that we are not connecting with the bot and we have real-time players, the machine learning algorithm basically helps us to predict outcomes, and it's very important because we get to know age, gender, demography, where exactly there's a lot of demand for the application and other features. Now, moving on to the next slide. So this is just a small clip. Now, this is a clip again about our game, and you can see how the gameplay is. It's live on the App Store and the Play Store. So you can download the game and you can play the game as well. Now, here are the cards below. Now you can see that the real life player is trying to defend his tower while he tries to destroy the other tower. And this is basically how we created our application. So I'll just leave it for a bit. So we have like 2D cards, but when you place them on the battle arena, they become 3D characters and they basically start attacking and defending. So yeah, as you can see, now the opponent's tower is destroyed. Now he basically needs to fight back and destroy the tower of the other live player. And in case he doesn't, then he will lose the battle. And whoever wins the game will basically win the trophy. So I'll move on to the next slide. So I've spoken about artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now this is augmented reality, and there's again a video on virtual reality. I didn't want to actually have a presentation full of text, so that's why I have clips, which would actually make it interesting for you guys. So this is a clip again from when I was in LA last month. So I actually I just made a small clip. So this is the universe that we have created. And now when one of the planet is selected, you basically have a character from that planet. You can interact with this character, you can animate him, you can make him run, as you can see. And you can actually experience the character in augmented reality. You can take pictures. And the best part is that we have the stories as well. You can, the best part is that you don't have to actually have a physical toy with you. With augmented reality, you can take this character anywhere, you can project him anywhere, and basically you can interact with him, you can showcase it to your friends as a collection. And that's the beauty of augmented reality. Here is again a video on virtual reality where we created an ancient hall. Now this ancient hall has all our characters placed in the in the ancient hall with some small animations. This was a demo that we wanted to have. Now again, if you visit our booth, we have the Oculus where you can basically get an experience of these characters. So this basically was done on the Oculus VR Quest, and to showcase all our characters. So they are basically 3D modeled characters with animations taken again from the game. Now that was about our first product, and to make our ecosystem sustainable. So what we need to understand is when you have a product and you don't have a proper use case, then the product can work for a few years and after that it will just die out. But if you talk about Epico Market, which is our second product, we created this so that we have a marketplace of our own and come up with a sustainable system in the ecosystem. Now, this particular marketplace is like, it's basically like OpenSea, and the beauty about this is that we have partnered with a very big giant in the NFT space known as Expo. If you've heard, they have a product by the name VV Collectibles. Now, what we've done is we basically have this marketplace for our NFT collection. Now, the NFTs that we are creating are totally from the game, which is live on Android and iOS, and they would be listed on our application, epico.market. And what we have done with Ecomi is that we basically accept OMI as a payment for all our NFTs. Now, not only just that, but all the community of Ecomi or those who hold OMI can basically buy our NFTs, and they can also play our game, which is a play to earn mechanism that we have. You can connect with us on Discord for more information, and we basically run contests, championships, and what we've done is we basically take 20% from the supply, from the total sales that we make, and we reward it back to the users for winning our contests or tournaments. Not only just that, those who perform bounty activities, those who engage with our community, they basically have they also will be rewarded with OMI tokens and quite some other in-game assets like gold, gems, crackers, cards, AR collectibles, comics, and all of that. Now, this is our use case. So a use case is very important. Now, I would like to give the credit to my friend David Yu, who is the founder of Ecomi VV Collectibles. They basically partnered with big brands like Disney, DC Comics, Marvel, and we got a chance to work with them. And VV Collectibles basically generated like 100 million in the past year. Now, what we want to do is, apart from our partnership, to take this further, we have spoken to quite some production houses in India, and we basically keep researching on Indian mythology, where we keep on creating collectibles. And we basically mint 25% of our NFTs on OpenSea, and the remaining 75 is listed on epico.market. Now, those who purchase NFTs on OpenSea can also trade it on epico.market. And again, on epico.market, you basically have a discount of 10% on all the NFTs. Now, this is the use case we have created, and this is Epicoverse. So you must have heard of Metaverse. So we also came up with our own Metaverse, which is by the name Epicoverse. Now, you can choose any of our 40 characters and avatars that we have, and you basically can venture into any space that we have created. This is one of the space from our from the Epicoverse. Now, this is again a monument of India, and you can see this is one of our characters, Nakul. So you can be Nakul, and you can basically explore the Epicoverse. Okay, so this is the merchandise that we have. So basically, we have the board game. So all that was just shown prior to this slide was digital, but then we wanted to also have like a physical touch to our Epico brand. So that's why we came up with our merchandise. We have toys, we have t-shirts, we have bottles, we have magnets, and we have the board game as well. This is further to add on to the Epico ecosystem to leverage on the brand and make it big. Now, these are the NFT packages that we have. So you can, it's not priced really high, but we want to actually give a lot of value for anyone who buys an NFT. And again, when there is a utility for the NFT, that's when you actually go for the NFT. You don't buy random cats or pandas or dogs, because you know that the value of that particular NFT basically would die out at a later point of time. But when you talk about a product or an NFT package or an NFT itself, which actually has a utility to it and can be used in the near future, then that makes it a sustainable NFT. Now, so what are the NFT utilities that we have? So you get an in-game redeem code basically to unlock mystery boxes, and this mystery box will have gold, gems, cards, crackers, AR collectible characters, and the comics. So these are all inside the game, and what we didn't want to do is have the token integrated into our application, because that would lead us to a lot of legal issues. So we backlinked it to the marketplace that we created as a second product. So our marketplace, wherein you purchase an NFT, is where you can again get a redeem code and then use it in the application, which is available on Android and iOS. So this is how we worked around creating our utility for the NFTs. Again, you will get a NFT badge in Discord. You will have early access to the Epicoverse MVP, and you will be a part of our Epico DAO. So what we have done is we basically take a lot of feedback and a lot of bug reports from the community on Discord, and then we try and resolve it. So we are very accessible that ways, and we are not a game who doesn't cater to our community feedback. So we are very engaging that ways, and that's why we are coming up with our Epico DAO. Also, with the NFT packages, you would get free merchandise and you would get beta access to our future future products. So we have other upcoming games like a AAA game and another gaming application. Now, the benefit of a token, because we have a token that we would be listing very soon on some reputed exchanges, the top 10 exchanges. Now, here you can, with the Epico token, you can participate again in our championship, and you can get early access to the Epicoverse. So we've just put another utility for the token without just having a token without any utility, which is very important for creating a sustainable system. Yeah, so we are talking about a scope which is all in billions. Now, if you talk about the comic industry, it's like 4.6 billion. Then we have the mobile game industry, which is 80 billion, and augmented reality and extended reality technology is like 160 billion. So we are just disrupting an existing market with a new source of entertainment using all emerging technologies in our application to make it a sustainable system. So I have just one last video I would want to play. Sorry for taking too much of your time. hope you all like the presentation. And if you have any queries, do visit our booth at our booth is booth 40. So we can have any queries addressed, or if you're interested in anything, please do reach out to us. Thank you so much for your valuable time and patience.
Much, ladies and gentlemen, Venkatesh. Thank you, sir. All right. So before we move on, just a quick reminder, everyone. If you're sitting here and you're not eating or drinking, please make sure your mask is up. We have to make sure that we follow all safety protocols. We've been informed by the hotel that, especially since with the rise of cases, we want to make sure everyone here is safe. Okay? So please make sure your mask is up. Thank you. All right. Coming up next, we have a sharing by a company called Bybit. So the topic that they're going to talk about is trading with Bybit, the next level. Now this is going to be shared with us by Head of Operations and Principal Product Director of Bybit, Hao Yang. Can we give Hao Yang a huge round of applause?
Hello. Hey, nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Hal, and I'm the Head of Options and Principal Product Director at Bybit. So today, I'll just talk a little bit about our product roadmap and what we're going to do, what we did, and what the futures might look like at Bybit. Okay. So let's start with a bit of our history. So we started as a derivative exchange. In the beginning, there's only inverse Bitcoin perpetual futures. And then since that, we launched linear perpetuals and quarterly expiration futures, spot trading, NFT marketplace, and recently options market in April 2020. Okay. So where we are now, we're offering a full suite of exchange products, including spot, perpetuals, leverage tokens, options, as well as futures. So we have offering multiple trading pairs for the same assets under the spot. For example, you can use Bitcoin and Ethereum as the trading underlying denomination coins to trade other crypto assets. And we also offer the leverage tokens, like for example, the 3 times Bitcoin or 3 times lower the bull or bear leverage tokens. For the Delta One products, we're offering both the linear and inverse perpetual products. For example, the Bitcoin perpetual offered and settled in USDT, and the Bitcoin futures that settled with Bitcoin itself. We launched our options product in April 2022, and it is the first well-built linear options product with portfolio margin. We are the only marketplace where you can trade and USDC settled and USDC margined options in the entire crypto space. So for USDC options, this is the most sophisticated product offerings that Bybit offers at this stage. So we built our portfolio margin system, and within the portfolio margin system, the liquidation and the risk engine is partial. Like whenever someone reaches the maintenance margin level, his liquidation will occur stepwise. So instead of taking all his positions in one go, we will gradually and stepwisely reduce his positions and risk level. We'll not liquidate even one position more. So comparing to the current market leader in the option space, we reduced one layer of complexity from the product offerings. Instead of settling everything with Bitcoin or Ethereum, we settle and trade everything with USDC. That's much, much more easier to understand, and that's much more easier to convert people from traditional finance into crypto space, because they obviously understand and options that should be priced and settled with USDC stablecoins. Besides that, the account system for our options product line is expandable. So you can trade Bitcoin and Ethereum options within the same account. Instead of you have to use Bitcoin as Bitcoin margin and Ethereum to trade Ethereum options as margin. We also will be accepting different forms of collaterals. We will be rolling out our unified margin system in next month. And we'll be accepting Bitcoin and Ethereum as collaterals that you can trade both USDT and USDC products. So our risk system on the USDC options and USDC product lines, including perpetuals, we have completely revamped and improved our risk system on the USDC product line. As I mentioned, the portfolio margin enables risk offsetting within Bitcoin options and Bitcoin perpetuals, as well as Ethereum options and Ethereum perpetuals. The liquidation system, we also revamped the liquidation system that the risk will be reduced one step at a time instead of taking his entire positions in one go. So we also did this with an extensive backtesting framework. We did a lot of backtesting. We simulated the market in March 12, 2019, and we simulated huge market volatility and made 1,000 accounts that trade mimics the actual market behaviors during this extreme stressful event. And our result is pretty, surprisingly nice. The overall insurance fund drawdown is below 100,000. So we have full confidence that our risk system and the system we have built is sophisticated and reliable enough to sustain the next step of crypto markets and crypto options markets. In this way, we'll be able to provide the entire market the next level of more sophisticated derivatives product offerings. So a little bit of our timeline. We launched our options product at April 25th. And in June 4th, we launched daily and 2 days options. And in June 15th, we offered the portfolio margin to the entire market. That sets an industrial record. From the launch of options to portfolio margining, we only took 1.5 months. That's like 20 times faster than our competitors. So we'll be also launching yield-generating structured products next month in 5th of July. The first product offering will be a Sharkfin product. We'll be offering covered calls and put sellings, basically yield-generating products based on options and sophisticated non-linear products to the entire offerings. We believe if we do it on the CeFi platform, the efficiency and the yield we offer will be better than those products that offered on DeFi platforms. In July 10th, we'll be offering the full cross-margin trading system. That means you can use Bitcoin, Ethereum, USDT, or USDC to trade both USDT products and USDC products. So basically, we'll be allowing more diverse collateral forms that you can trade all derivative products. In August, we'll also be listing Ethereum options and a full suite of data analytics built within Bybit. So in September, we'll be enhancing our portfolio margin system and list Solana options. So we'll be crossing USDC products into USDT products. So the risks from USDT perpetuals will be offsetting with USDC options as well as USDC perpetuals or futures. In that way, the options product at our offerings will be tapping into the liquidity of our USDT products. So that's our main competitive advantage comparing to our competitors. So when an options trader can use the USDT product to hedge, they'll naturally make markets with a more tighter spread. So the next level will be offering multi-collateral cross-margin and portfolio margin at Bybit. So that's the way I think this entire crypto exchange system is moving forward. We want to offer the market a more capital efficient way of trading. In the meantime, we also want to maintain the market integrity while making the traders to deposit less but trade more. So that's the way we want to move forward. Multi-collateral, cross-margin, and portfolio margin. We'll be accepting Bitcoin, Ethereum as collaterals. We'll be allowing people to to offset their P&L from different product lines. And ultimately, we want people to offset the risks across different risk units and across different product offerings. The last thing I want to talk a little bit is about, the contagion of the recent risk events like the deleveraging event. For all my years in crypto market, I have never seen such a bearish situation. A lot of prominent names has been blown out, and it is not looking good for everyone. But whatever doesn't kill only makes you stronger. I think we can survive, and I think the crypto market will definitely grow much, much larger. And I think for Bybit and for what we want to do is that fundamentally, we will grow out of this as the industry. And from the ashes, when the old are gone, the new will thrive, and we will build a greater and better financial system and a greater and more efficient ecosystem for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hao. All right. Coming up next, we have a sharing from Luffy Token. This is going to be quite interesting. I was checking out their booth outside. Luffy is the world's first anime token, founded in August last year. Recently, Luffy has completed successfully a multi-token merger in April 2022. The 4 tokens, Luffy V1, Chopper, Goku, and Deku, are becoming Luffy V2 with the same mission of becoming the leader of meme and anime tokens. So this is going to be quite an interesting session. I'm sure you guys will agree. We're going to be hearing from Dan Cheeseman, CEO of Luffy Token. Dan works in multiple spaces, currently in IT, in service design and operations, and in crypto as Luffy CCO. For Luffy, Dan helps with operations, marketing, and holding regular voice calls with the Luffy community. So the speaker is going to talk about the topic, and the topic is the world's first anime token. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Cheeseman.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me all right? Cool. So, Luffy Token, the world's first anime token. Luffy is a community-driven token built on the most secure and well-established blockchains, Ethereum and BNB chain, allowing investors to stay decentralized. Oh, wait, how do I? Oh, sorry, I'm not sure how to operate this. Sorry. Okay. So let me just go. Okay, sorry. So today, I'll be talking about Luffy as the first anime token. So Luffy first started in August 2021. It was formed by Terry, our CEO, and as soon as he started, we started getting more people who wanted to help out and join the project. We're quite a well-established team now. We've got 10 core executive members who are all massive anime fans, and we've got around 30 to 40 moderators who, honestly, we should call them operations because they are slick operators. What I'd like to talk about today is the journey so far, from our humble beginnings into what we want to do now. As I said, we started in August 2021. and that was Luffy, and we went on a really nice bull run up until November. Around November time, we started to form a partnership with the One Alliance. The One Alliance was a group of anime tokens where we all collaborated, we all had similar themes, similar utilities, and those projects were Luffy, Goku, Deku, and Chopper. And we felt that forming that partnership around November was really good in hindsight with the winter crash that came. What then led after that, in February, is we decided to do a migration, and it's possibly one of the biggest challenges that we've actually done so far. There were two main issues. One, a renounced contract, which is so hard to migrate, and another issue is the fact that the timing of the market. So we had to really try our best to get this over the line. One of the key issues was obviously once people got the red drop, there was a few people who didn't arrive in time for it. So our team created like a late airdrop form, and that's still open now. So if you guys are watching, you've still got your V1 tokens, the Luffy, Deku, Chopper, or Goku, you can migrate them over. As we started the migration, we launched version 2 token on I believe it's the 29th of April, and that's when all 4 projects came into one. Another one of the challenges was that we had 4 different market caps, and this was quite complicated. It's something that we had to explain to our communities about the amount of tokens they'll be getting, like setting the right expectations. And we had an amazing team. We had loads of documentation go out. The swap that we created to support the migration had a brilliant frequently asked questions, and we've really had no issues with migration. We've been able to help everyone migrate over. And then once we got into version 2, that's where we started to do some mass marketing. So Terry instructed us to hire 100 YouTubers, which we're still in the progress of doing. And yeah, we went on a massive marketing campaign for the full month. And then in May, we started to focus on partnerships. So our first partner is Everrise. And what they do is they helped us chain it over to BNB, and they helped create the bridge between Ethereum and the Binance chain. Another partner that we made in May was shopping.io. This allows you to use your Luffy token at Walmart, Amazon, and eBay. And another partnership that we've got is Wadarian. I can't actually do the spelling, but what that allows you to do is it allows you to buy Luffy directly with Visa debit credit card. As we move into June now, we've got loads of exciting stuff coming up. So last month we released on-site, on-dex staking. And what this allows our holders to do now, they can now invest into the staking project with their tokens, and it helps support the project. It helps show, I think, that we're a long-term project. We're here to stay around. And this is why, I feel like we've made that transition now from meme coin to anime coin. Anime token, I should say. So, what have we got coming up over the next 12 months? So, as I said, we've released the staking, and our flagship utility really is the NFT marketplace. That's what we're really here to talk about. Just bring it up. There we go. So the NFT marketplace is something that we've built from the ground up. It's been in development since August last year. We could have released it last year, but then we brought on this new graphic designer, and as you would agree, the UI looks amazing. We're going to have like a light mode and a dark mode, and what you're going to notice is that every product that we push out there will have a similar theme. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create a matchless ecosystem. And what that means is we want products that not only work individually, but they work together. So for example, we want, the NFT marketplace to work with our Land of Kai game. We also want the Crypto Academy, something that we're planning to release at the end of the year or next year. And that'll be our first learn-to-earn platform. And that's something that you'll be able to hopefully learn quite a bit and then maybe purchase an NFT. But I think the first thing it's actually going to solve is making sure that anime and manga artists, which we are so passionate about, they really drove our childhoods. We watch such rich stories, and we really want to now help these anime and manga artists integrate into crypto, make sure they have got the right information, and we want to make it such a seamless experience. So if you are quite nervous about minting your own NFTs, we're going to make it so easy for artists who aren't into crypto to get into crypto. Another thing we're going to do is, as it launches, we've got loads of exclusive artists who will be releasing NFTs on our platform, and it's something that, this will be one of our flagship products alongside Land of Kai and as well as Crypto Academy. So this is just a bit of an overview of the staking. As you can see, very similar to the NFT marketplace, and we've also got it both on laptop and mobile. With that, we've got loads of options. We've got our biggest option where you can lock in for 120 days for 24% APR, or you can keep it flexible on a 2% rate. So our community, I think our community is our crowning jewel. These guys are amazing. So we're building a great community. We're hosting international events. Like here, we're hosting events for content creators, and we've got daily updates and interaction with the community. I tend to focus myself on Twitter and Twitter Spaces, so if you see me on Twitter, I'll usually be talking to other projects. I love to collaborate. But yeah, look at Instagram, we've got 90,000 people on there, we've got 14,000 on Telegram, 78,000 on Twitter, 12,000 on Meta/Facebook, 3,000 on Reddit, and 11,000 on Discord. With Discord, we grew that from, I think it was like 1,000 to 11,000, and that was done by our marketing manager, Ben Duxbury. Nice shout out for him. Let's see. So these are the key catalysts of the next 6 to 12 months. Land of Kai, open world pay-to-earn game in cooperation with Kainet Token, building. So then the next one will be the NFT marketplace, building the world's first NFT marketplace for anime, manga, and related digital art. And then obviously Luffy staking. What we're going to do for growth is look for partnerships, help work with the community, and also we're launching a unique collection of 10,000 exclusive Luffy NFTs. This is our roadmap, our phase 1. We did a first stealth launch, and we're now currently in our phase 2 at the moment. One thing that we're looking to really focus on is drive our social engagement. We want to try and get up to as many Twitter followers and as many Telegram people, because we know that the more we grow the community, the more we bring people on board, the more they'll be passionate about us. We're also listed on over 20 exchanges, including Uniswap for Ethereum, PancakeSwap for Binance Chain. We've also got some really good exchanges. We've got Gate.io, Mexi Global, Bitmart, Lbank, and you can see the rest there. I think one thing we want to do is we want to make Luffy accessible to everyone. And I think that's what we're doing at the moment. So this is the Luffy ecosystem. This is what we've got coming. We've got 9 projects in development. And this is really like a 5-year scope in my eyes, because I feel like with Luffy staking, we've just released that. With Land of Kai, that's currently in the beta stage at the moment. That's launched with our partner Kainet Token. Once that goes live, you'll be able to use your Luffy in game, as well as use your Luffy art on NFT marketplace in game as well. The Crypto Academy, I feel like this will be one of our most important utilities. This will be an online academy where students can learn by earning. We feel like one of the biggest challenges that I see, I kind of look after the operations at the moment. We have done a bit of a restructure, so I'm not the chief executive. Peter Tai is the chief executive. I work as the operations manager. And the common theme that I find with our community is the amount of people getting scammed, the lack of education out there. And I kind of think, like in previous roles, I've come from the traditional banking sector, and to open up a bank account, you have to go through so many terms and conditions. To open up a MetaMask, you just have to go on Google and hope you do the right thing. So that's what we want to change. We want to incentivize people. You'll be able to earn Luffy by learning. And what this will allow you to do is this will allow you not only to gain tokens, but you'll also be able to gain knowledge that you can hopefully help yourself, but also help other people to get into crypto with. We essentially want it to be, if you've never invested in crypto, we'd want to send potential investors over to the academy so they are fully aware of the information that they need. Obviously, we've got the NFT marketplace where we're really trying to build it for anime and manga related digital art. So that's really going to be our niche. And then really Luffy staking, NFT marketplace, and Land of Kai are coming in the next 6 to 12 months. And the academy, Dext and Swap will be year 2. And then Anime Mask, I believe, too. Maturo will be the second pay-to-earn game, and we'll start teasing that quite soon. And then eventually, once we've delivered our projects, our next challenge that we want to tackle is the Luffy blockchain. I feel that we're on a really good path to success at the moment. So, just a quick overview. Like, for some reason, it's in reverse order. So we relaunched on April 19th, 2022, listed on 20+ exchanges, and we've got 10 utilities. And yeah, we want to create a safe and exciting space for investors and fans alike, with modernized tooling, advanced DeFi platforms, education, P2E gaming, a metaverse, world-class artwork, as well as to help underpaid anime and manga artists. As we said, you know, like these artists are the people, like, at least for me, I watched a bit of Dragon Ball when I was growing up, but I was mainly into Pokemon, and honestly, I'm 33 years old, but I still love anime, I don't care. So yeah, so that's the Luffy token. Thanks a lot for having me. Oh, thank you. Sorry, it's my first time on stage, so...
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Jan Cheeseman. Quite fascinating. The world's first anime token. That's pretty cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can have the chairs on stage. All right, coming up next, we have a topic called Why We Need an Infinitely Scalable Blockchain. An infinitely scalable blockchain. Why is that necessary? And what is the purpose of TechPay in that equation? TechPay coin is the native token of TechPay chain, the infinitely scalable layer 1 proof of stake blockchain fused with PBFT and DAG consensus. TechPay coin's performance proved to be 43,000 times faster than Bitcoin, 20 times faster than Ethereum, and even 4.5 times faster than Solana, making it the fastest decentralized blockchain capable of 300,000 plus transactions per second and 500 millisecond transaction time to finality. That is fast. Please join me in welcoming. Sorry, I didn't get the other name. Sorry? Sorry, I want to do this correctly. Sumit Sharma. Sumit Sharma and Vishal Garg, co-founders of TechPay Coin.
Hello everyone, it is Vishal Garg. So today we are going to talk about scalability. Why we need an infinitely scalable blockchain. Why and what is the scalability? Why it is very, very important for us in today. So you must have heard about the fastest blockchain from many people, that there are so many people call it a fastest blockchain. But why it is called the fastest blockchain? Where the word comes? So first thing that comes in the mind is scalability. If the blockchain is scalable, it is the fastest blockchain. So what is scalability? Suppose we are increasing the number of people, the number of nodes, the number of transactions happening increasingly. But what if the number of nodes are increasing, but not the number of transactions? Transactions are reducing. So that is not a scalable blockchain, right? So when a network of blockchain is growing, a network is growing too far, means a million of nodes are there, but a transaction, the number of transactions happening per second, that is transaction per second, are decreasing, and the transaction finality is decreasing, then it won't be a scalable blockchain. Most of the public blockchains which we are using to deploying our D apps are not scalable, because you can see you pay the FT amount of transaction fees and you need to wait that your transaction is going to complete. You are just waiting, nothing more than that. That is not a scalable blockchain, right? मेरे पास नहीं है. Can you do the next?
That button, presentation button. Okay, there.
नहीं है यहाँ पे.
how we forward presentation.
No, there is no. No, there is nothing. No.
If you do big things, small challenges coming.
So, what are the factors which are affecting, which are related to the fastest blockchain? That is scalability of a blockchain. What are the factors about that? So, you can see when a number of nodes are increasing in a blockchain, if the network is going down and down, it is getting slow, the transactions, for the transaction you need to wait, then you can see the scalability gets down. So the number of node is the most important factor in the scalability of a blockchain. Another thing you may have heard, you may not have heard, that is the latency of the network. Suppose there are the number of nodes which are geographically separated. The amount of the bandwidth of the node is very low. So your blocks will not be synced in the within the network. Then the latency of the network will get down. Your block will not get final. Your blocks will not be accepted in the blockchain. So your blockchain will scale down. Another important factor is the infrastructure of the node. If you are creating the small nodes, means very slower infrastructure nodes, then definitely your network is not scalable, because your node will be a bottleneck. Another thing is the consensus mechanism. You may have seen the many public blockchains which are using consensus based on mining. In TechPay, we have used a very different thing you may have not heard. That is the combination of two consensus protocols. We have created our own mechanism to make the consensus fulfill. In TechPay, we are using Byzantine fault tolerance and DAG together to make the consensus work very fast. Another thing is complexity of smart contracts. How complex are the smart contracts also make the factor that blockchains are not scalable. The storage of the blockchain node. This is very interesting, which we have solved in TechPay. Most of the blockchains are affected with this factor, as they are only using like EVM compatible. All the EVM compatible blockchains are using just the simple storage, that is the key value pairs. They are not innovating inside that, because the large amount of data which needs to be stored, if takes time, then it will be the bottleneck for the blockchain. So how we have solved is, we are using DAG, directed acyclic graphs, and we have also optimized in the lower level of the blockchain to make the blockchain more scalable. So this have been the very important factor in the TechPay to resolve the problem of blockchain trilemma. Another important thing is, that is transaction pools. If the number of transactions are waiting, then how the blockchain can be scalable? So we have resolved this problem by also modifying the transaction pools. So the transaction finality is the thing which is directly proportional to scalability of the blockchains. In TechPay, we have reduced the transaction finality from minutes, hours to just less than milliseconds. In TechPay, the transaction finality is less than 1 second. It is less than 1 second, really. So in TechPay, the transaction finality is the most important factor which we have used to scale our blockchain. If the new number of nodes are increasing and the transaction finality is also increasing, then your blockchain cannot be scalable, because it will be the bottleneck. It will scale down and down, and after a point where millions of nodes are there, your network will be like another public blockchain, struggling for transactions to happen, and you are paying a large amount of gas fees, transaction fees, just to process your blockchain transaction. So this is very, very important, as we have innovated to bring the fastest transaction finality and the most scalable blockchain. TechPay blockchain 3.0. We have innovated TechPay to create the blockchain 3.0. How? We have used the different kind of data structure other than the blockchain itself. We have used directed acyclic graph. I told you. We have used the DAG. DAG is very important, which helped us to make the highest performing blockchain, which we have already created. We have launched. DAG helped us to make the blockchain 3.0. We have created a blockchain which is the fastest in the world. As the number of nodes are increasing, the transaction speed will also increase with the number of validators, number of nodes. Our network is increasing, our speed is increasing. No matter how many transactions are there, no matter how many people are doing transaction, no matter how complex are the transactions through smart contracts. Yes, TechPay, in TechPay, we have done this, the blockchain 3.0. So what is the purpose of TechPay? So TechPay is built for real-time transactions, in the real-time transaction, in the real world, for real people. Yes, you don't need to wait for the transactions to happen. You don't need to wait for hours, minutes. You just blink your eye and the transaction is done. So the transactions are also cost effective for everyone. You just need to pay $0.000021 per transaction. As simple as that. So it is very much affordable. It is faster. So the transactions are faster. So your DApps, your existing DApps, your future DApps will be faster. Definitely. You don't need to wait. Your apps and TechPay blockchain, both are faster. The TechPay is highly scalable for future loads as well as for the current loads. As soon as in the future, the hefty amount of transactions are coming, the load is coming, TechPay will still remain scalable. TechPay is open source, so it is open for everyone to innovate. Let's come together and do work on TechPay to improve it more. So this is what all about TechPay, the purpose of TechPay. But now I am going to tell you one important thing which TechPay is innovating right now. This is the open source, and with TechPay we have introduced the blockchain 3.0. So what if I ask you a question? Suppose you are talking about a currency, so the currency is backed by a gold. But what about blockchains? Blockchains in few countries are either not legalized or either not accepted by everyone, because everyone's scared of the blockchains, that it can be go down, it can be anything. What if I tell you a blockchain, a cryptocurrency, a coin is backed by your pocket and your own computational power? What will you say? Definitely it matters a lot, because what we are going to launch is, what we are building is the very, very next level. That is something different from the world, something first time in the world. That is, you just rent your computational power. You are getting the fixed amount of the coins on your computational power, and that computational power is going to be used by the other people which who are building their dapps, they are running their applications. Everything means, suppose anyone is running AI algorithm, your computation power will be rented to him, so you are getting the coins from that person. This is the backbone of TechPay, which we are going to launch very soon. So TechPay is going to be a currency of the world next level, where no government, no border, there is nothing, just one coin which is accepted by all, everyone. That is the coin without borders. Now I'll ask my brother.
Great. So, too many knowledge? You like knowledge? So, in layman language, I want to tell you something new. So, this is blockchain, this is cryptocurrency. What next? Cryptocurrency, token, NFT. What next? Because cryptocurrency, here our word, unique word is currency. Am I right or wrong? So here we are talking about currency. Cryptocurrency means currency with technology. Am I right or wrong? So what next is what? Here I am going to give you one announcement. As soon as possible, we are going to launch a payment gateway. Payment gateway with POS. POS means point of sale software for merchant. For example, our merchant, our shopkeeper, we give them POS free. He upload their product. You can make merchant account free, and payment gateway you have. You can do. We will give you all merchants payment gateway free, and shopping portal. Too many things. Exchange. We have bot for if people want to trade. So we are going to give you bot. Normal people can trade by bot, and you can make your own strategy on that bot, and we will give you good strategies. You can use that strategies also. So we have many things. As soon as possible we are going to launch. Last 5 years we are in development. Now this is our first product, TechPay, and after TechPay we will give you too many things integrated with TechPay. So this is we have a very big ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, TechPay. Let's give another big round of applause. Thank you very much. You can hand that over to audio. Thank you. Alrighty. Now we have a very interesting talk, okay? Now you may have seen their booth outside. It is called, this is a company called Catcoin. Okay, so the title of our topic is What is Catcoin? So to join me on stage to share that, will be its core team from Catcoin, which is Acosti Marius and Josh. Now, Catcoin was launched in November 26th last year by Miyaoshi Nakamoto. I'm not kidding, that's legitimately what it says. Miyaoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto's cat, apparently. As a community influence project with big goals, with little funding. Renounced by Miyaoshi shortly after launch, Catcoin is now completely owned and run by its amazing community. In addition to their fantastic audit, they also score 100 over 100 on Token Sniffer. This is due to the renounced contract and no dangerous functions hidden in their source. So a little bit about Acosti, the member from their core team. He is a Romanian marketing graphic designer with 12 years of experience in indoor and outdoor projects. Acosti spoke to me before I got on stage. He requested that I tell everyone here that Romania has the fourth best cuisine in the whole world. Is that right? In the whole world. So if you all are kind of hungry, Let's catch the bus to Romania and have lunch. So his history with crypto started 12 years ago when he mined his first Bitcoin. From that time, he managed to accumulate that, and he's created a huge passion for it. So without further ado, let's find out what this cat coin is all about. Big round of applause for Josh and Acosti.
So hello everyone, hello. I'm so happy to be here with you. And the main question, what is Catcoin? Is like a meme token, is meme coin. You know what's happening last year with Doge's coin, Shiba Inu, and Doge. But right now is the year of the cat, year of the tiger, is a big cat. So we are talking about community, like every single person. We are targeting every single person. On the planet, we have like mostly 8 billion people. So we want to build community. Every single project is focusing on technology, on blockchains, and NFTs, and the metaverse. We are focusing on people. So when server clouds maybe go down, where is the communities? They are not focusing on communities. So Catcoin is here to bring all projects to work on the same way, same road, same path. So that's Catcoin. So word to Josh.
Yeah, so Catcoin was launched in November last year. I happened to be just an investor at the time. We don't know who the actual owner of Catcoin is, so that kind of drew me to the token itself. I actually paper-handed it very early. I brought in like when it launched, and then 2 weeks later I sold. And then all of a sudden I come back to the project and it was just rising up. The community was getting bigger and bigger. So at the time, the original contract, the buy tax was 1.7 and the sell tax was 2%. We found as core team members and investors that there was a lot of chart manipulation. So the whales of the group, they were purchasing the token really low and selling high. This was getting very painful for us because we was trying all we could with zero funding to try and push Catcoin to where we believe it should be. So since then, we've managed to migrate a renounced contract to a V2, and we now have a small tax added into the tokenomics to help us market Catcoin. The team itself, we have between 15 and 20 core team members, and we've all been in this space and met digitally. So we haven't really met anyone in person, but we've been working remotely for the last 6 or 7 months. I've teamed up with a couple of people that I worked with in the past, and now we've all come together from all across the world. We've put all our talents on the table, and then now come up with this amazing brand called Catcoin. So yeah, today, guys, we have actually got a promotion gold coin. It's 9 karat gold. We had 12 of these made, and we had these minted on our second series of NFTs. So our second series of NFTs, which sold out within 45 minutes, there was a picture of a cat, and if you had a gold coin around the cat's neck, you would then get sent a real gold coin, which we got made in the UK. So today we have actually hidden a ball, which is, oh, there. So we've hidden one of these balls underneath one of these seats. So if I can all ask you now just to check underneath the seat, and if you have this ball, you will be winning this gold coin.
Yes. So, oh, we have a winner.
We have a winner. Hey, congratulations.
Congratulations.
So these gold coins, sir, were actually made in the UK. They're 9 karat gold. And on the back, it says Singapore 2022. So there you go. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening. So guys, it's gone. Go ahead.
So let's focusing on people. This is the main purpose. We are all projects together here. Not selling something to you. I don't want to sell something to you. I want to connect people. I want to bring friendship on the table, long-term friendship. So this is Catcoin. I want to bring all people's joy in his soul, in his heart. So let's all together work and all will succeed. So thank you guys. Thank you for having me here and Josh. And I have only one word. To the meow.
To the meow. Hey. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Where the fuck? All right, everyone, let's hear it one more time for Catcoin. Meow. I'm kind of curious. Maybe Catcoin sort of came up because of the whole Dogecoin thing, right? Like if you have a dog, you should have a cat. Makes you wonder what animal's next, right? You're gonna have the whole like safari of coins. All right, anyway. Coming up next, we have Coin Station. Is going to come up here and share with us on the topic of Coin Station building the future of finance. Now, coming up to share this with us is Dr. Sanjit Krishnan. He's the Director of Asia Pacific for CoinStation. CoinStation is building the foundational tools for cryptocurrency users to build wealth, file taxes, and track crypto portfolios with ease and simplicity. Their platform is the product of a community's need to know of their true portfolio performance. Their mission is to make cryptocurrency accessible and understandable for everybody. So they want to empower the world to invest, trade, and manage their digital assets. So a little bit about Dr. Sanjit Krishnan. He is an innovative and performance-driven entrepreneur with a deep passion for technology and business, entrepreneurial, philanthropic, and results-oriented individual. Devoted to promoting wealth management and experience in leading blockchain technology-based projects to deliver cost-effective measures and attractive returns. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving Dr. Sanjit Krishnan a huge round of applause.
Video, please.
As much as asset accumulation is desired, asset management is necessary. You need to carefully monitor your portfolio, and this can be honestly tasking, especially when you have diversified your portfolio. This is what CoinStation was designed to help you with. We built CoinStation for the future of finance. It is an easy-to-use, intuitive app that serves as a portfolio manager and a tax manager for cryptocurrency for investors globally. You can now track your portfolio across multiple exchanges and wallets and generate your tax reports. We offer 24/7 monitoring of your accounts and a view of your market value, investment performance, and portfolio allocation in real time. Coins token is a unique hyperdeflationary token that backed by crypto assets with an objective to provide token holders an exposure to new developing protocols and token projects. Coins is an automatic staking and burns token, which also gives the opportunity for passive income to the users. On every transaction, buy, sell, swap, transfer, there is a 10% fee. This fee will be deducted and distributed in 3 different wallets. 1% token will be burned from each transaction. Coins token holders are additionally auto-staked, instantly receiving 5% of the transaction volume, and they can watch their wallet grow in real time. 4% will be used in marketing and promotions, as well as new developments or partnerships. Coins is an inflated coin enemy. It is a hyperdeflationary symbol whereby every time a transaction takes place, it falls in absolute stock. Deflationary has a cycle that allows you to decrease the supply of a token, such as burning the deal or buyback and burning. It is a deflationary coin with a clever staking system and a strong framework for market. CoinStation is committed to continuously supporting our community and ensuring that you get the best possible return with minimal risk on your investment. Buy the Coins token today.
I will never forget the first time I had a thought about cryptocurrency is just as a currency. Later I realized it's not a currency, they are startups. Fellow guests and colleagues, I would like to, first of all, let me discuss about the problems and challenges in the market. Access to the crypto, tracking of crypto assets, managed access and reports, diversification of crypto. So, access to the crypto. What is the access to the crypto? Now, you might be understanding about the normal people couldn't be able to buy offline. Okay. So there is many online platforms in the market. Suppose I'm a layman. I want to walk in a franchise, or I want to walk in a place, and I had to give fiat currency and I had to get it crypto, and vice versa. So I am giving crypto and I had to get fiat currency. So on-off ramp facility CoinStation is introducing first time. It's already live. And not only that, there's an OTC facility also, over-the-counter facility also. So they launched a crypto exchange with these two facilities. So the market requirement, majority of people require this one, right? More into online, but traditional system also people are using very much because they have to use. All right. Then second one is crypto portfolio tracker. What is crypto portfolio tracker? The second category of people, like we can say pro traders. So what pro traders will do? Pro traders will have to manage many platforms, many DeFi platforms, many DeFi wallets, many CeFi wallets. So they are easily, like, you have to do multiple login and many, like, many security applications. Suppose pro trader will have to have like 15 to 20 wallet they have to use, or exchange wallets, or DeFi wallet they have to use. So the CoinStation is doing, like, they are introducing portfolio tracker in September. They are launching in Dubai. Okay. So this will provide you, like, in a single window, you can easily track your all crypto portfolios. So there is a manual also, and API, like read API option also is available. So it is a freemium model. So freemium model means the some part of this is free, then it will be like subscription model. Okay. All right. Then you know that market growth is for crypto, market opportunity is like, market growth of at a CAGR is 58.4, and the next thing is, like, tax manager. What tax manager will do? Tax manager, that upon the country's law, so every country their own taxes, different taxes. So upon the country's law, people, like, CA, what they need a report. Okay. Easily they have to manage the crypto, and they have to get the report. They have to generate the report. If you generate the report and you can give this to CA, and your job, like CA job also easy, and you also will have, like, from the multiple platform or multiple countries, you will get the taxes very easily. This is a software application launching in Dubai on September. Okay. Then the third one is, like, this is a token, like diversification. You know that now diversification is very important. So Warren Buffett says, don't put all egg in one basket, right? So the same way, our token is a DAO, it's a coins DAO. Okay. Cash DAO is the ticker, and this is like asset-backed token. So asset-backed token means majority it is backing 100% assets only. Like we can say blue chip crypto projects, other altcoins, and new projects like pre-seed round, seed round, private sale, IDO, and everything. So 100% crypto is backing. And other than this, this token having one amazing feature also, it is a hyper-deflationary feature. So hyper-deflationary feature is there. On every transaction, 10% is deflating from the circulating supply. Okay, so what will happen? This 10% is redistributing, like, out of 10%, 5% is redistributing to among the holders, and 1% is burning out. It will not come again. So holder is reducing, the asset collateralization is there, then this token value will increase. Okay, and the fourth percentage is coming to company and for marketing and operation. So this is the feature they are having. So this token having, like, project backed also, asset backed also. If project fail also, there is a asset backed system, asset backed facility is there. So the long term, this coin will increase in a good way. The price will increase in a good way, like project backed and asset backed and deflationary feature. Okay, our mission, we believe the crypto space needs many tools to own, buy, sell, manage, and report. So we know that many people are into crypto, but they need proper tool to own and buy, sell, and manage and report. So what is what we have to do? Everything we have got covered at your station. Okay, the first one is exchange, second one is portfolio tracker, third one is crypto taxes, and token, the native token of CoinStation, KSDAO. So I have been already explained about that. Exchange, you can easily like walk into that franchise, and through that franchise, OTC and the on-off-ramp facilities are available. So easily you can access to the crypto. So you give fiat currency, you will get it back the crypto, and similarly you give crypto and you will get it back fiat. So portfolio tracker, I already told about portfolio tracker. It is launching in Dubai on September, and crypto tax also. These two are software application, and it is yet to launch. And CashDAO is running now, and it is asset backed and with a hyper deflationary token. Okay, what are the exchange facilities we have? Like exchange, they are having buy and sell crypto instantly. So this exchange is like a physical exchange. Online also is there, and more into physical. So buy and sell crypto is instantly. So you can just walk in, do KYC, and you will get the crypto immediately. Okay, cryptocurrency wallets. This is exchange wallets. So this is an exchange having wallets. Cryptocurrency exchange, I already told, this is a simple exchange, and any type of people can buy and sell through this exchange. And other than this, this exchange having many facilities like crypto wallet is a non-custodial platform. Okay, and exchange is like, easily you can access it, and buy and sell is possible. Like, there is no order book actually. It is like you can do. Just walk in at the current market price, you can buy it and you can sell it the same price. Send and receive also is possible. You can connect with the bank and everything according to your country's law. And trade on the go. So it is a easy tool. You can do from everywhere, trade on the go. Okay. And fast verification, KYC verification is there. Without KYC verification, we can't do the transaction. And the crypto portfolio tracker, like, the keep track of your investment with our easy to use platform, and multiple wallet tracking. I already told to keep track all of your DeFi and SeFi wallets. And it is a freemium model. First is free, then it will be subscription like a premium model, and monthly subscription. And crypto tax manager, that tax manager is like, if we are using normal manual Excel spreadsheet and everything, it is like too much time taking and a lot of complication also. So that solves, tax manager application will solve that issue. And CoinsDAO token, this is an asset-backed token, and they are investing in blue chip crypto projects. They are backing like diversified portfolio. They are like asset they are diversifying in blue chip crypto projects, other altcoins and new projects. Hyperdeflationary feature is there, 1% auto burn, and 5% auto reflection is happening, and 4% is going to marketing and operation. And our token is 1 billion supply, and the circulating supply is only 200 million now, and is a Binance Smart Chain based BEP20. Symbol is, ticker is KSDAO. So let's build the strong and generous community together. We are always at your station, Coin Station, building the future of finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sajid Krishnan. All right. Okay, so now we're going to move forward and we're going to proceed with a panel discussion. And the panel discussion topic is on the custody of digital assets. So what are the main key points you have to have in mind when you're dealing with digital assets and keeping them safe? So in order to present this panel, let me share with you the panelists and moderators. So it's going to be moderated by the CEO of Crowdfund Junction, Kishore. And the panelists are going to be Marcus Tilian, Chief Investment Officer of IDEG, Ken Nizam, Founder and CEO of Asia Token Fund Group, John Chen, CEO of MEXC, Kenny Lee from OSL, and Rico Pang from Philcoin. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Hello, mic test 1, 2, 3. All right, great. So we have a very interesting panel today. Good afternoon, all of you. I know we are coming in between your lunch, so we'll make it interesting. So before we begin talking about custody of digital assets, I will request the panel to introduce themselves and the services that they provide. Maybe we could start from Kenny, your side.
Starting from the far end. Thank you for that. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenny Lee. I'm head of Singapore for OSL. We're mainly a brokerage business. We're a publicly listed company on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And we have the only, to date, thus far, license from the Hong Kong SFC. So very highly regulated. We're best known in Singapore for running DBS's digital exchange. So nice partner of ours. And we also have a joint venture with Standard Chartered Bank. So very focused on the institutional side of the business.
Okay, my name is John. I'm the CEO of MEXC.com. We are the crypto exchange, and then one of our main features is that we list a lot of coins in our exchange. We are now expanding quite rapidly in Korea, Vietnam, and that's about our exchange.
Hi, I'm Rico Pang, the founder and COO of Philcoin. Philcoin is the first philanthropic cryptocurrency in the industry. It was launched this year on MEXC and PancakeSwap. And we have been one of the earliest in the stage of promoting donor advice fund. And also we are a partner of the SDG Impact Fund, where we are actually a 501c organization where people can donate to us and get tax deduction. So that's one of the major initiatives of our movement, where we are encouraging more and more NGOs and charitable organizations to partner with us to move them into the cryptocurrency and use cryptocurrency for donation purposes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Ken Nizam and I'm the founder and CEO of Asia Token Fund Group. We are a venture builder and accelerator within the Web3 space. We help support early stage projects to launch and go to market, from end-to-end service, from marketing to secondary market management to technical building and stuff. So we are based in Singapore and we have offices and teams in Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, India, Shanghai, and Los Angeles. Yeah, so thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Marcus Thielen. I am the CIO for IDEC. IDEC is a digital asset manager. So we manage a little bit more than 10 funds for institutions. Everything from quant arbitrage to multi-tokens to single token strategy funds. We also have a sister company that's quite active in crypto venture capital with 300 investments in the crypto space, mostly focusing on Asia as well as the US. And we also have a sister company that's quite large in mining, mostly Bitcoin mining, but also mining as an infrastructure service, mostly based in Texas in the US.
Thank you, and a quick introduction about myself. We run a VC. We invest in blockchain projects. So as you can see, we have a very interesting panel from OTC to projects to asset management. So my first question to the panel will be, what according to you is the role of a crypto custodian and why is it so important, especially in this time? I'll leave it to any one of you to take this question.
Maybe I'll start again, I guess, from the end. I guess the heart of being a custodian, it's a service. Holding your keys, managing your wallets is a very difficult task, even just for the normal person. So when you start scaling up and you realize how much money you're holding in your phone or in your wallets or in your multiple wallets, it becomes very difficult to manage. So as the crypto market grows, there's more adoption, there's more coins, there's more protocols, so it becomes very, very complex to manage. So at the heart of it, it's really a service. Not your keys, not your coins. If you choose to leave your coins elsewhere, they're providing a service to you. And that service comes with a cost. I would say in the market today, that service is not fully loaded, so to speak. They're not charging fully for the services because holding your keys is a very important task. Once you lose it, once you lose your coins, you're like, wow, that's actually a huge loss on my part and a huge risk management error that we made. So a lot of exchanges invest a lot into security. They invest a lot to operational overhead to ensure that this is well functioning. And the regulators are looking at that very heavily because of the fact that this is a very essential tenet to the growth of the crypto economy.
All right, great, thanks. My next question will be to Marcus and Ken. Marcus, you're an asset manager, crypto asset manager, and Ken, you're a VC. So when you decide on custodizing your assets, crypto assets, how do you decide, what is your criteria of selecting a custodian?
Yeah, of course, for us, because we manage institutional money, so that's part of the due diligence process that we're going through with our clients, and that we put, of course, the custodians through. We focus really on quality of the team. We're focusing on the size of the institutions and everything, and that's kind of primarily how we look at things. But I think when you look at 3, 4, 5 years ago, some exchanges were hacked, but I think the exchanges have also really increased a lot their security side, and I think what we're seeing more and more is that the traditional finance custodian, they're trying to get into the space because there's more demand from the institutional side. So we're having more and more discussions around this, and I think by end of the year, I think there will be, for example, some of the large custodians on the crypto side, they might be actually replaced with the traditional finance, custodians. So that's something that we look at.
Okay. I think for me, managing a couple of projects and managing a couple of funds ourselves, I think what we look for in custodian is number one, of course, is the security. what's the security level of the custodian service, be it an exchange or be it a private custodian, whether it has been hacked or not before. And number two, make sure that the people and the people behind it are public, you know who they are, which company backed them. And of course, the next one will be insurance, whether they are insured, how much are they insured, whether is it enough to cover everyone. I think that's basic, but the rest will be somewhere along the lines of convenience. How convenient is it to do transaction? Because some custodian I know takes about 3 days to validate certain addresses, and every new addresses needs to be whitelisted. That takes few days. So as a project or as a business in crypto where we need to have a high volume transaction, we transact, mix payment, receive payment almost every day. So it becomes very inconvenient if we have to wait 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, or even a week for an address or wallet address to be whitelisted as well. So that's convenience. But again, also it depends on regulations as well, because some custodians are already regulated, like some have already received like government license, like in Singapore we call it the MAS license. So those can be a plus point as well. But again, it brings down to the level of convenience. Like for me personally, if we have to wait 2-3 days to whitelist a certain wallet address just to make it a point of security, then there's no difference between the traditional finance as well. And we are in crypto space, we should be doing much better, much more efficient. So yeah, that's my take.
Ken, just to add on to this, since you mentioned about the hassle of getting whitelisted, do you agree with me that more and more projects likes to self-custody rather than custody with a third-party custodian?
Yes, definitely, because of convenience. As a projects, some projects have teams all over the world, decentralized. Transactions have to be done fast, especially making payments, paying your team salaries, paying marketing fees, or even paying exchange listings fees and whatever. So this makes it more convenient to move your tokens around. And of course, certain centralized custodians, you have to go through things like KYC and stuff, so it takes a lot of time. So in fact, I do know in certain countries, some of the project owners, or we call the institution, or some high net worth people, they are not able to go to pass through this KYC because like the government or the security exchange have already blacklisted them because they can't verify where the source of income, right? So yeah, it depends.
Yeah, I think for us, because as a regulated entity where you depend in Singapore on the MAS or in Hong Kong on the SFC, really, I think you have to put forward the custodian that you want to use, but they need to actually approve it, right? So that's why it really depends if you're a VC or whatever, a retail investor or something. But I think from the institutional side, it's more and more dictated by the regulator what you can actually do and who you shouldn't use.
Sure. Next question will be to Rico and John. I know, John, you have your own exchange, so would like to really understand, as a centralized exchange, what are the challenges that you face? And Rico, you shared with me earlier that you have a non-custodial wallet. So how does that really kind of compare to centralized, which John has? So, and of course, the challenges that both of you are facing.
Well, I think the main challenges is imbalance between the usability and then the safety. So the custodians in the exchange is just like the wall that was safeguarding about our clients' digital assets. So they have to come to agreement that they have to hand over their key to us so that we put their key on all the digital assets in a safe place. So this one, we create usability or user-friendly environment for the user to trade and then to store their crypto assets. At the same time, the crypto exchange is also facing the most a lot of attack. So we keep educating, we keep actually like setting up the alert system to ensure our client, their assets was being protected properly. That's why we have to adapt the latest technology. Some of it is apparent to the user. Sometimes it's not hidden from the user, that we set up a safety measurement to show so that we can ensure the assets safety. So sometimes the user, they will feel that, hey, how come we have the KYC is so strict, and sometimes you have you will trigger some risk management assess that you are not allowed to withdraw the crypto. But this is actually to ensure that all the crypto the assets in the exchange was being well protected. Actually, the attack of the exchange seems in the past few years, there is already have more than 40 or 30 or 40 over attack for the major exchange. So these are the reality the exchange have to face every day. I think another challenges is that in terms of the custodian services, we very difficult for us to implement a bank level of kind of measurement to ensure, but we try to simulate similar to the bank. So in terms of the settlement, in terms of the custodian, all the ones, so that we can ensure that the customer on their side, they feel that crypto asset was being protected. So that is what I want to share is about the challenge. The major challenges between how the user can able to use to trade, as well as how to protect against how we are able to protect the asset in a very, very secure way.
So to answer your question, Kishore, we have 1.7 billion people in our world that doesn't have a bank account because 1.2 billion of them do not have a proper identity card to begin with. So that is one of the problems that we are facing on Earth. When it comes to charity, when it comes to philanthropy, the receiver of the donation in many third world countries or sanctioned countries do not have the capability of passing KYC to even trade crypto. And that is also another problem that we were trying to solve. And in Philcoin, we launched our own Phil app, which comes with a non-custodial wallet, so that anyone can create a wallet to receive Philcoin, to receive donation. And we were quite surprised over the pandemic, our biggest partners or communities that are using us and working with us are actually members from different faith groups, especially the Christians, churches, and their church members. Over the period of time, pandemic, many of them are not able to meet and conduct activities physically. And that was one of the challenges that most of the faith group were facing, not just the Christians. So as a philanthropic initiative, we were aiming to help them to solve this problem. That's number one. Number two, we also have launched a philanthropic chat, Phil Chat, which is an encrypted peer-to-peer chatting software that was also helping them to solve this problem. In some countries, some of the politicians are also leaders in different faith groups. Their chats are always monitored. And if you let some government bodies monitor their transaction, they may get into some sort of problem. So they wanted a safe place to actually have their communication being done, and that is why we launched Philcoin and PhilChat. Philcoin will be used as a utility to pay for some of the subscription functions for PhilChat. We can conduct up to 1,000 people, similar to a Zoom call, which is totally encrypted. We can also support up to 3 million super admin group for some of the communities to communicate among themselves, fully encrypted. And those are the services that we will be utilized the Philcoin. And of course, we launched the first donate to earn scheme in the whole world, where the more you donate, the more you earn. For every donor who donates using Philcoin, you will have a kickback of 1% of the Philcoin back to your wallet. So this is some of the things that, in terms of custody, I would say it's a matter of trust, of how you manage your money. Many of us are still using cash in certain countries. When I travel, I still need to go to ATM and get cash. And to us, when we travel with a cold wallet or a hot wallet or any wallet or even the exchange wallet, I think that is a choice where we can make, where we want to store it in a custodian, or how much money you want to store for your company using different service providers. I think the trust matter is very important, and this is why we need to have a firm regulations in the custody environment. Thank you.
And that's very interesting. I've heard of play to earn. Yesterday I was chatting with Ken. He has sleep to earn. And today I'm hearing donate to earn. I'm not sure what's going to come next. Okay, so my next question will be to Kenny. Kenny, my question is custody primarily an institutional play? Do retail investors need to care about it? I'll read it. Is custody primarily an institutional play? That means it's only for institutions, or do retail investors also need to care about it? Do they need to also custodize, or they can just do self-custody?
Sure, I would say that definitely yes. It's something that again I think it's underpriced from a retail perspective. Most retailers don't care because there's so many different providers, there's so many different wallets, there's so many different protocols. So it's very difficult one person to manage it all. For in an institution, it is a central tenet for them. This is a core sort of service. Is it something that as an institution that they want to do themselves, or do you want to outsource this? One of the things about custody is that not all custody players are built the same. Everyone uses the word custody. We offer custody. What does that actually mean? When you look at the exchanges that have went down or the different businesses that have gone bankrupt over the last couple of years, one of the things that you'll find, and probably this happened in the more recent news, you might have read about this in Celsius and some of the lending platforms, is that these funds, although they're hit on the platform, they're actually commingled in a house account. So these type of T's and C's are something that you need to look at. Are these actually your funds, or does it belong to the platform or belong to the owner, which is actually the exchange? So that's a central thing that retailers need to look at. Second thing is that one of the structures that we have at OSL as a regulated company in Hong Kong is that we have client segregated accounts. So this is something that's very well known in the financial banking industry, to have client segregated accounts. That means if you go bankrupt, the funds that belong back to the customers cannot be touched by creditors. Very central tenet for that. So I think for us to grow, for custody of digital assets to grow, people need to understand the difference between the different custody providers and the structures that you're going into. Why? Because we charge for it. You know, this is a structure that costs a lot of money to run. So when people say, oh, well, when I custodize with you, it's expensive. Yes, it costs money for a reason. When someone says it's free for a reason.
Great, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about insurance. Marcus, I'm sure as an asset manager, if you are going to be custodizing your assets, you would like to see some insurance at the custody side, as well as if in the event of something happens, how much of that portion of that insurance benefit comes to you. So do you look at, like, if the custodian is at least insured up to, let's say, X amount, let's say $1 billion, and if something happens, you're insured to up to at least, let's say, 10 million or 100 million. Do you look at these numbers? Also, maybe I could ask John, is there some kind of a insurance mechanism where, like Binance have this SAFU, where they kind of make sure that the users' funds are insured? Do you have something similar at your exchange? So maybe I'll take Marcus for this first, and then John.
Yeah, I think insurance for us is extremely important, and let's say it might cost like 40 bips, and 40 bips is really not that much when you look at the volatility of crypto these days. But I think a point that was mentioned earlier, I think a key is also if the money is, or the tokens are really segregated, or if they're commingled. I mean, that's also for us like a very crucial evaluation criteria, because I think you have this, for example, also in the traditional finance, where some smaller hedge funds, they kind of commingle with a prime broker. And we saw this with Lehman Brothers when they went under. It took like years, or there was no chance to really return the money if you have it in a non-segregated commingled account. And I think here it's very important, I think, that you can clearly define and point to your ownership of these assets, that there's no doubt about it. And yes, segregated account, insurance, it's very important, because if the money or the tokens are lost, at least we won't, it's really not worth it when you look at the volatility and versus what you might pay for the insurance for it.
Yeah. John?
The answer to, we don't offer insurance services directly on our exchange, but we do have third-party partners who actually are offering the services. We also refer the client to them. So in the exchange cases like the USDT, we do have a client that were able to recover some of their losses if they actually insure on a stable coin. So I personally think that this insurance tech or these services is actually quite is raising, and then we are actually welcome more of these services that was available, and then we want to connect, and then we want to work with them, so that as a kind of service offer to our client as well. But as an exchange, we can't do the player as well, the referee at the same time. So we are not offering the insurance services directly. That's what
Actually,
I think is
Kishore, yeah.
important.
Sure. Yeah, so sorry if I could just jump in here. At OSL, we do offer insurance. Providing insurance, third-party insurance, meaning that it's not something that we cover out of our balance sheet. It's actually a third party that came in, and we were the first company in Asia to get commercial crime insurance on our vaults. Another important distinction, it's not a liability insurance. A lot of exchanges and a lot of firms offer the fact that we have insurance. What kind of insurance? Liability insurance. Okay, liability insurance covers this if you damage something. But if the funds are stolen in specifically that manner, whether it's collusion, whether it's cybercrime theft, it is covered by a third party. But think about what it takes to get insurance like this. What type of infrastructure, what type of questions are asked? We went through a blockchain audit by PwC. We went through a rigorous test of all disaster recovery plans. We went through disaster recovery scenarios where things like Mission Impossible things were coming up to the ceiling. If this happens, are you protected? So going through that rigor to offer this third-party insurance costs money. And when we say to our customers, insurance costs money, some of them understand. They're happy to pay for it. They realize what it takes to get there. Some people dismiss it and say, well, someone's offering better fees. Or, better yet, it's free because why? It's rehypothecated. They take your assets and they put it somewhere else. They stake it on another protocol to give you an earn, or they take that back to money. So a lot of firms are doing this in the last couple of years, I would say, and some of those funds are now lost. Right? So risk management, again, is very important when it comes to insurance.
Absolutely correct. Let's talk a little bit about regulation, guys. And I'll open this to everyone. What do you think are the regulatory developments in the crypto custody space, especially with regards to the regulators wanting to make sure that there's a proper framework with custodians to address especially safeguards to protect the retail investors? So I'll open this to everyone on this panel. Maybe we'll start with Marcus first.
Okay, I think you already have seen, for example, Hong Kong and Singapore, that the regulator is really trying to protect the retail investor. We as a firm are a bit more conservative. We're not trying to shoot at the lights. We're really trying to generate, conservative, meaning 10 to 20 to 30% returns per year, and not going for the 100%. And that's why we have the full package in terms of insurance, and we're paying probably a little bit more for a lot of things. And that's, of course, part of the fee structure. But I think in general, I think people are okay to paying higher fees because of, the potential volatility of the upside. And I think, we have already been seeing, of course, now we have to wait with, what the regulation is around stable coins. But I think the regulator is extremely active, when you just look what just happens, everything around, Luna, Terra, and all these other things. And with one Singaporean / Dubai fund, what has happened there. So I think a lot of stuff is happening. I think the regulator is very active. We're receiving some questions. They have done some due diligence, of course. Who are you using? Why are you using them? I think the regulator wants to learn, and I think big exchanges, I think Binance, I think also FTX, I think they're trying really to work with the regulator, because for them, that's really a way to bring in the next round of big investors, meaning established pension funds and everything. So that's why I think the regulatory playing field needs to be set appropriately. And I think people, or regulators in Asia are looking a little bit for guidance from the US, and I think something is going to come out there probably the next 2 to 3 months. And I think early July, there's maybe some announcement in the US already on stablecoin.
And you're into investing in a lot of projects, so do you want more regulation or less of regulation?
I think nobody lacks the regulators, especially if in the crypto space. Definitely, that's the honest truth. But again, I think the landscape of crypto have evolved. came out in crypto since 2016 until now. It's a different landscape. Like right now, I understand, I totally agree with especially our Singapore government, why they want to regulate the crypto space and why they mentioned that cryptocurrency is not suitable for retail investors, especially in Singapore. I think it's true because back then in 2017, the amount of people, especially retail investors in crypto is not as huge as now. Back in 2017, you go out on the streets, you talk to people about crypto, most of them, what is crypto? Is it Bitcoin and stuff? But now more and more people knows about crypto. You go out to the street, 1 in 5 will definitely know what crypto is and start investing. So, crypto is definitely very volatile itself. That's one factor. But another factor is there's a lot of scams. And even when you talk about custodian, when you talk about like centralized exchange, we've seen some who are like disappears. And especially recently there's several centralized exchange that freeze withdrawals and just because of the DeFi crash and stuff. So how are retail investors going to be protected? So I guess regulations, when the government taking care of retail investors is in the right direction. But I think with more new technologies that can be implemented to fix all these, to filter out all the scams, maintaining more security, I guess over time the regulators will be more flexible. Yeah.
Rico?
I think in a bear market situation, the best insurance is to learn how to hodl, buy and hodl, and wait and be patient. Do not always look at the graph and be emotional trader. That's best insurance, I would say. From my project point of view, we are also an investor, incubator, and accelerator in the space. Fieldcoin has been a wonderful journey where we met many leaders who are about giving, about helping people, and about making the world a better place. I think that has been a very rewarding journey for myself and the founders. One of my Singaporean founders is Dunstan Teo, one of the OG. And we have learned a lot in the bear market time. What should the project be doing? When we got listed into MEXC was also an interesting learning curve in the middle of Ukrainian and Russian war. And we were supposed to list in June, July time, but looking at the war was happening, we just decided to just go listing, and which is why we brought forward everything and went on listing. And it was a journey where we met even more people along the last couple of months to tell them that, look, you can also do charity and philanthropy using non-custodial wallet like Fieldcoin, Field app that actually can safeguard your assets as well. And if you miss the Bitcoin ride when Bitcoin was 10 cents, 20 cents, Fieldcoin is the next coin you should look into because with adoption coming up in the philanthropy space, it's a trillion industry. Many people do not know that. And most of the NGOs, charities are charging enormous transaction fees or operation fees, up to 60% of what you donated actually went to operations. Using blockchain and creating transparency in where the funds are being used, we are promoting to get charitable organizations to use Fieldcoin to pay their service vendors. So everything is already recorded on the ledger system of the blockchain. You don't need to hire or do creative accounting to evade tax, so on and so forth. We are now working with many donors who are ultra high net worth individuals who wants to actually build schools, donate more of the assets, and we work with project management team to make sure everything is done in a transparent manner. So those are the initiatives that we are working on our end, and we do need a lot of custodian for these sort of services as well when there are big funds coming in. So I do reckon that the environment for cryptocurrency is evolving, especially in Singapore. I think it's moving in the right direction where it's getting tighter in certain operations where to protect the retail investors. At the same time, for project owners, they need to be educated in how to set up the legal structure entity in terms of how the funds are being used and create more transparency in the fund of usage.
I'll move on to the next question because of the lack of time. I'll circle back, John, if I have more time. So my next question will be, we've seen a lot of new custodians recently, and fortunately with the crypto meltdown, mushrooming of DEXs, and more and more crypto traders are moving to derivatives. Do you think that there'll be no need for a custodian, especially when more and more people are moving towards owning their own cryptocurrency? Anyone can answer this question. Maybe either John or Kenny.
Maybe I'll start. I guess from a derivative standpoint, having a healthy derivatives market is good for crypto in general. Like, you are able to hedge your portfolio, you're able to take a long-term view of the directional bet on the markets with less capital. Whether it helps custody or not, I think there are ample use cases for this to happen. For example, most of the derivatives currently are in unregulated markets. If you want exposure to futures, you're not going to see a lot of depth and liquidity in a regulated crypto market. You're seeing that a lot more liquidity. Guys like Bybit who are here today, Deribit, these guys have a lot more liquidity. So in order to get access to that, you might have to use a custodian. You might want to place your collateral at a custodian and use their credit line to trade on those type of markets. But to get direct access, or if you find out that you're a fund manager, you ask them, hey, how are you trading? How are you hedging this portfolio? Oh, I trade on unregulated exchange. Oh, that's not very good risk management. That's not what I want to hear, right? But that's actually what is happening for most funds, because there's no other option. Not because they don't want to trade, it's just that they don't have access, or they don't want to pay for the fees.
Okay, maybe this question I'll address it to John. John, if someone wants to get a job in the crypto exchange space / custody space, what would you advise them if they want to get a job with MXC?
Oh, I think this is a very interesting question. I think we always welcome the good talents, because this is very fierce competition, competitive industry. So we welcome everyone. And then, so that is a very open-minded mindset. But in terms of the custodians, I think it's more more on the compliant, because we want to do the 95% of the people's business instead of the early adopters. So being like it or not, we have to comply. And then we have to adopt all the regulation requirement. That's why I think we are actually welcome anyone, but we prefer that have experience in the banking, in the compliant area, so that it can bring a new way of doing the services in the crypto exchange.
All right, so we're out of time, but I'll happy to take one question from the audience, if anyone has, for the panel. Would anyone like to ask any question to the panel? None? All right, so in that case, thank you very much, everyone. You all can head for lunch now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more time, one more applause for our panel discussion. We can take the chairs off now. Thank you. Just give them a minute to get the chairs off. Oh, they're going to take a photo first. All right. You want to wait till they get the chairs off stage? Or just continue? All right. So coming up next, I like what they were talking about investing during the bear market. I like what they were saying about investing during the bear market and how can you keep your digital assets safe. This next talk, I think, touches upon that and perhaps even elaborates on that in terms of keeping your money safe. The topic is investing during bear markets, how to not lose your money in crypto, especially with the current climate and conditions that the market is in right now, how things are in flux, a recession may be coming. This is very much needed talk, especially if you're thinking of investing and buying during the dip. So this is going to be delivered by Max Impolsky, founder and CEO of One Button Capital. One Button Capital is a global investment management firm specializing in data-driven cryptocurrency portfolio optimization using AI technology. One Button builds user-friendly investment products and digital interfaces for retail and institutional investors alike. It originated in the Netherlands in 2020 with the mission to conquer the emerging markets such as management of non-traditional assets like cryptocurrencies by using novel technology. The team at OB Capital comprises of technology experts, product designers, and specialists in the financial markets. So a little bit about Max. He's a seasoned blockchain product builder, cryptocurrency early adopter, and expert in token economies. With a Bachelor of Science in International Economics, Bachelor of Science in IT and Innovation, during his IT career, Max has created more than 40 digital products and launched 3 businesses. Safe to say, Max knows what he's talking about because he always takes it to the max. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Impolsky!
Hi everyone. So, who there owns crypto? Raise your hand. Well, I think it's a bit silly question because everyone in this room, I'm pretty confident, owns some sort of digital currency. And today I wanted to talk about the topic, about the question that interests pretty much everyone, cryptocurrency owner. No, not this one. How to not lose money during bear markets, how to invest and what to do with your cryptocurrency when everything is dropping. How do not lose your mind and not lose all your portfolio when everything is bleeding. These are all normal questions that pretty much every investor has in their minds. And today we're gonna talk about a little bit of things that don't work and some things that work when investing in the markets like this. So a little bit about the things that don't really work. First, you might think, you must ask yourself, okay, if we are in the bear market, why don't I just convert all my crypto to stablecoin and to stake them somewhere for a passive interest? You might think that's a good idea, but suddenly stable coins become not that stable anymore. If someone hold their assets in UST by Luna, they would have incurred 99% or more losses if they didn't manage to exit the project in time. So this option is not very sustainable. You might also think that, hey, if the crypto is dropping, why don't I just go to stocks and bond markets, right? But here is a surprise. This is how the stock market looks like over the last couple of months. And since the start of the bear market in crypto, we had a lot of loss in NASDAQ, S&P 500 indexes. My favorite, Netflix, lost more than 70% value. So even Bitcoin is much safer assets in this time than these kind of stocks. And the correlation index between the stocks and cryptocurrency markets right now is at all-time highs. So yeah, there is not much safe haven there. You might think bonds, there was one of the safest assets in the history, and they provide consistent yield. But let me surprise you, this is actually where we at right now in terms of US Treasury yield for the bonds. This is historical all-time lows. So if you hold your assets in bonds, you don't even beat the inflation rate at this point. You might consider other currencies, not US dollar, but they are oftentimes very risky or illiquid. So all of these assets have proven to be not very sustainable. Finally, you might ask yourself a question. why don't you just invest my money into the fund? These guys might know better how to manage my currency, my assets, and this might be a good idea, right? But let me also surprise you. The latest research done by the crypto annual hedge fund report says that different strategies yielded different levels of performance. Neither was able to outperform the Bitcoin itself. So most of the hedge funds, almost everyone, do not outperform the underlying asset. They don't beat the buy and hold strategy, right? So most of these strategies are not yielding really sustainable returns, but some of them might seem like a reasonable thing. So let's talk a little bit about some other things like converting to fiat or shorting the market. You might think it's a good idea, but the problem with these strategies, having your money in cash or going short, is that they are very restricted to timing. You need to know exactly when to enter, when to exit the market, and nobody from us doesn't have this information. So it's kind of difficult to time the market. Many times the investors find themselves sitting on the piles of cash in their bank account when the crypto is soaring 10, 20% per day, and they're just biting their nails and like, I just want to get in, just want to get in. But it's all matter of timing, right? So let's talk a little bit. Is there a solution to investing in the markets like this? And we at my team at One Button Capital conducted some research about some simple things that every investor can use to help them to mitigate the losses and optimize the portfolio. Not financial advice, do your own research. So first thing, dollar cost averaging or DCA. So this strategy is similar to buying and holding an asset, with the difference that you purchase the asset throughout the different period of time, right? So let's say I give you $100,000 and I say that the next all-time high in Bitcoin will be in 12 months. But until that point, we will all be in the recession. So what would you do, right? You would say, it makes sense for me to invest at the lowest possible price. But the problem is you don't know when this lowest possible price is going to be. So to kind of try to time the market, you might want to invest throughout this 12-month period in certain time periods to even out your entry price, right? So you'd say, I'm going to invest this 100,000 throughout the first 10 months, and before the next bull market, I'm going to be much better off. And you would be right. So if you would buy Bitcoin on January 2022, you would now have around minus 58% in loss in value. But if you follow the DCA strategy, like I just explained, you would have almost similar amount of Bitcoin at this day, and you will still have plenty of cash to invest more. And you could buy even more Bitcoin and hold more Bitcoin that you won't do at the beginning of the year, right? So this is one of the things you can implement during these markets. Another thing I want to cover is stop loss. Stop loss is a very simple tool that is very frequently underused by the investors. Stop use is pretty much like an algorithmic program that allows you to sell your position at a certain command or by certain rule. So you can say, I want to sell my asset if the price goes below 30,000, or if my value of my portfolio goes below 10%, I sell. So you might think that it would be a great solution, but many people really underuse that. People invest at Ethereum at $3,000, $4,000, and now the price of Ethereum is around 1,000, so they are sitting at around 70% loss. But say if you would simply have placed a stop order at around 10% when the value goes down by 10%, you will still have plenty of cash to invest, say, into DCA strategy. Trading automation is another tool that you have in your arsenal as an investor. Trading bots or different trading strategies. Let's say you have a simple strategy like crossing the moving average. So you can say a simple rule: my trading bot will buy crypto when moving average of 50 days crosses above the moving average of 200 days, and sells the cryptocurrency when it goes below the moving average. So if you just follow the simple strategy like that for trading, you would be much better off than holding long Bitcoin. You would just be in 11% loss for 2022 compared to 58% loss. There are many other strategies you can implement for managing portfolio. Like portfolio rebalancing, you can rebalance your portfolio to include high market capitalization coins because they tend to outperform better than lower cap coins. You can also, you can try shorting the market actually, but only if you can know and time it well, it can work. Or you can arbitrage, it's like more market neutral strategy. You can if you know how to arbitrage, you can pretty much earn income in any type of market. So we could talk about the strategies more in detail, but due to lack of time, we have to settle on something. And what if we had all these techniques, all these strategies like DCA, stop loss or take profits. We had the trading tools, trading automation tools, rebalancing of the portfolio, shorting, and arbitrage, all in the same place. So that's what we do at One Button Capital. We combine effective trading and investment strategies under one roof and help crypto investors to grow their portfolios much more effectively. And our core values are standing for simple user experience and consistent alpha. We deliver simple user experience by creating digital apps that are really simple to use. One Button Capital is called One Button just because you need literally click one button to use the products. Just connect your exchange and activate the strategy and all it works. And about the alpha, this is our May 2022 results of the strategy. We are down by 0.4% compared to Bitcoin minus 15 and Ethereum minus 27%. And actually, our strategies managed to save a lot of investors from Luna crash. And we had a couple of strategies running on Luna. And I actually have a story of my friend who was on a retreat, on a Vipassana retreat, and he didn't have connection for 5 days. And when this thing crashed, he had his portfolio in Luna. But thankfully, his assets were managed by the trading tools of One Button, and he managed to save quite a bit of cash after this retreat. And this is the average, this is how the returns look like on average for One Button trading. Versus Bitcoin, we deliver consistent outperformance around 295% per month. And if you'd like to check more insights, we deliver them in the monthly report. Every month we write a comprehensive 40-page report about the state of the market and the performance. We also hand it out at our booth in the exposition area, so feel free to drop by and check it out. And the good thing is that our product is now completely free to sign up for all the exhibitors of the event. We have only invite only type of sign up, but everyone who just visits our booth can leave their contact details, and we can sign you up for the invitation. And we're gonna also give away the promo codes for 2 months of subscriptions that is worth around $500. So feel free to join us at the booth number 55. It's in the main area of the exposition, close to the soft corner with all these sofas and business area. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Max Impolsky. Thank you very much. Giving us a lot of food for thought in investing during the bear market and what we can expect and how we can do so conservatively. All right, coming up next, we have a speaker who's going to talk to us about being the initializer of crypto sensation in Mongolia. So as you know, with Crypto Expo Asia, we're all about the Asian experience. So this is going to be interesting to listen to how the crypto sensation has been taking over Mongolia. Now we're going to hear from Dave Lee, who's the founder and CEO of X Meta. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Lee.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dave. I'm one of the co-founders of holdings company Epic Global and the CEO of our exchange XMeta. And we are here today from Mongolia. Now, as many of you guys see today, also around the world, there are plenty of expos related to blockchain, crypto, where there are a lot of new token projects, the new exchange, new blockchain that are changing the world, that are promising ABC. But the biggest challenge remains the trust, also the communications and the way you connect with community for mass adoption. And we're extremely honored to be here to debut what group of young individuals out of Mongolia have done the challenge and provided a little bit of comfort and provided adoption within Mongolia, and we're ready to showcase that to the global market today. Okay, so today we're going to talk about a little bit about us, our mission, our group of companies, and what we are doing what we've done successfully that allow mass adoption in Mongolia, and how we're going to replicate that through other areas in the world, such as Singapore, Southeast Asia, other areas that are big moving in crypto space today. Quickly, briefly, I'll mention about XMeta. We're powered by Binance Cloud, which means that we offer the world's largest liquidity pool that Binance offers. We offer the world's biggest security in terms of your wallets, and we offer the lowest trading fee of 0.1%. Our mission is to strive to be the most reliable digital asset exchange, offering the most simple user experience where we'll be able to connect users and the crypto space wherever you are, anywhere, with just simple buttons and trade safely and securely without having to worry about between fiat and crypto. Some of our team members, we have Kantik, myself, Mogi, Steven, Mungchin are the co-founders of our holdings company, and each of us are leading individual divisions within our company. First is our cryptocurrency project, ITC. We are the first cryptocurrency company out of Mongolia back in August 21 to do a first IEO, where we raised over $10 million in course of 30 seconds. We literally crashed the internet. As a first cryptocurrency to participate since us, there's been over 60 additional IO projects that have come after us, and there are currently over 20 exchanges that have been launched ever since our exposure to the market. And with our track records, as you've seen on the video, we've accomplished some of the greatest things that many projects in overseas, wherever you are, were not able to accomplish yet. We're listed on a tier one exchange, KuCoin, trading organically over $2 to $3 million dollars worth of trading volume on a daily basis. We're on a top 10, 20, 30 exchanges, globally or combined, trading about roughly $3 to $5 million today. We have sponsor international celebrities like Deontay Wilder's on the heavyweight championship fight back in 21. We are also been picked as the top 5 tokens on ApeSwap since our listing, and our story has been previewed and published on major online medias like Yahoo Finance, Bloomberg, Benzinga, Bitcoin.coms, and had a view reached out to over 168 million views today. Our IT wallet, in addition to all the accomplishments, we're the only ones to offer true on-chain wallet where users with a simple of a click are able to stake, lend, and buy our coin IHC straight from the app. On our staking, we offer multiple different cycles, offering anywhere between 9 to 15% interest. And currently, there's over $2.5 million worth of IHC that are staked on our DeFi platform, and over 20,000 people are utilizing our system. In addition to that, we are also connected with the payment system in Mongolia, where over 270,000 vendors accept IHC as a form of a payment. XMeta, our exchange. We have launched our exchange in roughly end of January 22. It's been about 4 to 5 months since operation. We reached over $500 million worth of trading volume. And within our unique fiat to crypto integration, we have transacted over $40 million up to date. So let's talk about a little bit about how unique our fiat to crypto integration works. Not like the other on-ramp and off-ramp that are offered in other exchanges, our on-ramp is simply where you will go online to your mobile bank and you will literally just make a deposit as if you would send your wife, your kids, your family, your friends any money. Automatically, if you were to send $100, you would receive $100 equivalent in Binance Tether, which is BUSD, in your XMeta BUSD wallet automatically, which would allow you to trade all the over 140 pairs that are available on Binance Pool, which is available on XMeta at the lowest trading fee of 0.1%. In addition to having those opportunities to trade, you also have no risk in terms of safety and the security because we are protected by the same asset program that Binance offers to all of their users, giving you the safety, the comfort to be able to trade safely. You know, as we mentioned, you see a lot of the new exchanges popping up, a lot of the projects popping up. What we try to do is work and partner with industry leaders to provide a comfort level to our users, in result, providing that easy and fast adaptations to the new users, incomers, traders, holders, and investors. XMeta, although we may be only new and we've been around for 4 to 5 months, we partner with the #1 exchange, Binance. We partner with #1 KYC provider, Jumio, and we partner with #1 blockchain protocol audit company, Chainalysis, to give you that comfort, give you that trust, and the transparency that our users need to be able to choose XMeta as your next exchange and to be able to utilize fiat to crypto integration, where you no longer have to worry about converting your Tether to your dollar or dollar back into your Tether. Now, in addition to our exchange, in recent months, in weeks, we have launched XMeta Foundation out of Mongolia. Right now, it's very important where we need to continuously impact positive impacts to the society, where you still see a lot of the issues in the 3 major issues of social, economical, and environmental areas. One of the key elements that we are mandating and advocating as a young individuals out of Mongolia is that as we penetrate the global market, we always want to ensure that everything that we do, everything that we stand for, that not only is it providing the solutions, not is it only providing the technology and others to make the experience easier, but we want to give back to the community, making sure that our movement, our sensation is also contributing in the social, economical, and environmental issues. And we have launched successfully our foundation as of 2 weeks ago. And we're hoping that the sensation can be created where outside of Mongolia, through our over 500,000 community supports that we have globally, that all individually the users will follow and continuously continue on our legacy that we believe in. Now, another division in our company is called the IT esports. So outside of the crypto sector, we have an amazing IT esports team out of Mongolia where we have CSGO, PUBG, as well as the Youth Academy teaching the young generation in the esports game. In compared to our IT CSGO, we're the first in the history of CSGO history in the 20 years to make it to the majors where we have IC stickers available for CSGO lovers, where we're currently ranked top 27 on the global ranking. And in terms of our IC PUBG main, the guys team, we're top ranking 3 on Southeast Asia with all these accomplishments. And for the female team in the PUBG Mobile, we are Southeast Asia's ranking #1 as of today. In addition, we also have our basketball team where we've launched in 2021. However, within that short period of time, we're the most loved and followed team in Mongolian League. And our NFTs was sold out in less than a second. To give you a little bit of background of the Mongolian market, you can see on the right that the Mongolian crypto market is actually greater than the Mongolian stock exchange. On the left, in terms of the fundraising, the reason that we've did our IEO with little over $10 million, which was capped, there was over $200 million that were injected into the local exchanges when we did the IEO. And it just shows that what the adoption, the sensation of the movement in the crypto space and the investors and the users are involved in Mongolia, where you could see that in a traditional Mongol stock exchange, you were not able to raise no more than $1 to $2 million to show that in a fundraising through our crypto exchanges, it surpassed well over triple of the value that you see on a normal traditional financing. Now, Mongolia is very similar to Singapore. The entire population of Mongolia is little over 3 million. Now, I know that in Singapore, the local community, local population is around 3 million. So I think the locals here are able to relate on the population sector. Now, out of the 3 million that are Mongolians, more than half of them exist in Ulaanbaatar, the capital. So it's extremely dense and extremely populated heavy in the capital of Mongolia. Now, out of those 1.6, 1.7 million, roughly over 500,000 Mongolians are adapted crypto users, crypto investors, crypto traders. So that gives you guys a very, very solid background of the people that are behind the crypto movement, people that are behind and believers of the blockchain. And therefore, it became a perfect ground for us to showcase and debut our success and create the mass adoption of crypto in the blockchain space. Here's our information to contact us. You can visit us at www.x/xmeta.com. We're also available on the booth right behind this wall, booth number 49. So please say hello to us. You could also check us out on our Facebook called XMeta, Instagram, XMeta Official. And without further ado, I wanted to give you guys a perspective of how much of a sensation that Mongolia have and adoption and the community trust and the transparency that group of our companies bring to the table and how we're going to replicate this in other countries starting today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Lee. Thank you. So one interesting thing about having emerging markets like Mongolia is that you're able to expand, right? And for those of you who are thinking of looking for a new place to sort of spread your coin, spread your blockchain, I think Mongolia is a great place to start, seeing as how things are starting to pick up there. You can go there and start making quite a bit of traction, right? That's quite interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Dave Lee. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next session, and our next session is brought to us by Onfido. And we're going to learn about how Amber Group partnered with Onfido to build a world-class onboarding experience, which is always important, especially if you're bringing in new people into a platform. Onboarding is key. So we're going to find out how Onfido has fixed that, has managed that, and we're going to hear from two lovely ladies. We have Urvashi Gupta and Gina Poe, General Manager and APAC or AML Head of Amber Group. Let's welcome Urvashi and Gina.
Hi everyone, my name is Urvashi Gupta. I'm the General Manager for Onfido at APAC. And so Onfido, for those of you who don't know, we're a digital identity verification provider, also known as, I think, eKYC. That's the most common use case. And we work with crypto platforms both globally and in APAC to help them onboard users. And so, one of the companies we're very proud to be partnering with is Amber Group. And we have Gina Poe with us here today. She's the APAC AML head. We're excited to tell you a bit more about ourselves and our work. So let's start with maybe a quick introduction, Gina.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Gina. I'm the AML head for Amber Group. And actually, I joined about 10 months ago, leading AML program within Amber Group itself as well. Before this, I was actually the money laundering reporting officer for Citi Private Bank as well as Credit Suisse, and also help other leadership role, including compliance testing head in Citi, as well as transaction monitoring in Credit Suisse as well. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. Thanks, Gina. So you've had a very illustrious career in banking, work with some of the top organizations, and I'm sure this decision wasn't easy to move into a different domain. So how did you pick Amber Group?
I think the decision takes a while, but I believe it's the right decision. I think when they approached me for a role, right, obviously there is a big risk moving from traditional banking over to the digital asset industry itself. I think I look at the management team, I considered the way they run, and it's quite clear that they have a very strong idea of what they want to achieve. I think they're looking for a long-term plan in the sense that they want to continuously provide security to people who are interested in digital assets place itself. So the management have also a very clear idea in terms of what they want to do in terms of compliance. We can see a lot of players, they generally go for slightly junior people, but I think over here they know compliance is quite critical and very important part in order for the business to run in the longer run. And for those who have been in banking, I'm sure you have seen a lot of major banks has been slapped with fines. And over time, in a very highly volatile environment, I think it's important to make sure that right from the start, we have the right AML program to bring us through the very, very challenging period. For example, like this area itself. I think that's also reflected by the fact that we have very strong investors like Dragonfly, Temasek. I think they would not have been interested to invest with us if we do not have a strong compliance program to start. And I think the benefit is also I have the ability to work with my team and the management team to design the right AML program for the organization, and the way it's growing, I also have a lot of empowerment to design and develop this AML program itself as well. How about yourself? You've been with Onfido for what, 3 years already, right?
Yes, that's right. I've been with Onfido for 3 years, and it's been quite a journey. So, I joined in November 2019, and of course, we know the pandemic hit just a few months after that. So very quickly, we saw our volumes skyrocket in terms of, our current customers suddenly had a lot more users that they were trying to onboard digitally. So there was that, and then there was also a lot of companies who had never thought about, going digital or building there was always a culture of, walking into a branch to open an account, but suddenly with all these lockdowns, you couldn't do that anymore. So we were getting so many calls for companies who were trying to digitize literally overnight. And so it was a very exciting 6 months for us before we're able to get used to the new normal in terms of, a lot of fintechs now and crypto platforms going digital. So yeah, it was a very interesting time.
So COVID did good for you guys then?
Yes, COVID did good. And the other thing was the general proliferation of, crypto digital asset trading and the interest in that. That was another strong tailwind for us because this industry, they're digital native. They think in terms of creating the entire flow from start to finish in a digital manner. So we were, a lot of our companies actually, we work with crypto platforms very extensively.
And do you have any interesting better story that happened during COVID?
Oh yes, we have quite a few. In fact, one that comes to mind is one of our customers. They called us up quite upset because a very sophisticated fraud ring had, sometimes they can get hold of very high quality, genuine documents, and then if they're able to, change one detail, they can keep exploiting that again and again. So they had opened up a bunch of fake accounts, which obviously cost our customer money. And so, but then, we were right there in the trenches working with them. We'd seen this happening before. So we developed this product called Known Faces, where if we've seen someone, so the way, maybe if I, explain this a bit better, a lot of times fraudsters can, create a fake document or an original document that isn't theirs, but they can't change their face. And our onboarding requires a two-step verification of something you own, which is your ID, and something you are, which, in our case is the face, it's your biometric credential. So what we did was we found a way to flag if we've seen that user in your system before, and then we'll give that information to compliance teams, and then you decide what you want to do with it. So sometimes it's friendly fraud in case, someone has an account but they forgot they have one and so they're trying to sign up again. But sometimes it's more nefarious where they're trying to exploit promotions or something. So then the compliance team is armed with these solutions.
Yeah, and I think it's quite common in a digital asset. I think many who have worked in a compliance team, right, you'll probably realize that there is a lot of scams, a lot of fraud, a lot of people trying to take advantage of promotion. I think that's where we also face that same challenge, and that's why we are very cautious about the partner that we are working with as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think on Fido, we definitely treat our job as trying to stay one step ahead of the fraudsters because fraud is always evolving. And so we need to evolve and just stay one step ahead to protect our customers. So Gina, as Amber grows, you're expanding globally, you're building, you're doing things the right way and building a robust platform. So I'm sure you're working with a lot of technology partners like us. So how do you, what's your approach to kind of identifying and working with the right partners?
Yeah, I think when I join Amber, the benefit is also we get to pick what is the right vendor that is suitable for the size of business. I think Amber is a very dynamic organization. We have 4 lines of business. We have institutional, we have high net worth, we have retail, and we also have metaverse. And the kind of products that comes in is very different, and we need to design the right AML program for that. And I think the first couple of months when I joined, I speak to many vendors. And the first thing I always tell them is that I'm not looking for a cheap and a fast solution, that I need to, upgrade in 6 month times or 12 month times. So it's cheap today, but in 6 month time, I have to put in technology effort, I have to redo everything again. Then it does not make sense for me in the longer run because we are not here for just 6 months or 12 months. We are not looking for just a quick bull run. We're actually here for sustainability. Will we still be using the same vendor in 24 months or in 5 years' time? Those are the questions that I'm challenging. So it's quite funny because one of the vendors keep insisting, we are very cheap, we are very fast as well. We can implement it very fast, and we are very cheap. You are the cheapest you can find in the market. And I'm like, so are you good to start? And then there was like an awkward silence. And I was like, okay, maybe not this time, right? So maybe other company. I think depends on what the organization is looking for. So if you're looking for the right to stay in this industry for the longer term, then I think selecting the right partner is quite important actually. Yeah.
Thanks, Gina. Yeah, it's one of those things, we're always trying to balance between cheap and fast and good because that's what our customers need. But practically speaking, it's very hard to be good at all 3. You can probably be really strong in 2 and then, try and continuously upgrade your technology to get better. So, and even at Onfido, right, even though we have 10 years of R&D behind us, we do tell our customers that if it's a very sophisticated fake, it will get through our system. And so all we can do is just look for more data points and data signals to try and provide as much information as possible. So with that in mind, Gina, any tips for our audience on what they should do or think about as they select providers?
I think the first thing is when you talk to a vendor or a service provider, right, they always sell you a very beautiful dream or the best product. The reality is that no provider actually have the solution to everything. And I think it's also very important to ask all the questions as much as you can and really understand what each term means. A very simple example I can give you, right, is that address verification, address extraction. To you, you may think that address extraction means just to pull out the address from a document. It can be ID, it can be address proof. But different vendor has different interpretations. Some may say that, oh, because it's OCR technology, is applicable for all documents. But certain vendors say, no, address extraction is only for ID. If you want to do it from other document, you got to pay extra. And that is twice the price or 3 times the price. So sometimes during the contract negotiation piece, it's important to actually ask a few more questions just to understand what is their understanding and what is their definition. The other part is also, I think, doing proof of concept is very important. I think in banks, traditionally, they always do proof of concept to test a vendor. I think in fintech, because we are moving so fast, we may not have the time to do that. But it's very, very important because it goes back to selling a dream, right? Every vendor can hire a great salesperson and sell you the miracle product. But when it comes to implementation, that's where the challenge is. And you realize that actually what the sales talk versus the actual implementation is quite different. And the proof of concept actually help you test something before you purchase or go on to a much bigger contract. And sometimes you can also kind of feel the service and whether the technology team is really able to deliver what they have promised as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And even though we're on the provider side, we highly value that approach, and we do provide free proof of concepts to customers we work with, because ultimately we also want to share a product that makes sense for the prospect or customer. Otherwise, it does become painful post contract signing. So I can second that approach. So Gina, how has your experience partnering with us been so far?
Like I said earlier, right, no vendor is perfect. So if I say that, Onfido is perfect, obviously it's a lie. But I think the important thing is that our team is able to work very well and very closely with Onfido. Because every product, every technology product that is implemented, you cannot expect it to score 100 points upon implementation. You need tuning, you always need adjustment. And the critical piece is to work with a vendor who is willing to work with you on that. I mean, some vendors, after they sign a contract, they kind of disappeared. But there's also vendors that continue to collaborate. I think initially when we started the journey, right, our onboarding rate is like 70%. But over the past 1 month, we have been working to tune. Now we have managed to improve to 90%. And I think we are looking to implement a couple more things. And hopefully we can hit 95% and above. Again, reality, no company can do 100%. Anyone who tell you it's 100%, they are definitely lying. And you just have to manage the reality versus how the implementation actually works.
Yeah, absolutely. And we joke internally in our team that we actually love partnering with Amber because they push us, in terms of either providing, or if we don't have them, then finding a way to solve the challenges that they're encountering. So, for example, just one example for proof of address, we didn't have the best coverage in APAC, but through partnering with them, we made it happen. We work with our product team, and now we're able to cover most of it. So it's a two-way partnership. We also really benefit with them, and by working with them. And like Gina said, as long as we keep the communication channels open, it really is in both parties' interest.
Yeah, so how do you all handle all this fraud that is coming from different vendors actually? Do you have any secret recipe or something?
Yes, we do. And honestly, I think, we have a multi-pronged approach to it, right? We have our global document fraud team. It's made up of experts who really, are trained veterans in identifying fraud. So in fact, the team has been partnering with law enforcement agencies such as Interpol for a decade now, training, police officers, law enforcement officials, border guards in being able to skillfully identify fraudulent documents. In fact, the team was in the Philippines 3 months ago working with Interpol as well. But that's a small team, right? So how do you scale this so that you're effectively processing millions of identities on a daily basis? So for that, after a lot of experimenting, we really have a hybrid approach to it where, all of that, so we have an extensive document library. If I were to just focus on the document piece, right? So 2,500 documents, we know what the templates should look like. If there's a hologram, we need to check it. In a particular document, this is the font size that should be in this position. So there's 30 to 40 fraud checks. We've trained our AI to go through it systematically, check it, and if something's off, flag it. Now, the machine obviously is not perfect. There's many times they're not able to conclusively decide if a document is genuine or fraud, in which case we have a human-in-the-loop approach. So the check gets escalated to a trained human analyst who then takes the final call on, whether what we think this, document is, and we give the compliance team that information accordingly. So, kind of, that gives you a flavor of how we approach fraud. Now, there's many other vectors that we add on to that as well.
That's great. What are the new plans that you have coming in the next couple of months or next year then?
Yeah. So just a few weeks ago, we launched our real identity platform. So what that means is now, initially, Onfido started out as a solution for the point of onboarding, right? So we're doing identity check with your document and a photo, and then potentially a watch list check if that was a requirement. But now we're adding on a lot more signals that can help organizations work with customers through their life cycle, such as, if they're doing a higher volume transaction than they normally do, then you can re-authenticate them by asking them to take a selfie, making sure it matches their account before they process a higher volume transaction. Or it could be a proof of address check. Or it could just be, a country where you see more fraud than normal coming, then we've built in more fraud signals, such as device integrity, IP, geolocation. So the whole idea is moving to a platform approach where, and we call it Onfido Studio. So the idea is compliance and products team can drag and drop and design the perfect journey. So in Australia, you may have a particular product that requires maybe doc, selfie, and watch list. But in another market, you might need to ID record check. So the whole idea is to enable teams like Gina's to be able to very easily design that journey through a drag and drop interface. And so that's something that we're kind of working on and taking to more of our customers by the end of this year.
That's good. I guess we'll get all these very soon, right? So.
Absolutely. And, Amber's high on our list for beta testing any product that we come out with.
So I need 10 more people, or do I not need 10 more people?
No. The idea is that you don't.
Thank you.
So I think that brings us to the end of our chat today. I hope this was interesting for the audience, and feel free to come up and have a chat if you like as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Another big round of applause for Urvashi and Gina. Thank you. All right. Can we get these chairs off the stage? Thank you. Okay, coming up next, we have a sharing session talking about the introduction of the largest crypto exchange in Hong Kong. This is going to be very interesting to see how things are going in that part of the world, in that part of Asia. As usual, in Asia, not all the countries and all the areas are developing at the same rate. So Hong Kong, I'm assuming, is going to be quite high in terms of its developments. It's going to be really interesting to see the largest crypto exchange in Hong Kong, HKD.com. HKD.com is the largest digital asset trading platform based in Hong Kong. They have a flagship store of close to 10,000 square feet located in the heart of Kowloon. They provide spot trade, staking, OTC service, as well as having their own cryptocurrency ATMs and POS machine network. They also have their own NFT platform for clients to create and trade on NFTs. HKD.com is committed to popularizing the blockchain industry and promoting the development of financial technology in Hong Kong. Coming up on stage to share with us is the founder and CEO of HKD.com, Calvin Yeung. Calvin Yeung is a founder and CEO of HKD.com. He's an expert in search engine optimization with more than 18 years of internet technology industry under his belt. Please give us a warm welcome to Calvin Yeung.
Thank you very much. My name is Calvin, founder and CEO of of HKD.com. When you hear HKD, probably you will think about Hong Kong dollar, the fiat currency of Hong Kong. But we use HKD.com as a Hong Kong digital asset exchange. Look, so the HKD also can be abbreviation of Hong Kong digital. All right, so that's to enhance your memory of what we use as our domain name, our brand name. So hkd.com. Today, I came here to promote this business, to promote hkd.com, the largest digital asset exchange in Hong Kong with the very precious, invaluable domain name, hongkongdollar.com, all right? Okay, so hkd.com is a decentralized digital asset exchange, crypto exchange, and we provide bank-grade crypto exchange experience to our users. Let me get the part. Let me show you what we got. All right. So in Hong Kong, there is the government still laying down the regulation of crypto industry. And at this moment, and we can promote, can do this crypto exchange business freely, and the government give us enough elastic to give us enough freedom to operate this kind of business. So look at this store, our physical store in the heart of Kowloon. And the next page. And we act as a crypto bank in Hong Kong, and the user can easily drop by to get some custom service and to get to open the account to get some fiat to crypto exchange service. All right, as I said, I came here to promote our business, and we're based in Hong Kong, but we are going to be the HSBC of crypto industry. You know what is HSBC? HSBC is Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, and it is a local bank, but they serve globally. So as same, and HKD also start from Hong Kong, the international financial center, but we endeavor to go globally, to serve globally, all right? So that's why we came here. We want to increase our exposure in Southeast Asia. And Singapore is a good place to promote crypto business. All right, and in the middle of my speech, you are welcome to download our app by searching hkd.com at Google Play or App Store, and it's easily to find it. All right, and after download your app, you're welcome to register a user, and then you get our booth to get some souvenirs, and first come, first served. All right. Let me continue to introduce my exchange, hkd.com. So I established this company in Hong Kong, not only to excavate the opportunity of crypto industry, also we want to facilitate the development of Hong Kong's fintech field, all right? So we established the most comprehensive crypto ecosystem in Hong Kong. We have our online trading platform that what you can see, hkd.com, or you can download our app to experience that. Also, we have our physical store, and also we have our most extensive ATM network in Hong Kong, and with this ATM, users can easily exchange their fiat to crypto. They can buy and sell crypto with this ATM, and buy crypto with cash and sell crypto and withdraw cash. Yes. And we have placed this ATM in some department store of Hong Kong and some supermarket anywhere. Also, to release the purchasing power of crypto. And we also developed this POS. And with this POS, the users can easily pay crypto at some merchants. And so we provide this POS to merchants to release purchasing power of Hong Kong crypto holders. All right. So like what we have, crypto pay, we call it a crypto pay. And now we have more than 100 merchants are utilizing our POS system to accept a crypto payment. All right. To facilitate the Hong Kong fintech industry, we also have many advertisements in Hong Kong, as you can see here. In Hong Kong, anyone have been there before? Probably 2 years you cannot go without Hong Kong residence identity. All right, because even me, I came back, I still have to get 7 days quarantine. It's so pathetic. All right. Look, so in Hong Kong, we have very popular in Hong Kong. All right. So on this page, next, I still encourage everyone to pay your attention to this platform. It's an up and coming new crypto exchange like Binance, but with the scale which much more smaller at this moment. But we are growing as a developing crypto exchange. We are very promising because in the beginning we promote our brand legitimately with some natural approach, just like advertising, just like to use some souvenir to encourage people to register. So our brand name is very trustworthy and reliable in Hong Kong. And with the 2 years smooth operation in Hong Kong, and we built up very solid foundation of this crypto exchange, as long as its ecosystem. So we, at this moment, and we want to expand our business globally. So that's why we came here to have the booth and to promote our business. And this year we will go to, we will attend more seminars, we will attend more exhibitions globally, not only in Dubai, Thailand, Malaysia, yes. So you are welcome to download our app and to experience and to comment it. Your comment is welcome, all right? And so I know today there's many coin token issuers are also here. So your token is welcome to list it on our platform. And we have the largest Hong Kong local community and the largest Hong Kong user base, and also based in Hong Kong, and we can promote it globally and with your coin. All right. So welcome to download our app and to try it. HKE.com. Okay. So is there anyone have any questions about our exchange and that we talk? Because I think it's also an open forum for each other to communicate at this occasion. Hello, yes. Can you say that loudly, please? Pardon? Oh yes, we support multiple languages at this moment. not only Chinese, also English, also yeah, several other languages in our app. Anyone who has more questions?
Is there any protection for the customers if, let's say, your system got hacked or something happens?
All right. So yes, that's what I want to talk. So, is there any protection to your users? All right, that's a good question. So, at this moment, regulation is still a hot topic in crypto industry. So, as the government's still trying to laying down the regulation in Hong Kong, so at this moment, even we are willing, we are interested in investing more money to apply for license in Hong Kong, but at this moment there are no license. I'm sorry. So what we can do is we build up our brand, we have our physical store, we have our very premium customer service, and to build up our brand, also build up this trust between customer and our exchange. All right. So I hope, yes, I hope this year we will enter international market and apply more international licenses. But even we have not got Hong Kong license, because there's no license in Hong Kong at the moment, exchange license. But we have got several international licenses, just like we got Austrac license in Australia. We have MSB, money service business license in America and Canada. We've got DMCC license in Dubai. And last year I went to Dubai and applied for that license, and it's approved, yes. And then we are also applying for a license in Spain. Also last year I went to Thailand. I registered a company, apply license there. So this year, and I hope I can come to Singapore to apply with the license name. I'm not sure, but we are trying to be regulated exchange. All right. So if there are anyone interested in cooperating with some exchange, and you are welcome to contact with us. All right. Just to check out hkt.com. There's a contact number on the website. Okay. Is there any questions about our hkt.com? Hello? Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, just one question. Because Hong Kong is a special administrative region from Communist China. So if there is no regulation, will the central government clamp down this platform if it's gone too big? That's my only concern.
That's a good question as well. Yes, Hong Kong is a colony of England before 1997. Yes, and now Hong Kong is a part of mainland China, okay, but not mainland China. All right. So Hong Kong is still a special administrative region in the world, and we still have freedom. Just like I can say that. I will show you. Yes, I know in mainland China, the government has banned crypto, right? But in Hong Kong, we still have the freedom to open such large-scale shop to sell crypto with fiat currency. All right, we accept fiat currency cash or bank transfer to sell them crypto. All right, so I can say that. Hong Kong, for the economy, for the financial industry, there are still freedom, and even the governmental agencies, the authorities, they approach us humbly They want to learn more about with us, just like SFC, the regulator, all right, regulator of Hong Kong, SFC, and Hong Kong Monetary Authority, all right, Hong Kong MA. They approach us humbly. They want to learn more about us. They want to learn how the feedback is Hong Kong users, and so they want to lay down a good and a proper regulation guideline in Hong Kong market, not only restrict some illegal activities, but also facilitate this industry's development. So that's why we don't need to worry about that. Hong Kong is still a very free and elastic economy system. All right, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Okay, so if there are no questions, let me promote our app. All right, so please try to use our app. And next year, probably you will see it in your country. And I stand on the stage to promote this. And probably this year, you can tell me, I registered last year. All right, and yes, because we are trying to be the HSBC in crypto industry, hkd.com, all right? Hong Kong Digital Asset Exchange, all right? I hope you like it. The name, the domain name is precious or invaluable, okay? I purchased this one at a very high price. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Calvin Young. Thank you.
By the way, I share a little bit more.
I'm afraid we have another program. Thank you, Kelvin. Appreciate it. But if you all are interested, please check out hkd.com and you can get all your details there. I'm sure Kelvin will be around to facilitate it if you have any questions. That was very interesting to see. And I like that goal to be the HSBC of the blockchain world. I thought that was quite funny. That's quite cool as well. It's a nice goal to have, isn't it? All right, so we are now, as you can see, having the chairs on stage. We are going to run up another panel discussion, and this one's on an interesting topic. It is on the institutionalization of crypto, right? The institutionalization of crypto. How are we going to institutionalize it? What are the rules and regulations that we should have? And how can we ensure the safety of everyone involved? So this panel discussion will be moderated by Sagar Sabai, who is the head of business solutions and advisory of Fireblocks. He's going to be joined by several panelists, including Pavel Aramyan from Blockchain Program, lead for Fast Token, Alex Phillips from Gemini, Rajiv from Kumar, head of compliance at Independent Reserve. We have James Hume from Huobi and Christopher Tahir, he's a trading specialist. Let's please give all these gentlemen a huge round of applause.
All right, I don't think we are sitting in. Anyway. Good evening, all of you. Welcome to this panel discussion of institutionalization of crypto. It's my pleasure and honor to be moderating this session. We have some really big names, the who's who of the industry on one stage. Not often does that happen, so we are very fortunate. My name is Sagar. I lead business solutions and advisory at Fireblocks. Fireblocks is a digital asset infrastructure company. We work with a lot of institutions globally, 1,300 plus to be precise, and provide you with the building blocks to go from zero to crypto very seamlessly, very easily. Without further ado, I would love to introduce all the panelists, maybe starting with you, Rajiv.
Hey guys, Rajiv here. I'm the head of compliance from Independent Reserve. Just a quick introduction to who we are. we are basically the largest crypto exchange out of Australia, and that is our entity there. Our independent reserve. Singapore is basically our headquarters for Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific outside of Australia. We are basically the first regulated exchange here in Singapore for all types of retail and institutional investors.
Hi, I'm Christopher. I'm a trading specialist in Access. I can share with you about any financial instruments that you can mention. So I'll be sharing today with these guys on stage.
Thanks, guys. Nice to be here. My name is Alex Phillips. I'm head of business development for Asia Pac at Gemini. 20 years of cap markets experience in TradFi, mainly at hedge funds and investment banks doing sales and trading. Gemini, a New York trust company, founded in 2014, arguably one of the most regulated full-stack cryptocurrency platforms in the market. And it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pavel. I'm the blockchain program lead at Fast Token, which is a very large blockchain-based ecosystem with a bunch of products that I'll tell you a bit later about. I deal with mostly technology and blockchain-based applications, and I'm really excited to figure out how blockchain technology can help with the institutionalization of cryptocurrencies.
Hi everyone, I'm James. I'm the Global Head of Institutional Sales for Huobi Global. I started my career in equities and derivatives and now lead the institutional sales front and account management for one of the biggest crypto exchanges. So we work across spot, margin, derivatives, and also do a bit of asset management, OTC and lending as well.
Excellent. Thank you all for the introduction. So let me kick off today's discussion with a broad question. Over the last 18 months, the theme in the markets has been institutionalization of crypto. The narrative has been banks are coming, institutions are coming. I would love to hear from each one of you or your thoughts, how you have seen institutions actually adopting crypto and digital assets more broadly, and specifically what has transpired over the last 2 months. How has that impacted or will impact institutional adoption of crypto? Rajiv, starting with you.
So I guess on our side, what we see is the direct contact or correspondence that we see with our customers, right? Companies are basically find ways to actually either use crypto for treasury management or as part of their actual business operations in itself. I actually had the same point raised in another panel before, where we saw, as an example, an agriculture tech company that basically figured out how to use crypto as part of the operations as a way to actually track the way the production of the agriculture in their business was actually moved all the way up the chain to the point of sale, right? So we're actually seeing multiple ways of which crypto is actually being used within the business, either as one part of its aspect using blockchain technology, or as part of the actual financial moderation of financial control of the business in itself. Over on top of that, we think that we're going to see a lot more consolidation in the space as well, I guess, particularly what's happened in the last couple of months. And I'm sure the guys here will be able to add some thoughts on that.
Chris?
Yep, so in my opinion, nowadays, more and more institutions can have more choices of instruments. Of course, every company, when they get profit, they would like to invest in some sort of instruments, whether it is in their own business or in some other assets like real estate, shares, and so with the existence of crypto, it can be another choice. But I still believe that these institutions are also not stupid. They will invest in instruments that are robust enough to preserve their wealth. And one of them should be in crypto. And I think with more and more institutions are able to buy this crypto, and also with the regulations that allow them to buy crypto as their reserve, that can be a very good thing, because market will eventually move when there is flow of funds. And with institution buy cryptos, it will add more funds to the market, which will eventually jack up the market cap.
Yeah, we see sustained institutional demand to enter into crypto, irrespective of the backdrop in the markets right now. We continue to see institutions from across the spectrum enter the space. We do really speak to everyone, from miners to family offices to crypto native hedge funds and traditional multi-strat hedge funds, as well as asset managers who really just want to engage in discussions to educate their end limited partner investors. On the retail side, increased adoption continues. They've also been a first mover in the space. I think what's very interesting now is we speak to a lot of, on a B2B basis, a lot of D2C companies, so VC investee companies, particularly in wealth management, who now wish to add crypto to their suite. So we spend a lot of time looking at how we can provide our APIs to those sorts of companies. And I guess that there's a slightly new mover in the space. What we do know is on the crypto native side, there's about 800 crypto native hedge funds now. That's only 3% of all hedge funds. We also see at least 20% of all hedge funds saying that they're going to enter into digital assets in some shape or form. So the backdrop's very strong and continuing to engage with institutions across all sectors. The other one that I missed out is Treasury Desk. So Treasury Desk, it's very topical. They really span all different segments and all types of corporates, from VC to PE, funds with, or GPs rather, with excess capital that they want to put to work, or just traditional corporates that have liability management on their balance sheet. It's very topical right now with the backdrop of inflation. People are trying to achieve yield that they can't potentially in fiat or traditional cash deposits, and therefore, we do have a lot of discussions for instos that are looking to enter the space, really from a balance sheet liability management perspective, because they're trying to beat TradFi yields. Those are some of the major themes that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so in my opinion, when it comes to the mass adoption of whatever it is actually, and crypto is no different. The main two things are regulation and buying into technology. So the more the regulation around the world goes up and catches up, and the more institutions and big companies and big firms, like big names, are going to get into this space. It's inevitably going to move in that direction as long as the market continues to grow, which we have seen over the past years that it has, regardless of the ups and downs, and even the past few months that it's been, it's been quite bearish, but it's not the point. Point is that the further we go, and with the core being the technology, the more the development, the technology influences and incorporates, the more institutions are going to join in, and the more regulators will have to comply that there is something new they have to attend to. And that's kind of a chain reaction between those two, so yeah.
I think from what we see, one of the key changes, especially from 2 or 3 years back, I think we saw kind of almost like a two-sided market in the sense there was retail in the market and then a few select institutions, whether it be kind of high-frequency trading shops or prop firms. I think now we've got a much more rounded space, so whether that be due to the ETFs in the space or different participants coming in, you see a lot more rounded participation. I think the fact that derivatives and the infrastructure has grown, it enables more people to come in and enter space and do what kind of they've been wanting to do for a while. I think we'll continue to see the institutional flow grow. I think everyone, as you mentioned, like the retail and like the cycle that we've just had, and now that markets are down, there's been some downwards pressure. We're still seeing institutions come in that decided to come in maybe a year plus ago, and are still figuring out whether it be the infrastructure or the trading systems behind what they need to actually do to get into the market. And I think whether it be the infrastructure from the tech perspective or kind of the prime brokers coming in, I think we'll continue to see that grow. I think there's still kind of positives of those that have been building in the past year, and those different kind of products available now, should make a big difference in the coming kind of year or so to really see the adoption continue.
No, thank you for those very insightful comments. Alex, my next question is to you. You have a trading background with some really big names on your CV, Millennium, Diamond, BNP. Now that you're on the other side of the fence with Gemini, from your vantage point, what are some of the challenges and concerns that some of these big names have who have either already entered this space or are looking to enter digital assets and crypto? And so what would be your advice, and what are some of the gaps that need to be addressed?
Thanks, Agar. Yeah, listen, I think the initial stage is to really understand what strategies you're looking to put to work in the crypto space, and then you're going to have to balance that with your risk management. That is the starting point. Once a GB or a buy-side firm has decided to enter into the crypto space, there's significant education on the LP side. You're not seeing people being able to insert crypto into an existing fund mandate. They're now doing standalone mandates and having to address new DDQs, having to talk to a new nascent asset class in terms of the workflows, the custody, the control features that are required to set up those funds. So it really is a combination of looking at the opportunity set in terms of strategies that you wish to employ, that perhaps you've taken from traditional finance, and then how you're going to apply them, in a strong risk management framework within crypto, and then educating the end investor, because ultimately that's who you're accountable to. That's whose AUM you're managing. Beyond that, really, it really then starts to go down by the strategy type you're talking about. For a traditional, family office that's looking to be a position trader or an asset allocator, really there it's about being able to enter potentially through CFI and then store, in a very safe way through cold storage, because you're not going to touch it. And there'll be key decisions around things like HSM versus MPC for storage, insurance, these sorts of factors. If you're then engaging in directional strategies to go long and short, you're really going to start to have discussions around, what is the best use of our capital. In traditional finance, when you look to trade BTC and ETH futures, they're fully funded. And so you're not going to get any cross-collateral on spot, because spot doesn't exist. So really it starts to become a conversation around the efficient use of capital. And then again, how can you exploit that with in a safe environment? So there's a balance there to be had between doing off-chain transactions, for example, and having the immediacy of doing execution across different spot exchanges. But then, you have to face counterparty issues, because no one's going to let you trade on Omnibus or through Prime without doing on a fully funded basis. And the balance sheet that exists in crypto for Prime is not the same as traditional finance. We can all see that because you look at the yield on stablecoins, for example. That is the market telling us there's excess demand to get dollars into the system. And straight away, one of the main reasons that leverage or yield doesn't exist to the same extent in TradFi. So really, overall, to answer your question, Sagar, it's once you've identified your strategies and the LPs on side or your end investors on side through education, it's really weighing out the differences between the strategies you wish to exploit and the way you're going to risk manage that, and where things like hot wallet risk and protect your end investors.
Thanks, Alex. Very insightful. I would like to shift gears a little, and my next question is to you, Pavel. Fast Token has a very interesting business model. You are trying to create this end-to-end ecosystem with multiple different application and products, including exchange, NFTs, dApps, payments. Would love to understand from you, which of these areas are you seeing real adoption from the institutional side? And again, what are some of the areas which you believe, or rather are more bullish over the next 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, sure. So from the products that we're building, which include like an exchange, an NFT marketplace, so payment solutions, and a blockchain technology layer 1, which is based on Ethereum, I think it's definitely the exchanges that will and have been catching up the first, along with like wealth management firms. Because, whenever there is new technology or any emerging, like anything at all, and where you can, make some good money, traders and wealth managers are always the first to jump onto the wagon, because they're the professionals, they know how to do it. But all of this, in my opinion, is always going to be influenced by the technology, because if there is nothing in the back end, then whatever you want to build in the front end is going to fall apart pretty soon. But on the other hand, is the back end really exists, and some of the projects in the world that we have proven that blockchain and the technology should be here to stay, because it can really provide value to like many industries in the world. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be very quick. So right now the jump Like the institutions moving into the space is very like small steps, but it's gonna come to a point when somebody from the industry makes like a breakthrough, and then the whole spectrum is gonna make a huge jump, and then suddenly, before you know it, crypto is gonna be like mass adopted, just like it happened to many other technologies in the world.
Great. Moving on to capital markets. Chris, my next question is to you. Given your experience, so we have, I think, until now established that there is institutional adoption and there will be institutional adoption. Given your vantage point, let's talk about the exposure to some of these instruments. What are the instruments which some of these large institutions who are actually adopting it? And what are some of the barriers to entry, which again, from your standpoint, especially when you talk about derivatives, what would be some of the barriers to entry which need to be addressed from your standpoint?
In my opinion, the main barriers of entry is, of course, whether these institutions know the gameplay of these products. Because even we talk about the spot crypto itself, it has been very complex. It is very, very difficult, and it can pose some other risks that this company may see. For instance, if we talk about financial instruments, most of them will have the market risk itself, the volatility itself, and these kind of things. While if you are going to crypto, there will be another problem that you may face, which is the security itself, as what Alex mentioned just now. So I think that is the main barrier of entry that companies or institutions need to see. But of course, there are some companies that are savvy enough to cater this issue, and then they can just buy the spot crypto, and then they would like to also incorporate derivatives into their strategy. For instance, if they would like to get, they would like to do directional strategies in their holdings, they might be able to do it with derivatives without the need to move their spot crypto. So in this case, if they are going into deeper side, the derivatives, they need to also understand how the derivatives work, because different types of derivatives will act differently. If let's say you do perpetual futures, then it will be different with CFD. So you need to understand the gameplay before you enter or play big in this field. So make sure for these companies, if they want to enter, they not only know about the market risk, they also need to know about the security risk. They also need to know how they should treat these instruments, aside of the regulations, of course.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and we at Fireblocks are trying to solve exactly that problem around security. Cybersecurity is the DNA of Fireblocks, and really what we try to do is not give you the infrastructure, not just to secure the private keys, but securing a lot of other things like APIs, deposit addresses, and a bunch of authorization, etc. So absolutely agree with you, and I think given what has happened over the last 2 months, I think some of these risks like counterparty risk, security risk, I think all of that will come to the fore. With that in mind, let me move on to you, James. You obviously work with a lot of clients, a variety of clients, trading firms, family offices, high frequency trading firms. Talk to us about some of the elements of the traditional financial services space like margin, capital efficiencies. Where are we at when it comes to crypto? Do you think we have already reached that sophistication, or do you think there is more work to be done to achieve that sophistication that we see in traditional markets?
Yeah, I think it's an important question. I think where we are now, we're still kind of mid-build phase. As mentioned earlier, I think the primes coming into the space are going to make a big difference in the coming 6 to 12 months. In traditional markets, for most market-neutral firms, you can probably go out there and get 10 to 20x leverage, and you don't have the issues that you face in crypto. There's no operational headache. You can set up and start trading as long as people can see what you're doing. There's a few different ways that Huobi internally kind of deal with this stuff at the minute. We're currently actually putting portfolio margin in place on the platform. So a year or two back, I don't think we had any real platforms out there with significant volume that had portfolio margin. So that's one kind of big development that's taken over in the past year. It's definitely going to be a big factor. And then also, when I say portfolio margin, I don't just mean the exchange level, also the primes coming in and be able to give short-term credit financing across multiple venues at the same time. So that'll definitely play into it. A couple of ways we're currently working at Huobi, we give out kind of 5x credit or a 5x loan. So not quite uncollateralized or credit lines like the likes of kind of Celsius, I'm sure everyone's got on their minds at the moment. So we're a bit more risk adverse in that sense, but we're also looking at doing some more kind of uncollateralized lending. And obviously on the exchange level, when it comes to derivatives, we're pretty heavy on the leverage there. I think we're up to 200x for like perpetuals, and yeah, we've got a lot of products on that side of things. But I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to see in the next year or two. I think every exchange is going to look very different. I think in this bear market, I expect probably more acquisitions from the exchanges, more consolidation, whether that be acquiring other venues or more tech to integrate that will help across portfolio margin. The likes of obviously yourselves, Fireblocks, are trying to do the off-exchange solution, so Copper and yourselves. So we'll be interested to see kind of how that develops. We'll kind of had our finger on the pulse in terms of the primes that are doing the off-exchange solutions, and I think we've not seen one of those win yet. It's still kind of all on exchange. We do have a solution where we're similar to the kind of Fireblocks or Copper, like off-exchange, store your assets in a trust, which can be quite useful for kind of hedge funds in the space that want to essentially get access to one of the big exchanges but don't want to take the actual counterparty risk of the exchange. So yeah, we're working on a few different products like that, but I think it'll be interesting to see how it develops in the next kind of year or so during the bear market if it does continue.
Sure. If I may, you raised some very interesting points, especially around off-exchange and prime brokerage. The theme of the last 3 weeks really has been around counterparty risk. We have seen, all of us have witnessed what has happened. My personal accounts were frozen, but without getting into too much of that. Any points or any views on counterparty risk and how that could be mitigated going forward? Do you think the landscape will change significantly because of what has happened over the last 3 to 4 weeks?
I think we've already seen it start to happen. I think I always kind of split the institutions up into two kind of baskets, and there's not always a quick or easy definition between these two. But when you look at kind of the more crypto native firms and then the more traditional guys, the risk management that's in place for more of the sophisticated entrants into the space on the institutional side, even though, as I said, the crypto native is hard to sometimes split between, because you might have a crypto native firm with traditional backgrounds, but we've certainly seen a lot of pain from those that were maybe in that kind of more crypto native bucket, that didn't probably have the risk management in place that most traditional firms might do in the space. But yeah, I can certainly speak for Huobi in the sense that in the past 2 weeks, I've never done so many health checkups. I'm sure there's probably a few people on this panel that would agree with that. I'm sure Gemma, I know you've probably been getting similar calls, but yeah, we've always been pretty risk adverse, and we don't really give credit lines out to a lot of people in the same way that some other, I guess I can say the C word if anyone dares to today. I'm sure it's on everyone's mind. But yeah, we're quite risk adverse, and we've never taken too many risks with counterparts, so luckily we weren't really affected by this kind of big change in the market, whether it be through House Capital, Celsius. We weren't really hurt by any of it. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Cool. Just extending to that, I think we are very fortunate to have Rajiv you on the panel. You have one of the most important jobs as the Chief Compliance Officer. For people who are not aware, Independent Reserve was one of the first recipients of the digital payment token license issued by MAS. Talk to us about your journey. Talk to us about what are the changes that you are seeing. Obviously, in the aftermath of Luna Terra, there has been a lot of speculations, statements coming out from central banks that there will be a complete overhaul on the regulatory landscape when it comes to stable coins, DeFi. Talk to us about your experience and how you are seeing the change in landscape.
Sure. Thanks, Sagar. So a couple of things. From a starting point, I guess, in terms of how our journey was for getting a license, right? Yeah, we worked very closely with the regulators who were happy to engage, happy to understand the way we do the way we run the business, and vice versa as well, for us to understand what they expect in terms of a principalistic or fundamental approach. And that conversation took place. It was a journey. It required a lot of working together, really, for us to actually get to the point where we were actually, surprisingly, but at the same time, thankfully, being the first ones to get the license. It also was I guess a feather in our cap for us to be able to pat ourselves on the back to say that, okay, look, we know that the way we're running the business is actually in accordance to what the regulators want and what they expect. But I guess over and on top of that, it also was a testament to how we decided, or actually how we built our internal operational risk management as well, right? You touched briefly on the whole Terra situation, right? And we chose not to list the coin or the token based on our internal risk management parameters and strategies. And this was also because, again, the business as a whole and its risk appetite is relatively low, right? And that's also been the way that we have rolled out many different aspects of the business in terms of even the types of clients that we onboard all the way up to the types of counterparties that we work with as well. So just touching on the point that James was talking on just now. What was the last question?
Do you see the regulatory landscape changing? Do you think there'll be a complete overhaul of regulations?
So that's a loaded question, right? We've seen the MES roll out the guidelines recently limiting marketing to the retail space, which I think is something that was a necessity because, of course, we don't want to try to avoid the trivialization of digital payment token trading. But what is happening is that by virtue of regulations being rolled out, Singapore being one of the trailblazers in the space, what we've managed to see is that once the regulations are rolled out, it's a manner of which for institutions, entities, counterparties, or any market participant to actually say very clearly, okay, I now know that if I'm going to get onboarded, this is a particular way it needs to be done. If my funds are going to be kept in or on or off an exchange, it's basically going to be done in this particular way, right? There's case safeguarding and custody requirements. There is technology risk management requirements that need to be adhered to. So I guess what happens is that, and of course I'm sure you'd be aware, when a regulator rolls something out in one particular jurisdiction, it normally is echoed in various ways, not necessarily wholly, but aspects of it is rolled out in the other jurisdictions that are relatively close to it. So in that aspect, I think that we're actually seeing regulations moving in the right direction. There will definitely need to be adjustments as things progress because the regulators themselves are also trying to be ahead of the curve. But it's always a case of chicken and egg, right? Which one do you do first? Do you actually over-regulate or try to draw a balance between compliance and commerciality, right? So I think that's going to continue to take place. But at the same time, just by virtue of having regulations arrive, it allows the market a very clear initial idea of how the market's actually to progress.
No, I absolutely agree. And I think we are fortunate to be in Singapore with MAS has always been one of the global leaders in terms of coming out with new forward-looking regulations. So looking forward to that. We have a minute and a half left. Just looking at the crystal ball, I would love to hear your views, your predictions on how do you see this space evolving over the next 6 to 12 months when it talk about institutional adoption. So in 2 lines or 30 seconds, if you could just talk to us about your prediction, starting with you, Rajiv.
I think it was still very similar to what I mentioned at the start of this panel. I think I anticipate a lot of market consolidation to take place. Of course, as it is with any industry, right? You have a lot of small players that come together to fragment the market or the industry matures, consolidation takes place, and you find maturity in the market by virtue of not just the regulations, but best practices as well. So I think it's going to be a lot clearer for market participants to be able to figure out how they can get involved in crypto and to what extent it plays a role in their business, their life, their venture, and so on.
Chris?
Yep, I think with the current condition, we will not see too much changes, but we may probably see more regulations coming on the adoption of crypto by institution, because it is not easy, especially for the shareholders, to hold extra volatility in their shares because of the holdings of cryptos. So we will see more and more regulations that is upcoming.
Alex?
Yeah, two things really. I mean, institutional adoption will definitely continue. The pipeline keeps growing. But I guess the 2 key themes are there'll be many more ways for institutional investors to connect with DeFi, and I see CeFi being the bridge. CeFi like Gemini and centralized exchanges. AML and KYC is starting to come into DeFi, and CeFi is increasingly more able to face against those counterparties. And then secondly is the continued growth of derivatives within the space, really. You know, options are only 2% of crypto, and 98% of that goes through one venue. That will definitely grow. And I think, you know, perpetuals is obviously about 60% of spot, about 2.5 trillion trades a month in futures and options within crypto. I don't see that trend changing. I think there'll be more opportunities across the curve with data futures too. So I see the derivative space growing, especially in options. Single stock options in New York trade the same as spot every day. And like I said, we're only down at 2% on crypto. And a part of that, I guess, will also be structured products to help fuel that growth and provide hedging opportunities for liquidity providers.
Please, Pawan.
Yeah, I think also that inevitably the industry is going to continue to grow and the trend is going to continue for institutions because, in my opinion, we're past the point that this could be somehow reverted. There's already too much poured into the space, too much effort, too much resources, too much regulation, so that it's not going to vanish like nowhere. It's not going anywhere. It's going to continue to grow whether we like it or not, and the faster we try to adapt, and the faster we try to adopt different changes into all of our businesses across multiple industries, the better it's going to be like for each business at the end of the day. So yeah.
I think we'll probably see a few things. I think I'd probably echo Alex there, like the options space is probably a space which I see is going to continue to grow. I think there's still a lot of room there. The trading infrastructure, and I think that in the next year even is going to look a lot more similar to traditional markets. We've already seen massive growth in the space of 6 or 9 months alone. And then last but not least, I think we'll see a lot of consolidation between exchanges, like acquisitions of other exchanges. I think we've already kind of started to see it. And now that retail's slowed down, I think we'll see a lot of exchanges that might suffer and look to partner with other larger ones.
Excellent. Thank you for all your valuable insights. I think this was a very, very insightful panel. We did fairly well on the time as well, and thanks for being a great audience.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have another big round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you, guys. Okay, so after that topic of the institutionalization of crypto, we're going to move on to another topic which is all about NFTs. So coming up next, we have one of the most interesting, I think, companies out there in the Southeast Asian market. There's a lot of support for it as well. We have Open Live NFT. They're coming on stage in a moment, and they're going to talk about how Open Live NFT is the pioneer NFT marketplace in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. And to come up here to share, we have Ken Tran, CEO and founder of Open Live NFT. Can we please give Ken Tran a huge round of applause?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And the first thing, we'd like to say hello to Singapore. And then this is the reading from Vietnam, and wishing you have a great time. Ken Chung from Open Line NFT Marketplace.
What? You don't?
Okay, how you feel today? We have a very good, about the Crypto Expo. And then just now, we have so many, knowledge and also information about some of these speakers here, right? So now we will mention a news. Actually, mention about NFT marketplace. That's really the hot trend now, right? And I just give you some example, like NFT now, they're really a trend here. And our vision is in Vietnam and also in Southeast Asia, we still didn't see any marketplace yet. Yeah, the real marketplace. So we can listing and cross the community as well. And with Open Life, we see this vision, and then we decide to open an NFT marketplace, especially the pioneer for Vietnam and also for Southeast Asia. The first is I introduce myself. It's Kent. I'm official PRO, there will be public relation officer, not a founder, like what I said, but our founder is still here. So, and okay, the first is I want to all of you to see the clip mentioned about open line. So what we have done in the past for whatever we get to get you know more about NFT marketplace. The video please.
Được hình thành
So this video by
một tham vọng dẫn đầu
subtitle
phương
in
thế
English, so
trong
try
tương lai,
to read English.
một kế hoạch chuẩn chỉnh để biến ý tưởng đó thành hiện thực, và một kết quả mà chúng tôi đã đạt được ngày hôm nay.
Result today.
Open Live NFT Marketplace chính là kết quả đó.
That's the result.
Open Live NFT, nền tảng phi tập trung cầu nối giao thương NFT quốc tế, kết nối người dùng trên toàn thế giới, nơi người dùng có thể tạo, mua bán, đấu giá các sản phẩm NFT, startup gọi vốn, mở rộng và tiếp cận cộng đồng lớn trên toàn cầu. Open Live NFT tự hào là nền tảng tiên phong đi đầu trong cuộc cách mạng cá nhân hóa sản phẩm dựa theo sự sáng tạo, ý tưởng của người dùng. Từ đó, biến mỗi NFT trở nên độc nhất vô nhị mang tính thương hiệu cá nhân. Chúng tôi quan điểm rằng chỉ cần bạn có sự sáng tạo, khối óc nhạy bén sẽ mang đến thành công không tưởng. Và trên hành trình đó, OpenLight NFT sẽ cùng bạn thực hiện hóa giấc mơ. Với sự tâm huyết của nhà sáng lập, ban giám đốc và đội ngũ OpenLight, trong thời gian qua, chúng tôi đã làm được những gì? Quý 3 năm 2021, xây dựng đội ngũ phát triển vững mạnh. Từ quý 3 đến quý 4 năm 2021, gọi vốn thành công gần 2 triệu đô la, bao gồm các nhà đầu tư thuần, các doanh nghiệp và các quỹ đầu tư. Tháng 4 năm 2021, ra mắt demo NFT Marketplace. Tháng 1 năm 2022, listing thành công trên CoinMarketCap và CoinGecko. Ngày 15 tháng 1 năm 2022, listing thành công UPV trên PancakeSwap. Ngày 22 tháng 1 năm 2022, listing trên Expo thành công.
Our token OPV.
Ngày 13 tháng 1 năm 2022, audit thành công trên TechRate. Ngày 19 tháng 2 năm 2022, ký kết hợp tác thành công với công ty công nghệ Mata, đơn vị dẫn đầu công nghệ blockchain tại Việt Nam. Ngày 20 tháng 3 năm 2022, văn phòng đầu tiên của OpenLive tại Hà Nội đi vào hoạt động. Ngày 21 tháng 3 năm 2022, OpenLive NFT được audit thành công bởi Certic, một nền tảng audit đứng đầu thế giới. Ngày 2 tháng 4 năm 2022, OpenLive NFT khai trương văn phòng trụ sở chính tại Hồ Chí Minh. Những cột mốc và dấu ấn mà chúng tôi đã đi qua là minh chứng cho một dự án mang tính toàn cầu. Sự đầu tư nghiêm túc cho một dự án nền tảng. Hôm nay, 25 tháng 4 năm 2022, đánh dấu một cột mốc trọng đại. Chúng tôi chính thức ra mắt nền tảng OpenLive NFT Marketplace đầu tiên tại Việt Nam và các sản phẩm NFT độc quyền lần đầu tiên ra mắt với cộng đồng. OpenLive NFT One Stop Marketplace.
Thank you for the clip. And this is the official launching date is 25th of April. We are already launching our marketplace in Vietnam with over 300 partners in Vietnam and also in globally, especially mainly in Southeast Asia. Yes. And okay, so whatever you see in the first slide here, like we have our own tokens, is the OPV we listing for the means for trading, because this is the decentralized platform, right, where the user can react, can buy, sell, trade, even can do the auction also in this marketplace. And you know, like certified listing on MESC Global, listing on PancakeSwap, and also we have this authenticity is TSS, the blockchains for the NFT. Actually, that is just simple. Everyone in here, every project can do it, right? And also we have this thing for the NFT collection as well. And soon, this is the first version. The second version will coming. We will have the swap between the USDT and OBV, and also we will do the INO, the initial the NFT offering in the marketplace. So we will helping the tech startup for the NFT or GameFi and NFT project, to list on our marketplace, and also we will helping them to reach our community and to develop their own project. Yeah, that's the reason we are so here to helping all the project together. And you also, I understand that you also have the NFT there into the marketplace, right? You have your own marketplace. But if we are cooperate together in OpenLight NFT marketplace, then you can communicate with another marketplace, another NFT, another metaverse as well, to get this, trading on this. And at the moment, we are to attract the user. So one of the silent feature, people will say, okay, you marketplace, we have a lot of marketplace here. So what is silent feature? Actually, here we have our own token, and then we open the contest to searching for the most unique NFT creator. And the creator for this the winner will be got 1,000 to 1 million USD, the reward. Yeah. So this is a big thing, what to change the life of the user, right? So to attract the user for that. So, and also we are focused on this personal brand identity, and the people, the user to react this can become the KOL. If the winner can become the KOL in NFT industry, and they will become more famous easily. Also, they will earn unlimited money. This is the main reason as well, right? So a big hand for this man. Thank you for this side. And as you know, we have this office, the headquarters in Ho Chi Minh City, and we opened the one office in Hanoi also. So this is our building court. So we see here, next slide please. The board of directors. So we have own team is from the young generation from Vietnam and very eager, very enthusiasm. And also we are experienced on this blockchain as well as the cryptocurrency field, more than 5 to 7 years. And one of the feature here, the people we asking, so do you have any silent feature here? The most advanced. And now our marketplace is focused on the art and the arts, and also for the music one, because this is for very, very good to attract the user, because the singer or the artist, right? They have many community, the fans. So if we get this fan, so for sure that we're gonna be the big thing for the marketplace, right? And luckily, that's in OpenLight NFT, we own a very famous musician in Vietnam, and he is one of the music producer in Vietnam, and he already to produce a lot of hits in TV show, also in game show in Vietnam, and he produced many stars in Vietnam as well, and even him also is the KOL. So he now is also one of the most important person for NFT, because he played the role as the CCO, the Chief Creative Officer, and he's the musician, Miss Nguyễn Hoàng Duy, and he will be on the stage to share with us about how this unique about this NFT marketplace. So please welcome Mr. Hoàng Duy. Okay.
So hi everyone. Yeah. Okay. I have some short time, very, very short time, but my English is not good. So Mr. Ken will translate for me and bring to you good information. Sorry about this, and I hope you understand.
His translator, Okay, please, Hoàng Duy.
Okay. Hôm nay tôi có một cái tin vui muốn đem đến cùng với tất cả các bạn.
So today we have a good news to bring to all of you.
Đó là các bạn sẽ thực sự trở nên giàu có và tạo ra rất nhiều giá trị khi hợp tác cùng với chúng tôi.
That is, all of you will really become rich and have the real value from participate with us.
Như các bạn đã biết, Alibaba, Amazon, Grab hay là OpenSea cùng với những đối tác hợp tác với họ đã tạo ra những cái giá trị lớn về tài chính và rất nhiều giá trị khác cho xã hội.
So as you know, like Amazon, Alibaba, even OpenSea, so when the user, the partner with them is already become very rich, right? And to bring the value to society.
Nhưng mà cái thời khắc đó đã qua rồi. Và cái cách chúng ta tạo ra dòng tiền như vậy bây giờ nó cũng đã rất là khó.
But that time is passing, and the way we are making this kind of money already never have.
Nhưng mà ngay bây giờ, tại chính cái thời khắc này, chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau tạo lịch sử khi các bạn biết đến chúng tôi.
But in this very moment, we will be making the history again. So this kind of thing will be come back again with us.
Trong cái công cuộc và xu thế chuyển đổi số, công nghệ số của toàn cầu, chúng tôi đã thành công trong việc tạo dựng ra một nền tảng về công nghệ, đó là OpenLine NFT Marketplace.
In the big global big trends about the digital transformation, so we already building the platform for this NFT marketplace. We call OpenLine NFT Marketplace.
Chúng tôi có thể giúp các bạn biến bất cứ một ý tưởng sáng tạo nào của cá nhân hay một tổ chức về lĩnh vực NFT thành công, và nó là một dự án lớn.
We will have the member will be reactive from your own reactive. You can react very unique the products, and you can bring the value, even bring the money for you also.
Những lĩnh vực ở đây như là âm nhạc.
So the few I mentioned here is music,
điện ảnh,
movies,
thời trang,
fashions,
thể thao,
sport,
du lịch,
tourist,
di sản văn hóa lịch sử,
and also historical heritage,
bất động sản,
real estate,
hay bất cứ một ý tưởng nào về NFT trong cuộc sống, chúng tôi đều có thể biến nó thành một dự án lớn và thành công.
or even any kind of idea for you in your life, you can make it become true.
Và đặc biệt hơn, chúng tôi đang có một cuộc thi dành cho những người sáng tạo và tìm kiếm những NFT triệu đô.
And then most especially, we have now the contest for searching for the 1 million NFT creators.
Giải thưởng sẽ được dành cho những NFT độc và lạ, giá trị từ 1.000 đô đến 1 triệu đô la.
And this is just for the user, for the reactor, making the unique NFT, and the prize for the winner can be 1,000 USDT to 1 million USDT.
Và có một điều đặc biệt hơn, chúng tôi có kế hoạch để xây dựng, biến những NFT độc lạ đó cùng với những người sáng tạo ra nó trở thành những KOL hàng đầu trong ngành lĩnh vực NFT.
And more especially that we can have the reactive, the winner for the NFT, unique NFT reactive become the KOL on this NFT industry.
Tại sao tôi dám nói điều đó ạ?
Why I can say that?
Bởi vì chúng tôi có một đội ngũ rất đông đảo, những bạn trẻ đầy nhiệt huyết, đầy năng lượng và có một kiến thức sâu rộng về ngành NFT.
Because we have a very unique team for the young generation about the blockchain, very experienced, very like the energy and willing to help you guys.
Chúng tôi dám đầu tư vào những bộ công nghệ tiên tiến, độc quyền để mang đến cho tất cả mọi người những bộ NFT độc đáo và unique.
And we are already invest to one of the most advanced, the technology set from Sengo, Canada, and this will be helping to the user will react the unique NFT.
Chúng tôi có những cố vấn với một cái tầm nhìn xu thế có thể thay đổi tầm nhìn, tạo ra được một xu hướng và giúp cho công việc này mỗi ngày càng phát triển và phát triển một cách bền vững.
And also we have the advisor board to really to leading the trends also and making the more trend in the future.
Và một trong số những cái minh chứng đó, hôm nay tôi rất là vui mừng khi được giới thiệu với các bạn bộ collection NFT đầu tiên của tôi.
And one of the proof today, so I will be honored to present to all of you my first NFT collections in the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Yes, this is Nguyễn Hoàng Duy NFT collections.
Đây là bộ collection đầu tiên của tôi và sẽ được phát hành vào tháng 9 năm nay.
And this is my first collection as OpenLine first collection, and we will issue in this September.
Và tôi tin rằng sau bộ collection này sẽ có rất nhiều những ngôi sao ca nhạc, điện ảnh hay tất cả những ngôi sao trong ngành giải trí sẽ tìm đến chúng tôi và muốn làm ra những bộ collection có giá trị như thế này.
And I believe that after this collection is on the single celebrity, also the artists will come to search for us because they also want to create this unique NFT collections.
Thế nên với tất cả những ai đang có mặt trong khán phòng này, với tư cách là cá nhân hay là một tổ chức, nếu các bạn muốn biến những ý tưởng NFT của mình thành một dự án lớn và có sức vang dội cũng như là lan tỏa ngoài cộng đồng, hãy tìm đến và hợp tác cùng với chúng tôi.
So that's why for all of you in this stage, if you have their own idea, you want to make your unique NFT or unique the NFT collection, please come to join us and we'll help you guys to make the dream come true.
Chúng tôi có một gian hàng ở bên trong là Overlay NFT, rất là hoan nghênh để mà chào đón các bạn. Overlay NFT luôn luôn chào đón những sự hợp tác mới và chúng ta sẽ cùng thành công với nhau.
And then lastly, we have the our booth on the number 57 out there, and we all welcome you guys to come to visit us, to join us, as well as to join the contest to win Saturibu 1,000,000 to 1,000,000 USDT. Welcome and thank you.
Cảm ơn các bạn đã dành thời gian lắng nghe.
Yeah, thank you very much for your timing, for your
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Open Live NFT.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. All right. Coming up next, we have a talk by CoinW, and they're going to talk to us about strategies for crypto affiliates in the bear markets. Okay, and this is going to be delivered by their Director of Global Partnership, Sonia Shaw. So can we please give Sonia a huge round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is having a very fruitful 2 days at the convention. I believe everyone come here to learn something or to see if there's new opportunities. So my topic today is not about knowledge sharing, it's not about education, it's about business opportunities. So before I start talking about who we are and what is the business opportunity that I'm about to talk, I want to share some of the numbers with you guys. Regardless the challenging time that we have been going through in the crypto market, the point at this point, the market cap, the price is still at the high point compared to the last boom. So we are in the long term going up the whole market. But at the same time, of course, we have been experiencing a lot of corrections due to liquidity pressures and due to a lot of other factors. But at the same time, if you look at the numbers in the last 2 years, the crypto adoption globally has gone crazy. So overall, this data is actually quite old. It's from last year. So overall now, globally, there are more than 300 million people on crypto. I think the number is it's larger than the number in here. So especially in the emerging markets, in Southeast Asia, Africa, South America, we have seen the crypto adoption has been going up quite substantially. And in terms of the use case of crypto holders, like for those people who hold cryptos, what do they use it for? More than 50% of the use case is for trading. About 20% use case is in the OTC market, exchange. So less than 30% is used for the rest other functions. So which means trading is still the biggest market in terms of use case in the crypto market. People hold, people buy, people trade. Maybe you trade spot, maybe you trade derivatives, but this is the most use case. So in March this year, the trading volume of futures in crypto has exceeded more than $3 trillion. It's a crazy number. And then the futures trading has exceeded the spot trading far from last year. So which means 300 million people hold crypto, less than 10% people trading futures. That volume already exceeded the spot trading. Imagine the growth in the derivative trading in the next 1 or 2 years. The rest of the 90% of the people who hold crypto, especially in this bear market, how can you make money? How can you buy spot and then just wait the market to go up? It's probably not the best strategy. So futures trading, you can take advantage of the market in the short, market going up, market going down. You can trade using the right strategy. So this is a number I want to share with you. So who we are. CoinW, probably in Singapore, not many people have heard about us. We have been predominantly operating in China, South Korea. This year, we've entered Vietnamese market, Indian market. So we have been on the market for 5 years. We established in 2017. But talking about our company, we started from Australia 10 years ago as a software developer company. So in our DNA, we are a technology company. We focus on 2 things, security and innovation. So for us, we are proud to say for 5 years, we've never lost a cent of our users' money because our focus is security. For crypto exchange, make it or fail it, it depends on your security team, how strong you are. For example, we have a research lab in Australia, Melbourne. We hired a bunch of cybersecurity professors working on defensive technology, defensive strategy, innovative technology to make sure we are always 1 step ahead of the technology and make sure our users' money is secure. And at the moment, we hold a bunch of different licenses that we're operating in different regions. Head office at the moment is in Dubai, research lab in Australia. We have our technology team in Hong Kong, Shanghai, South Korea. It's not working. Oh, here we go. So at the moment, we have more than 350 pair of tokens listed on our exchange on the spot market. So for the last 5 years, we believe in innovation. We also support innovation. So projects, it's always highly selective when we list them on our exchange. For good projects, we support them, bring our community. We have more than 7.5 million users globally at the moment. And then for futures trading, we have more than 13 pairs. This is really not too good. Yeah, so in terms of features, because we specialized in futures trading, our daily volume is more than 1 billion USDT trading volume. And then we have the most innovative trading features on the market that allow even professional traders like to use our platform. Thank you very much. Because of the innovative flexibility of the features. But of course, I don't want to talk too much detail in this. If you want to find out, you can come to my booth number 25 and I can show you. That's not what I'm here to talk about. So I'm here to talk about this year, our initiative funding globally 100 global CEOs help us to grow each region. So the business model is we do what we specialize in. We specialize in cybersecurity, product features, liquidity. Our trading platform has the most cutting-edge technology. And what we're probably not really good at is focusing on each market and understand each market characteristic and grow that market. So what we do this year is for anyone that's sitting here today, if you have the passion for crypto exchange, if you have the passion of trading, or you want to sort of own your own business as a crypto exchange operator, and we can allow you to do that. we operate sort of like a franchise model. In each region, we appoint a regional CEO. You grow your customer base. We do revenue share with each regional CEO, and we support technology. We give you customer service support. So it has been quite successful, the model, in the last year or so, that from Korea and Vietnamese market. For example, our Korean partner, he joined us as a CEO, regional CEO last year, and then he actually operated a trading club that recruited 1,000 members that trade in the trading club. Not only did he engage the most professional traders to teach those people how to trade safely and how to trade with discipline and make a stable source of passive income. Also, as this regional CEO, he enjoys 70% of the revenue share that we make from those trading activities. So now I believe his team with 10 people actually collect around $500,000 per month for the trading fee. So if you want to find out how this calculated, again, come to the booth and I'll show you. And it's not hard for everyone. If you want to start trading business, doesn't really get affected too much by each project or by the market, specifically the futures trading, because you can trade both directions. And then a lot more people, especially emerging markets, we see a lot of demand in Africa, a lot of demand in Southeast Asia as well. So if you understand a certain market that we don't, if you sort of have a marketing idea or a trading idea that you want to utilize and capitalize that, monetize that, we're here for you, and then we will support you. And then I think from our experience, all these partners that joined us in the last 8 months actually start being very profitable from month 2. So you can build from 100 customers, even 50 customers, and you own those customers forever. The revenue share is forever, and the settlement is daily. So anything that generated from your customer, you get paid next day as USDT to your wallet. So for example, you are the regional CEO, you can engage a few partners under you, and those partners can operate in different methods. For example, they can teach people how to trade, or they can, if they're an influencer, they can share market trend. And then all you need to do is to make sure that you manage those customers well with us, and it will become your profitable business. So I don't want to take too much time of everyone. This is all I want to cover today. If you're interested to discover more or how you can become our regional CEO, please come to booth 25 and we can talk in more in detail. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Sonia. Thank you very much. All right. Coming up next, we have a very interesting topic talking about the fast token blockchain ecosystem and how we can bring cryptocurrency closer to the common people, right? So lay people may not know. I mean, I think a lot of people here, you often, whenever you tell them you're into crypto or you're into the blockchain NFT, the first thing you get is, oh, that's a scam, right? Oh, this is a waste of time. It's never going to work, right? You're going to lose your money and all that stuff. So there's a lot of negative perception about this to the common lay people. And it takes specialized knowledge in order for you to invest and actually make money in the crypto market. And it's true. So let's see what Fast Token has to say about bringing cryptocurrencies closer to the people. So in order to share this with us, we have their lead blockchain program lead, which is Mr. Pavel Aramian. Let's give him a big round of applause.
All right, hello again, everyone. So let me briefly introduce myself again. I'm the blockchain program lead at Fast Token, And as you might have already guessed, I deal mainly with technology and blockchain-related applications, but I also know that if technology is not being used by anyone, and it's kind of useless, right? Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. So at Fast Token, I'll tell you now a bit what we're trying to do, and the ultimate goal being that we're trying to bring cryptocurrencies closer to the people. As the lady before me was talking, she said that most of the cryptocurrencies are being used in exchanges and in other similar parts areas, but mostly like only 3% of cryptocurrencies are being used for anything else really. And it would be really nice if you could, you just simply use your money because cryptocurrencies should be considered as money, right? It's digital money. So Fast Token is an end-to-end blockchain ecosystem which incorporates a number of products, which include an exchange, an NFT marketplace, a metaverse, payment solutions, both online and offline, and also the blockchain layer one that we're currently working on, and I'll tell you a bit about it later. And so Fast Token is a standard utility token based on the Ethereum network. It's part of a larger organization that's called Self-Construct. It's a big company, a large IT solutions provider in the world, which has over 20 brands under its umbrella, which range over various industries, including like gaming, hospitality, restaurants, VR technologies, website building, and you name it. And the idea is that there is a large user base, about 1 million people, spread across 700 partners, which we're going to utilize to bring, to introduce cryptocurrencies to them in one form or another, to incentivize them to purchase cryptocurrencies in exchange for benefits. So here you can see the ecosystem and all of the products that we're currently working on. Actually, most of them are, all of them are in progress, and most of them are planned to launch in a very short time, around August to September. And kicking off with the NFT marketplace, it's a bit different from the traditional NFT marketplaces like OpenSea that you all probably know very well. It's more on the centralized side, but the idea is that we want to make it easy for people to get into the space, and obviously decentralized wallets are not the easiest way to, get somebody on board with cryptocurrencies or NFTs or whatever it is. So the idea is that our marketplace is going to be very easy to use, and it's going to have a very interesting feature which will allow users to, which will basically incentivize users to jump into the NFT space because we have mixed it with some traditional aspects that people know well and know and love very much, and that will push them, to be more inclined towards getting into the space, even if it's just simply for buying an NFT, just to get that whatever they need in the traditional space as well. Moving on to the FastX exchange, it's a cryptocurrency exchange, again centralized. We're currently amazing our operations in the UAE region, and as you may know that in UAE you're supposed to be regulated and do everything in line with the regulators and jurisdictions requirements. So that's why centralization should be a part of whatever business in the blockchain space you're doing in the UAE. And the exchange is going to be very similar, again, to traditional exchanges that you all know very well, with the key difference being that we're going to be utilizing the exchange's wallet, the system that keeps the cryptocurrencies for the people, for the users, and use the same login credentials across the whole ecosystem so that every user will be able to access all of our services and products using the same login and the same password and the same wallets, much like, much like Google, for example. Like, have a Google account, you can access the Gmail, you can access the Docs, the calendar, and everything else. You don't need like a different account for each thing you're doing. So here's the wallet that I was talking about. It's in the future. We're planning to take it into a separate application on your smartphone so that you can be able to use it right from your smartphone. You won't even need a desktop or a laptop or anything else. And FastEx payments is one of the things that I was talking about when I said we want to bring cryptocurrencies closer to the people. This is a unified system of payments which allows vendors to accept cryptocurrencies as a means of payment, and with them getting the fiat currency at the end of the transaction, right? So here's how it works. Imagine you're somewhere in a mall and you want to buy something for yourself. And wouldn't it be nice if you could simply take your cryptocurrency wallet and simply buy it, just without having to go through the trouble of taking the cryptocurrency to an exchange and then make it into fiat and then getting it back into your card, or like making cash and just simply you scan a QR code and the transaction goes through and you're happy because you were able to pay with crypto, and the vendor is happy because they get the fiat on their end, so they're not risking any volatility issues. The same we're going to do with the crypto terminals. So these are very much like traditional terminals that we all know, like the bank cards, except they'll also be able to give you out cash right through your crypto wallet, which is our exchange wallet, basically, that you have in your smartphone. So if you're a registered user, you'll simply need to go to like a terminal, pass the authentication process, and simply withdraw as much cash as you have in your exchange wallet, right? So here is a prototype. It's actually working right now. It's currently in the UAE, but we're planning to move into different markets, including Asia, including Europe, including South America, very, very soon. These terminals are, the POS terminals are very similar to the latter. These ones will be used by the vendors in like supermarkets, in malls, where you'll be able to come and simply purchase anything you wish, basically using your cryptocurrencies, and not have them lying around waiting for the price to increase so you can sell them for profit only. And lastly, FastChain is the blockchain that we're currently working on developing. A few words about it is that it's based on the Ethereum network. It's a layer 1 solution that's going to utilize proof of stake. And we're currently working to deliver something that's very unique in the industry that I believe nobody has done this prior, so that the users themselves might be the ones who will be processing the transactions. But I don't want to share too much. I want you guys to follow the news because the development is still in process, and it's scheduled to release sometime by the end of the year, so that if you're going to follow, you're going to know more about it in the end. So a couple things about the development criteria. Of course, we need it to be fast and we need it to be cost efficient. That's the main things that will help us bring cryptocurrencies closer and the technology closer to all people. And yeah, the security, of course, is an important aspect of basically anything you're building today. So that security is going to be proven by the Ethereum network itself, and also it will be done with the help of our consensus mechanism, which we're currently, again, only under development, but it's very, very promising. So that's a few words about Fast Token. If you would like to know more, you can join our team at the booth. It's right in the front. You can't miss it. So if you have any more questions, please come to the booth and, we'll answer them for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavel. Okay. Coming up next, we have a sharing from Kainet, and they're going to talk about Kainet, a token for gamers, traders, and investors. More and more, these investing platforms are now looking to gamify, their platforms and their cryptocurrencies in the blockchain. So let's have a look at what Kainet is offering. I'd like to invite up here the co-founders of Kainet, Samal Jamali and Benjamin Jamali. Let's give the Jamali brothers a big round of applause.
So, hello everybody. Thanks for having me today. I want to talk about the Kainet gaming token that we are just developing. First of all, let's talk about the agenda that we have planned for you. In the first part of this presentation, I will just give a short introduction about all the products that we have. After that, I will just present the team to you, the contracts, staking, options, the listings, utilities, the mobile app that is planned for the future aspects of our course. And to work with us, of course, we are hiring right now. And you can also visit us at our booth 1. There's only a misspelling in the whole presentation. I'm sorry for that. So, let's talk about Kainet. I want to first give a short introduction about Kainet. We have launched our product in May 2021. We are a made in Germany based token. We have an LLC in our registered company. That means we have also the legal entity of our token. We are an established team of 6 developers. We are based in Germany and the US. We have built a DeFi ecosystem on governance token. That means Kainet is a governance token, and about to play to earn and all the stuff about the utilities I will just talk about in a few minutes. Also the staking possibilities to have a passive income while staking your tokens, and we will also talk about the NFT-based collectibles and the token from itself that is made for gamers, DeFi, and traders. So, first of all, I want just say hello to everybody. I am the CFO. I'm Sami. I'm doing all the financial stuff for the company. Benjamin is the CEO. He is also here at the booth number 1. You can visit our booth. There's also a trailer about the play to earn game, and the rest of the team is also put in the side here. So let's talk about the contract. We are an altcoin, and we are an altcoin with a certain amount of tokens. That means you can't have crypto exploits in the contract. We are not renounced for utility development. That means we can change taxes every time we want. If we want to make the development, make better or develop a step for the development of a token, we can just talk about it in the team and talk about all the necessary steps to develop it more. We are audited by Certic. That means we are secured by them, so the contract is pretty safe. That means that there is no possibility of an exploit or anything else that can harm the tokens in your wallet if you are buying the token from us. The current burn rate is at 22%. That means of 100% of tokens, we just burn 22% of the tokens. So the supply will be around 78%. And from this 78% of tokens, 37% are staked already in the staking contract that we have launched. Our taxes are right now at 0. We have 0 buy taxes, 0 sell taxes, and 0 transfer taxes. That means if you buy 100 tokens, you will get also 100 tokens for sure. Let's talk about the staking plan that we have. We are providing 4 pools. The first pool has an APR of 4%, and the fourth pool has an APR of 24%. It depends which kind of pool you want to stake for. If you want a flexible form, you get like 4%, and you can just withdraw your tokens every time you want. 4% APR means if you just stake, for example, 1 million tokens, you get 40,000 tokens, for example. And in the pool 4 is like 24% APR. That means you get 240,000 tokens if you stake 1 million tokens, for example, but the tokens are 90 days locked. Let's talk about the listings that we have. We are listed on PancakeSwap because we are on BP20 token. That means we have launched on the Binance Smart Chain. We are also listed on Bitmart, LBank, and Buybox. So you can just buy us on these exchanges as well. So for the people who doesn't own DeFi wallet, for example. So let's talk about the utilities that Kainan, the governance tokens, provide. We have 4 utilities. The first utility and the main utility of the governance token of Kainet is Land of Kai. That's a 3D open world play to earn game. We have also K Vision. That's a multi-chain crypto tracker that detects all the assets you hold in the wallet and shows the assets in the equivalent to a USD in your in this app. We have also planned a browser extension. That's a tool for the daily usage. So you can just do iceberg trades, for example, to just take profits from an exchange or from a certain coin, for example. And also Kaiwali is another utility that we have. That tracks your entire DeFi profile and shows all the assets you hold. Let's talk about Land of Kai and the main USP of our token. That's a first of its kind 3D RPG open world game. You have the option to collect, upgrade, buy, and sell NFTs, as for example, NFTs for armor. You can level up your character and fight against each other in the game and win, for example, a certain amount of token if you play versus with other players. There's also an in-game burning mechanism. We have a native token in the game that is called Thaler, where you just buy, for example, a certain NFT, and the game will automatically burn the tokens that are used for the in-game transaction. The game is a player versus player. So with Kainet bets and rewards, you have the option to bet against each other and win the tokens or lose your tokens. And another cool thing is we have in-game different mini games, 2D 2D mini games where you can just join through a portal and see what the game is about. There are also frequently events with rewards in Land of Kai. That means we have also launched some treasure hunt events with our partner token Luffy. So you can just search for treasure boxes in the game and win rewards and based on the tokens of the partner tokens and win, for example, $500 worth of Luffy or Kainet. The Play to Earn token was planned to release in March 2022. Unfortunately, we have delayed the launch due to unexpected market conditions. And we have also cooperations with other tokens for the upcoming treasure hunts that we have planned to launch. So, Kaiwali is our own personal wallet tracking app. You have the option to just type in your Ethereum, BSC, Polygon, and Phantom or Solana wallet. Our wallet supports multiple chains, and it tracks automatically all the assets you have and show all the USD values, the charts and analytics, and also transaction history, what you did before you have, for example, a certain amount of tokens in your wallet. And also we have a small rocket built into this wallet. You can just type in, for example, how is my wallet if the coin that I'm holding doing, like, for example, 5x or 10x. let's talk about Kai Vision. That's the platform for easy navigation through the crypto universe. That means we have just built a new tool for DEX tools. That means it is a better solution as DEX tools with security measurement options for new investors. So you have the option to just buy a certain amount of token or buy a token, for example, and see that the token has, for example, locked liquidity or a renounced contract or a good liquidity pool. So it detects automatically some security measurement functions and says to you, it is a good coin or is it a bad coin? Let's talk about the browser extension. You have the browser extension to get an easy access in game usage to the Kainet metaverse. That means also that you need it for the in-game transactions while you're buying, for example, an NFT. And it was also an aggregator that invests in different tokens to find the best price. For example, arbitrage and all the stuff. And you have also the option to buy and trade NFTs, the iceberg trades, for example, that it sells on top and buys at a low price. The analysis is working like in TA analysis, and the social tools to get advices from traders, investors, and friends. It will look like a Steam extension, for example, where you can just jump in and talk with other people like Reddit or Steam. How is it working? Or which kind of token should I buy to make a certain amount of money? Kainet presents Kainet Verse. That's our app that we are right now getting the license for to make all the utility that we have planned on an app, on the Play Store, and also on the App Store for the iPhone. The future aspects that we have, Land of Kai will get more footage, the modified game trailer, more maps, assets, characters, and also a mobile version. Right now we have launched already the Play to Earn client. That means you can just download it from the website and check the environment, how is it working, and how also the code is working. The bad thing about today is that we had a trailer, but it doesn't work. So you have to come to our booth, one, to check out the trailer. There's a trailer that you can just check out on our iPad. And we are right now on search to hiring more game developers. We are working right now with 4 of them. And Kainet Studios will also be like a multi-platform for game studio for future development and also for partnerships that are working with us. Work with us. We are right now hiring. We are searching for good game developers, good game designers, Solidity developers, and also for people who want to do marketing for us. Yeah, that's it from my side. You can just talk to our booth, talk to us at our booth number 1. Thanks for listening and have a nice day. Take care, guys.
Welcome to Kainet, an award-winning DeFi ecosystem of utility tools and a first-of-its-kind play-to-learn RPG game. Land of Kai is a 3D open-world RPG and P2E game which provide a strong story mode with side quests to level your character up. Play-to-earn mini-games, raids and dungeons, house building and decoration, boats, cars, flying mounts, and much more. You can style your character with NFT-based game assets, fight other players to earn tokens, collect NFT, and buy your very own land in the metaverse. The alpha version 2 of Land of Kai is already available on Windows 10 and newer.
All right, let's hear it one more time for Kainet, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Very interesting. All right, so coming up next, we have a talk by Jim Network, and they're going to tell us about the easiest way to experience finance. I wonder what that means. The easiest way to experience finance. Well, we're going to find out soon enough, because coming up from Gym Network to share this with us, we have the Sales and Affiliate Manager. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Louis Malanga.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Singapore. My name is Louis Mhlanga. I'm from South Africa, and I work with a company named Gym Network. As you can see on the screen, Gym Network, the metaverse. Our motto is simplify the way to experience finance, right? Every one of us know about money. Every one of us know the paper money. Every one of us here might be knowing about one or two cryptocurrencies, right? So today I am here to share with you how Gym Network is simplifying finance in the DeFi space, in the cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. Okay, so today I am here to just quickly take you through this opportunity on what it does. So firstly, I would like to answer a question whereby someone will be saying, who are you? Who is Gym Network? Gym Network is it's a team of more than 60 people currently, and it's led by the gentleman called Alberto. Alberto is the brains behind the technology or the idea of Gym Network. And we have an amazing team here that you're looking at here. We have 12 experienced or very skilled developers. They lead a team of 30 developers, which is the media skilled developers in the DeFi or blockchain or coding. Okay. And we have about 20 people that are part of the corporate team, marketing, all the way up to the designers of the website and graphics and all that. So this is the team, and we are proud to say that we have the most talented, hardworking and dedicated people that work out of passion, not out of push. So you might be asking and saying, where are you going? Yes, we hear of all this and all that. Where are you going? And so forth. Before I head on to our vision, Gym Network is a company that is just getting started. We are on the foundation phase, of which currently we are working. Our version 1.5 is the one that is active online with few services, and of which sit down and listen. At the end of the day, you will know all the services that we want to offer. So Gym Network is currently, it will have offices in Dubai and other 2 countries that are not yet confirmed. We are still working on the legalities and all that on the other 2 countries. So with Dubai, there will be a launch in October, an official launch of Gym Network towards the end of the year, and you will know much more about Gym Network. So the vision is to build a metaverse with crypto finance services, and not only that, and easy accessible DeFi products to a new being. Okay, so we are looking at cryptocurrency is growing at a fast speed. With this phenomenal speed that is growing at, it brings confusion and cluster in the minds of newbies. People that don't know what is cryptocurrency, or people that are not exposed that much on cryptocurrencies. So Gym Network is designed or is created to bring a solution to accommodate someone that says, I hear about Bitcoin, I hear about Binance Coin, I hear about cryptocurrency, but I don't know where to go and I don't know what to do. Okay, because when you Google, there are so many pages that open up that cluster the mind. When you go to YouTube, there is so much information that is an overload information that clusters the mind. So Gym Network, it is coming with that solution to offer products and services that will enable a newbie to be able to navigate the space of DeFi and the space of cryptocurrency and at the same time make money. Okay, so there are three major problems that we have identified. That is, number one, whereby people don't usually use the online platforms. That's number one, because of they don't have, especially for asset management, investment, and advisory. So we understand that part, that we have a problem and it needs a solution. And number two, most people are less informed about digital assets. They are less informed about cryptocurrencies. Most people know about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, but they don't know much about cryptocurrencies. So less information in our countries and globally. Number three, lack of understanding and knowledge that is the main reason why there is a reluctancy in adopting this new technology that is about to change people's lives. Okay. So with that, we have an audience, and the audience is massive, it's globally. There is no boundary, there is no restriction, but each and everyone should know about cryptocurrency. They should have a basic understanding about cryptocurrency. So Gym Network has understood that there is a problem, and at the same time, there is a solution in order to accommodate more than 98% of world population that has not been exposed to cryptocurrency. Okay. So with that being said, all cases identify a lack of knowledge. Someone may say they know, but you don't know if you can't do it. The only person that can say I know is someone that is doing it. And the confidence for you to do something is based on your revelation of your knowledge based on, let's say, cryptocurrency. So that's the main reason for reluctance and slow acceptance of cryptocurrency. So how we will solve this issue globally? That is, number one, we'll bring general knowledge and education, not only education, but practical education. Not just theory, but practical education that will enable someone to say, you are new and you don't know anything, but let me take you by my hand and let me teach you, while teaching, applying what they are being taught. That's the power of what is coming. And then number two, we are bringing in consultancy. Consultancy, services, advisory, and incentives programs that you will understand later about all these in the next coming slides. So we are here to unpack the metaverse and the digital finance for everyone, and enable each and everyone who is curious about anything to do with cryptocurrency to come on board and at the same time make money. Okay. So what do we do? What do we do? Number one is we are here to introduce a unique and easy network that people can experience through using or utilizing the products of Gym Network or services that are integrated in Gym Network. And number two, we have an affiliate. We are going to use the affiliate system that will be more useful in order to achieve the goal of reaching out to as many people as we want with Gym Network all over the globe. And number three, professional third parties can also educate and advise people. So we will have that opportunity to partner with each and everyone that is keen to work with Gym Network in order to achieve the goal, the vision of Gym Network. Okay. Someone asked me on the other side, he said, what is making Gym Network unique? What makes Gym Network better than the next company? What makes Gym Network better? Gym Network is not in competition with any company. Gym Network is here to work in collaboration and in partnership with as many people as we can, with as many companies as we can, in order to achieve the goal that is to bring as many people as we can into the blockchain technology. All right. So number 4 is to build relationships with third parties in the metaverse. For example, Binance Academy and other finance-related educations. So that's what we are bringing with Gym Network. And we are working on it day and night, and we are just getting started. We haven't done much. So as Gym Network, we see a world where everyone is an investor. You are an investor. Either you invest your time in something that you like or something that you desire to achieve. You invest your skill, you invest your money. Okay? So we see the world, we see a world where everyone is an investor. Irregardless how you see it or irregardless on how you define it. But each and every one of us are investors. Okay? You might be asking, what have you done? What is it that you have achieved? What is it that you have done with Gym Network so far? So, we launched version 1.5 on the 25th of April 2022, which is few months back. We have more than 13,000 holders of our token. More than 13,000 holders of our GymNet token. And number 2, we have now onboarded investors, more than 24,000 investors within our Gym Network protocol. And we have our Telegram users that are more than 25,000, Twitter users more than 18,000, and we have subscribers on YouTube that are more than 3,000 within our channel. So, because we love money, right? Anyone who loves money, anyone who doesn't love money, anyone who doesn't love money, if you don't like it, you are in the wrong place, because the fact that you are here, it means that you really like it, right? So, we on our vault status, we are sitting at $22 million, more than $22 million of today. We are sitting on more than $22 million on our GymNet BNB vault. We are sitting on more than $22 million. Then on the farm, we are sitting at more than $3 million. Okay. So within our protocol, you are able to stake, you are able to farm, and to farm BNB or GymNet token. And then we have what we call our single pool, where you are able to stake GymNet token. And within GymNet, within the single pool, we are sitting in more than 44 million GymNet tokens already staked within our protocol. Okay, so we have our banning mechanism for GymNet token. The total supply, you might be asking, how much is the total supply? The total supply is 400 million, and so far we have banned more than 2,800,000 GymNet tokens. That's what we have done so far. Not only that, we have our goals and we have our desires that are on board, that is to achieve. So when we look at the numbers, we are talking about 150,000 users this year. We want to achieve the goal of having more than 150,000 users within Gym Network. In 2023, we want to scale it to 500, to double the amount to 500,000. And then in 2024, we are looking at in between 2,500,000 100,000 users to 3 million users, and of which is achievable because our drive is not just the numbers, it's not just money, but it's the mission and the vision that we have within Gym Network. And our mission mainly is to educate, is to empower and equip more than 10 million people. 10 million people globally, irregardless which continent, irregardless skin color, irregardless who you are, irregardless of financial status, irregardless of whoever you are. So we want to achieve the goal to teach more than 10 million people. And another objective is to create a digital workplaces in our metaverse. You will understand later what I'm talking about. Then we are building a diverse crypto ecosystem because we are having multiple streams of income in one network, and at the same time in collaboration and partnership with other service providers that have excellent or best products in the market. So we are working as this is one of our objectives, and is to create again an exceptional metaverse experience. I hear a lot of questions about metaverse and all this and all that. I have a question to you today. My question to you will be, do you play games on your phone? Do you play games on your laptop? Anyone who plays games? Anyone who plays games? Anyone who has kids that play games on the phone? And anyone? Okay. My son has a game that he loves to play, and this game is it's a car racing game. Sometimes you see him doing like this while he's sitting, or he kicks, he's doing that because what he's doing on the screen is so real to him more than what is where he is. He forgets that he's sitting with me or anyone in the room. All he does, he'll be doing this. It's so real to him. He has an emotional attachment to what he's doing. So we are bringing a virtual experience for each and everyone who says, I want to experience the virtual world, and I want at the same time to be rewarded to make money using the virtual world. So we are bringing that soon. So our other objective is to build a blockchain ecosystem that is amazing, and to provide people with the financial economic success through our services and products that we are bringing on board. And lastly, not the least, but to provide participants with a vehicle to create a success story or to achieve financial freedom for themselves. Let's move forward. We have core values, and our core values are to, we don't compromise on excellence. Yes, there might be glitches here and there, but we don't compromise on excellence and continuous improvement. Meaning that we don't sit on one solution, but we continue to improve what we have on a day-to-day basis. Our team, especially the developers team, is always hands-on with what we are doing. So we have an amazing team, not just the developers. The corporate team is so highly when it comes to continuous improvement. We don't get stuck in one solution or in one situation. And another value is transparency and accountability. We believe that we are accountable. As individuals, we are accountable for who we are and where we are going. And as a company, we believe that we are accountable. And at the same time, we believe in transparency. That's why we believe in usage of blockchain. Remember, on blockchain, everything is written, is written everywhere. So you can verify every information that you want about Gym Network. If you want to know about the transaction of Gym Network, you don't have to listen to me. You can go on blockchain technology, that's Binance Chain, and you will be able to verify that. We believe, again, teamwork and collaboration is one of the keys. I spoke about this several times, that we are not in a competition, but we are here to build a vehicle that will enable everyone to achieve success. And for us to achieve that, we cannot do it on our own. we have to collaborate and to partner with other service providers. And number four, innovation and creativity. We believe so much in creativity and innovation. That's why you find that we are not sitting on one solution, but we keep improving. If you follow us from when we started and where we are today, you realize what I'm talking about and where we are heading to. We have an amazing leadership, and we have an affiliate system where it helps us to recognize the hard workers, and it helps us to recognize those who take the leadership role within Jim Network. People that say, I am not only here to make money for myself, but I have a desire, I have a passion to help other people make money. Okay. Then we look at the entrepreneurial spirit. This is one of the core values. So we believe that each and every one of us has the power, or there's that greatness within to be an entrepreneur that needs to be unlocked in order to achieve your financial goals. So ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that's the end of it for today. And I'd like to say thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you so much. Any question before I go? Unfortunately, I had another slide that had pictures. It came late. We apologize on that. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for your speech. What do you think is the use case for your token now or in the future?
Sorry, please come again.
What is the use case for your Jim Network token now or in the future?
The use case. I wish I could show you the screen of our. Can you assist to show me just the 3D map of Jim Network? Just the 3D map. You don't have to do the whole slide. Is it doable? I mean, on the other one. Okay. All right. It seems like they don't have. Okay. In simple terms, we are building a metaverse. Okay, services products that are many. It's not just one. Right now, we have the Vault. We are having the Vault is whereby you are able to deposit your BNB and earn GymNet reward just by depositing it there and sitting there. And you are able to withdraw your funds at any given time. No restrictions, no limitation, no penalty, no fees for withdrawing your capital. That's number one. Number two, we have our yield farming. On the yield farming, you are able to farm GymNet token and you are able to farm BNB and earn more GymNet tokens. So not only that, we have, so that I don't miss, I don't leave something out. Let me open my, okay. So we have yield farming and the Vault. Next month, we have our version 2 launching. That is the most exciting for some of us that love to make money. So on the launch next month, we are having NFTs. We are selling NFTs within our platform, and you will be utilizing GymNet token to buy and even other cryptocurrencies. So that's the other part. And at the same time, we will be having an NFT marketplace where you will be using GymNet token. GymNet token will be used in our NFT marketplace as one of our strategy to build the ecosystem. On our launchpad, you will be utilizing GymNet token. So we will have, again, our DEX. Our DEX is outstanding, and is one of, I don't think in the market has what we are bringing when it comes to the DEX. And mostly when it comes to the transaction, GIM token will be the main token that will be used for fees and so forth. And we are going to have the AR, the augmented reality application, whereby you'll be able to play games or to run, do exercises and so forth. And when you finish the exercise, as you are led by your instructor, you earn tokens. That's the usage of GymNet token as we speak. And we have much more products that are coming again on our university. We'll utilize GymNet token and our meta blocks. That is the NFT miner that will be announced soon and it will be revealed soon. We'll be using mainly GymNet token. I hope I answered. Thank you. So it's not just the token, it's not a meme token. There are products and services that are put in place to enable GymNet token to be usable in the real life cases. Any other question? We can take last one. Any question? Okay, we are okay. All right. So thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're looking forward to be with you. We look forward to change the world together because we can. All together we can. Together we can. And together we can make it happen. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Louis Malanga. Thank you very much, sir. Nicely done. All right. Coming up next, we have an interesting topic on how to invest safely in crypto. How do we do that? And I think for the purposes of today, a lot of it, from my perspective anyway, has been covering about how to do things safely, how to secure your investments, how to make sure that you don't get scammed, how do you move around and navigate through the world of crypto investing safely to protect your assets. So I think this is a very, very apt topic to cover today, how to invest safely in crypto. This is going to be done by Communitas.net. Their CEO, Robbie Gio, is going to join us on stage to share with us how to invest safely in crypto. Ladies and gentlemen, Robbie Gio.
Hi, hello. So yeah, my name is Robbie and I'm from Communitas. Today, I will bring the topic about how to invest safely in crypto. First of all, I would like to say that this presentation is not a financial advice and you should always conduct your own research for it. Okay. Sorry. Which one? This one? Yeah, okay. So first of all, we like to discuss about how to make money in crypto. So in general, there are three ways that we can make money in crypto. First of all is mining. Mining basically is a process that Bitcoin and other several cryptocurrency use to generate new coins and verify new transaction. It involves fast and decentralized network of computers around the world that verify and secure the blockchains. In return for contributing the processing power, computers on the network are rewarded with new coins. But you know, there are several problems with mining. So first of all, not so many well-known crypto use the POW mechanism for their consensus. Even Ethereum, the second largest market cap, they are transitioning to POS or proof of stake mechanism. And then according to the Economic Times, over 75% of Bitcoin miners' earnings is going to the soaring electricity cost. Means that you have to pay for the cost. So next one, we have the trading. So trading is basically the act of speculating the cryptocurrency price movement, either by buying or selling the token in an exchanges. Trading can be profitable in a bull market, but with this current market condition, I think that it's not very profitable. There's also a future and leverage trading, which can be risky as it is easy for you to lose all your investment if the price, goes against your position. So as you can see here, according to Trade Society, all traders start with the dream to get rich quick, and then only 40% of them trade only for 1 month. 80% of them quit within the first 2 years, and only 7% remain after 5 years. So yeah. The next one is we have investing. The last one we have investing. So investing is, in a nutshell, is the act of putting capital to work in hopes that of a greater payoff in the next future. We have several myths here. Like a lot of people think that investing is only for the rich people, but here I will later on we'll discuss how we can start investing in crypto even with like a very small capital. The timing is also quite important. So as we can see here, this 25 years old says that he's a millionaire now after investing early in Ethereum and Bitcoin. So I think that early is, or timing is quite crucial in investing. So there is one platform in crypto, we call it Launchpad. Launchpad basically is a platform to connect between retail investors and a project. When a project wants to do the fundraising or to kickstart their project, they need some kind of funds, and they will go to the Launchpad. There are several Launchpad in the crypto industry, but based on our experience, there are 3 problems worth solving. So first of all, for several Launchpad, they have quite high entry barrier. It means that you have to hold a minimum amount of their token in order to be able to participate. And then the next one is there are some kind of waiting list or a lottery system. It means that even if you have the native token of that Launchpad, you will still have to, wait. Based on our experience, last year we tried to participate in one Launchpad. There were like 300,000 people waiting to buy the token, but only 10% of them can get to buy the token. So yeah, it's no guarantee. And then the third one is no guarantee or safety of the funds. If you ever heard of ICO, yeah, I believe that all of us know what is ICO, initial coin offering. ICO boom was back in 2017, where you can buy the token directly from the website. But you will never know if the next day after you invest, then when the website gone, it means that your investment is also gone. That's why you will need Launchpad, because in Launchpad we will do all the dirty job for you. We will do all the KYC, we will do the research, So when you invest in the Launchpad, it's quite safe rather than ICO. This is some comparison that we have with other Launchpad. So in Comunitas, like I mentioned, that we can start with even as low as not even $1 to start. Then you can get a guarantee allocation. Whereas in other Launchpad, you will need like $200 until $2,000 to buy their native token. We also have our private sale deal sometimes. So what is the difference between private sale and public sale? So in the private sale, you might have a better price, but maybe a longer vesting period. So in order to get the private sale deal in Comunitas, you will need to hold 500,000 COM token, which is worth only like $800. Whereas in other launchpad, you will need like 10 to 14,000 to participate in the private sale. So yeah, we also have our staking yield, which means that when you buy the COM token and if you stake it in our platform, you will get the APY starting from 18%. And if you compare with other launchpad, we are still the highest. We also have our protection or priority rules, which later on we will cover. And then we also have a revenue sharing model where other launchpad doesn't have. So these are some criteria when we want to launch a project that, like the project needs to follow. First of all, the project will have to send the full amount of tokens to our vesting smart contract prior to the TGE. TGE is token generation event, or in simple word, like the listing. When the project want to list the token, before the listing in an exchange, they have to send the token to us so that we can lowering the risk of vesting delays. Then the second one is the fund raise will be released to the project according to the vesting schedule. For example, if a project vests 25% of the token every month, we will only release an equivalent percentage of the fund to the project at least 49 hours after each vesting, which means that your investment is safe, not like the old ICO, where, like I said, if the website is gone, then your investment is gone. By doing this, we can ensure our investors that if the project goes maybe like do the scam or rug pulls, then we can still refund your investment. And then number 3 is quite interesting. So our rule says that if the price of the token falls below the IKO, so we call our ICO as IKO, initial communitas offering. So for 3 consecutive days, before 50% of the token have been vested, then communitas will provide an option for refunds. So let's say you invest in a project with 25% vesting for 4 months. The first time you will get your 25%, and when the token is listed, let's say you make like 20% of profits, okay? And then next month, before another 25% of the token invested, if the price goes down below the sale price for 3 consecutive days, then we will open up for refunds. It means that we will refund the 75% of your investment to you. So I can say that it's very safe, like 50% of your investment is guaranteed with these rules. Number 4, it says that the project will have to provide a liquidity in a 1-to-1 ratio in relation to its initial market cap. Initial market cap is a number of circulating token at the first day of the listing times the price of the token itself. So next one, the liquidity of the token will have to be locked with a reliable third party like DXLock or Unicrypt. And then the team token will have to be locked up according to the vesting schedule. This includes any and all token for marketing advisory based on their tokenomic. By doing this, we will ensure that the team will not dump the token, because a lot of projects, they're trying to, like play around with the investor. They say that the liquidity is locked, but then if the team token is not locked, it means that they can easily dump the token and drain the liquidity. This is very important. So the next one is the token contracts will need to be audited by a dependable audit firm to prevent any vulnerabilities or intentional loopholes in the code. And the listing date of the token must be within 14 days of the IKO, and Comunitas reserve the right to provide refunds if the listing is postponed, which means that when you are an investor in Comunitas, when you invest in a project, so within 2 weeks time, you will get some portion of your investment back because the project will agree to list the token within 14 days. Yeah, we call it proven solution is 3 projects that we have back in the month of May. So the first one was decentral wallet, the price of when IKO it was 0.014 US dollar, and it goes to as high as 0.02 within 2 hours. So it's like a 2x. But then based on our statistic, our investor can sell at an average sell of 1.6x with 100% token unlock. So which means that if you invest $1,000 for this project, by the time of the listing, when you unlock the token, 100% of the token, you will sell it at least 1,600, which means that you made like 60% of the profit. The second project was iStep. The price of the IKO was 0.01. It goes to as high as 0.9. It's a 90x. But then, yeah, not everybody can sell at that price. So based on our statistic, when you get the 25% unlock at the day of listing, you can sell an average of 5.2x, which means that if you invested, let's say 1,000 US dollar, and then you get 250 worth of your token, when you sell it, it become 1,250. You get your capital back, and then you earn 250 as profit. And you still have 75% of the token unvested. Okay, so the last one is Bike Earn. Okay, it's a move to earn project. The price of the IKO was 0.012. It goes as high as 1 point something dollar, which is 99x. But based on our statistic, our user, after they unlock the 25% at the listing, they can sell at 1.5x. The third project is one sample that has been refunded. It means that because of the price of the token goes below 0.012, so last week we refunded 75% of the investment to all of our investor. Okay. How we can do that? Because we have all the agreement with the project, and then we are keeping the funds safe with us before we release the fund to the project. Yeah, I also touch about the revenue sharing. It means that this revenue sharing is quite unique and new. We have just introduced it. It is only for private partners. A private partners in Comunitas is the one who is holding and staking more than 500,000 COM token. 500,000 COM token, as of the price today, it worth like 1,000 USD. So if you are one of our private partners, you will enjoy 30% revenue sharing every quarter, because we will make some revenue in our first come, first serve and community round, and we take out the 30%, we put it in a Genesis Safe wallet, and every quarter we will share to all of our private partners. The more COM token you have, the more sharing that you will get. And the first one will happen in this quarter, the second quarter, which will be done in 30th of June. So you still have time. If you want to participate, you can buy more than 500,000 COM token, you stake it in our staking platform, and you will be eligible for this one. So why a project wants to launch with Comunitas with all those hard criteria? Because of trust. We are trusted by more than 130,000 members in Telegram, 200,000 followers in Twitter, 25,000 in Medium, and 13,000 plus in Instagram. We also have more than 15 regional groups. So if you are from India or Indonesia, we have regional groups for that, where you can speak. We have one community moderators for each group, and you can speak in your language. We also believe in partnership with other projects, and we always open for that. These are some of the partners that we have. So we open the partnership for VCs, KOL, influencer, any community partners, because we believe in crypto, connection and partnership is everything. Yeah, apart from investing, we also have our mini games platform. So like we say in the website, don't feel like investing? How about having fun with Captain Com and earn some Com token? So you can scan it here. I believe that it will bring you to our announcement channel. And if you want, you can go to play.communitas.net. Currently, it is only for desktop user. And for our Android APK, it will be done in 1 or 2 months' time. So you can play. We have 2 modes. It's free to play. So if you are a casual gamer, you can just play. We have 100 plus mini games. Or if you want to earn Com token, you have to buy the Com token as the ticket, and then you can win some Com token. By having this, we are giving more utility and use case for our token, apart from the investing and for calculating the allocation. Yeah, so this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening in. You can also scan this QR code here. It will bring you to all of our social media. So feel free to ask me any question if you have one. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robbie Gio. Thank you very much, Robbie. Okay, so moving along, we have another topic. Thank you, sir. We have another topic that's going to be covered by Love.io, and they're going to talk about how to create a cryptocurrency for mainstream adoption. So for those of you who've been sitting there inspired by all the platforms, all the currencies that you've seen on stage and the success that they've had, and you've been sitting there thinking to yourself, you know what, I want to try to do that. I want to make my own cryptocurrency. If you've been thinking about that, you might want to listen up, because he's going to share with us how to create a cryptocurrency for mainstream adoption. So who's going to come up here? It is the founder and CEO of Love.io himself, ladies and gentlemen, Anders Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Anders Johnson, and I'm representing Love.io here today. A bit about my background. I discovered cryptocurrency quite early. I discovered Bitcoin already in 2010, when it was only a few cents. At that time, we didn't really see any special utility for Bitcoin. We have, for example, a very strong, like the network effect of cryptocurrency. And at that time, like a Bitcoin had like only a few cents, and we saw that when Bitcoin came to 2011 and WikiLeaks started to accept Bitcoin, at that time we actually saw that Bitcoin increased in value. And we're talking about Metcalfe's law. We saw further an increase in Bitcoin with Silk Road that was between 2011 and 2013. Later, as we have said, we describe this as Metcalfe's law. A bigger network increased the value of the cryptocurrency because there is a limited supply of the cryptocurrency. So back to that, we have the famous pizza example, 2010, when you had to pay over 10,000 Bitcoins for a pizza. And then again, WikiLeaks in July 2011 was the first time Bitcoin came over $1 in price. Increased around 50,000 users at that time. With Silk Road 2011, 2013, we saw another 200,000 users, and Bitcoin at that time traded all the way up to 1,300. So why using a ticker called Love? So Love is a very special thing also in cryptocurrency, because it's one of the only names that can actually blitzscale. And blitzscale is something that the social networks was very good doing. Basically, all the social networks that succeeded after the dot-com boom, if we look at Facebook, Amazon, LinkedIn, they all use the concept of blitzscaling. And what is blitzscaling? It's to have something in a name, in a concept, or in a platform that can increase the users by itself. So you don't need to educate to sell in. And this have been like the big problem for cryptocurrency. It's like the adoption rate. Takes so long time before a new user learn how to do and so on. And the name love has these special characteristics, because love, if you receive love, just like you received a friend request from Facebook, you don't need to learn about like Facebook, the platform, at that time. You received a friend request from a person you trusted and you knew, and then you accept. And the same is if you receive love, the ticker love, from someone in your network through an SMS or an email, it's most likely like you don't decline the love. There is a famous quote by Mark Cuban. He said, "We will not get cryptocurrency adoption mainstream until your grandmother accept Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. And if you send Bitcoin to your grandmother, then maybe she will have a little bad attitude to it and say, like, isn't that like the drug money or the scam money? Why is my granddaughter or grandson involved in that?" But if she receives like $10 in love, she will immediately say, "Oh, my grandson is hardly calling me, but now he sends love to me. How can I download his wallet?" Other examples of blitzscaling, Amazon, they were using a concept through Google mainly, that you did a Google search, you found a product you liked, and then after that, you were directed to Amazon and had to register an account. So Amazon could just sit back, make sure that they had the top results on Google, and then after that, people were registering to Amazon. Facebook, as I said, they use friend requests. Mark Zuckerberg, he could just sit back, just watch Facebook win over MySpace, because the network just increased by itself. PayPal, the same. Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal, he said that they were almost going bankrupt because they tried to acquire and educate users about PayPal. But when they introduced that you could send people inside the PayPal network, they could send money through email, then people started to accept, and then they had to learn about the network after they have received it the first time. So love, again, have strong utility functions to have the name love as a ticker of a cryptocurrency. It have the blitzscaling capability that can gain like worldwide adoption. Love is probably the only word in the English language that is understandable all over the world, and also have very easy traction. Love is doing exactly that in the blitzscaling. Sending just like Facebook did, that you can receive love through an SMS, from an email, from your network. And we say that basically 99% they will download a wallet after they receive love from the network. PayPal, the same. You can receive love through an SMS, just download it and receive it. Amazon, we're building a big marketplace called Loveify.com, where people can earn love, cashback, loyalty, and so on. Micro-tipping and donations, of course, a big area that Love is also tapping into. Today, we have big problems to solve. We have the high commissions, like you can probably not find one YouTuber that is happy to pay like 30% commission to a centralized platform of their hard-earned money in streaming and etc. Also censorship. Many YouTubers, if they say something that the centralized platform don't like, they can easily be banned. So Love is providing the perfect cryptocurrency for micro-tipping, for content creators, YouTubers, influencers, all over the world. To NFT artists, we have one team now at the NYC NFT convention in New York, and Love have really got amazing adoption. Not only does it provide a way to get like micro-tipping when you are creating, it also creates a way that all the love and support is stored on the blockchain. So that means that the NFT artist or any content creator can actually create an NFT of wallet addresses that is supporting them. And this NFT can include some rights for future editions. It can be for meetups and many other things that the fans and the followers appreciate. So this actually incentivizes also micro-tipping. And since all the micro-tipping is on blockchain, on the ledger, that means that the love and support is never forgotten. In real life, love and support is very easily forgotten, but not when it's stored on the blockchain. Social shopping. Lovefi.com is creating the real Web3 when it comes to social-fi. We have one big platform that we have a dev team working on that becomes like a Google among influencers. You can search influencers in any country. You can buy some love, give the influencer love, and they can push the products on the social media and their network. Here is a picture of our current marketplace. So every time someone is buying, even if the love is not still launched, we have adoption every day. So every price on all the products that we list on the Lovefi marketplace includes a cashback. So that means like already now we are accumulating buy orders of love every day. Here is another example of the PayPal version that you can see. Jenny, congratulations on your birthday. Sarah have sent you $30 in love. And this is also very interesting. As you maybe know that every year in China, for example, there is, I think, many billions of transactions of Hongbao, red packages. But in West, we have always been a little that we don't give money as a gift. We should always have some thought around it, we say. But love works perfectly. You can just send love. That means that you also have a thought in it. And we believe that this will also take off. That you can just preload love in a QR code. And you can just like download it and send it. And there we have the Loveonomics. Just like Bitcoin in the beginning, since there is a limited supply of love, that means more users, a higher price, more users, increase and higher price. So this is like the positive circle that we see in the Loveonomics. Wallets, since we are building on both Ethereum and also on a new Ethereum fork that I will explain later, we have the whole Ethereum network when it comes to wallets and so on. But despite that, we will also have our own Loveify wallets, which means that this will be connected with Visa, MasterCard. So you can buy love and then you can exchange it to any cryptocurrency in your wallet and also have it connected to your Visa and MasterCard, which means that you can pay in restaurants with love. And what can be more beautiful than to pay like great service with love? Pulse chain. So this is a new hard fork of Ethereum. I normally say it's crypto's best kept secret. It's, in simple terms, it is what Vitalik have been trying to do with Ethereum 2.0, to move it to proof of stake and have it faster and cheaper transactions. So last year it was announced a new chain that doing a complete hard fork of Ethereum. And it's not just the Ethereum virtual machine, the EVM, that is forked. It's like the whole ecosystem. So if you have any ERC20s today or any NFTs, these all will be forked to this new chain called Pulse Chain. Very well funded, over 2 billion, I would say almost close to 3 billion raised. It will provide 3-second block times instead of Ethereum's 13 seconds. And gas fees will cost like 0.01 cent per transaction in gas. So it will cost almost nothing. Love is a foundation in Switzerland, Love.io Foundation, where all the cryptocurrency is regulated from. We have dev companies, both in US, Lovify Inc., also in Europe. Here is the team, or some of the team, because we are pretty much many more than this today. Sacrificed for our community. We are very well funded even before we were launching this sacrifice, but this is to get like a community engagement and also to give an opportunity to be involved before Love is listed on exchanges and so on. Currently, the sacrificing rate is $1 sacrificed for Love, gives 4,000 Love tokens, and half is Love ERC20s and half is Love PRC20 on this new Ethereum fork called Pulse Chain. So, thank you very much. If there is any questions, I will be here around and you can grab me and ask anything you would like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Anders Johnson. Thank you, sir. That was very enlightening. So opening your own cryptocurrency is just as easy as what you see on Sesame Street, right? Everything's as easy as ABC, especially with Love.io. And now we have the final session before our award ceremony. This is also an interesting one. We're going to find out an introduction to Love Inu. We have Love.io, and then now we're moving on to Love Inu. And in order to share with us all about Love Inu, allow me to welcome on stage Team Love Inu. Let's give them a big round of applause. Lovely Inu, sorry.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon everyone.
Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to presentation of Lovely Inu. Right, I myself presenting a couple of details about the Lovely Inu, that what do we do and how do we take this lovely project, right? So warm welcome to everyone, right? Let's start. So in introduction to what is Lovely, right? So Lovely basically is a project, right, which believes that the ecosystem of our project should be very firm, right? So that our users can get more benefit out of it, right? So more of the focus is on the ecosystem, right? We have created a robust ecosystem, right? And our demographic audience can be divided into two groups, right? One would be the users or one could be the investors. So if we take users, right, so there are multiple utilities which we can create as a for the users, right? So we have a gaming platform, we have a V3 swap, we have so many other things which we'll cover later in this introduction session, right? So for users is there, and for investors, right? Let me ask you a couple of questions, like what will attract the investors to, probably invest in our project, right? So maybe, what would be the benefit to the users, and what would be the, how we are focusing on the roadmap and how the user will get benefit out of it, right? So this is the complete product revenue distributions, right? Whatever the revenue that the project generates, right? We have segregated those things into this, right? So we'll keep 5% of the total revenue to the team, right? Then we'll have a 10% donations, right? And the majority stake of our revenue, right, which is around 85%, right? So we use that portion to the buyback and to burn the tokens in order to increase the demand and cut the supplies, right? So 85% of the total revenue, that is something we use to get a buyback. We have multiple protocols or multiple things from which we can expect certain revenues. As I rightly said, that we have a exchange, we have a launchpad, we have a V3 swap, right? So here I would like to mention a couple of things from where we can expect our incomes, right? There is a game platform income, there could be a DEX transaction fees, there could be the exchange listing fees, there could be the audit fees, right? So there are multiple, source of incomes or multiple way of income to get this project, take to the next level. Moving forward, ecosystem of the Lovely, as I initially said, that we believe that our ecosystem should be strong enough, right? So we've already created a V3 swap, right? V3 swap, which is the first on the Binance Smart Chain. As you know, Bitmart is there in the Ethereum, right? And we are the first to launch the V3 swap on the Binance Smart Chain. Then we have a launchpad also, right? New launchpad, which will, boost the new tokens or the new launch, right? We offer the platform to them, right? Then we have multiple other things, which my friend will explain to you guys.
We also have the decentralized wallet, which that can support multiple chain. It will be released on Android and iOS app. It have P2P facilities that can exchange your fiat to crypto and crypto to fiat. We also have price alerts on beef movements, regular airdrops for Lovely Wallet address. We have also inbuilt V3 decentralized exchange, that is our Lovely V3 swap. We also have our centralized crypto exchange, and the features have Launchpad, grid trading, futures trading, APIs for trading. It also will release on Android and iOS app. We have the lowest trading fees. We also have spot and margin trading. And we also have 24/7 customer support if ever you'll come up into errors and some bugs.
Sure. So as my friend mentioned, that there is a centralized crypto exchange that we are going to launch very soon, right? Which will give multiple benefits to our users, right? Which will include the launchpad. We'll be having an individual application, and our end goal is to probably take all this separate system to the one application, right? Which will make our which will give more benefit to our users in order to whatever the crypto related things that our user can expect, right? We would like to create that one application, robust application. Moving forward, that we've been listed in multiple exchanges, leading exchanges like Bitmart, MEXC, and many more others, right? And we are expecting our new launches on the 10 new exchanges by next month, as we'll be completing our first anniversary, right? So we have launched our coin in back in 2021. And next month, we will be celebrating our first anniversary. So at that time, we have targeted to launch our coin on multiple 10 exchanges. Along with that, we'll be launching our wallet, which will ultimately help our users and our total community to grow together, right? So yeah, we have our stall over there, right? So if you have any questions, anything, you can ask right now, or probably we can have a one-to-one session in order to discuss the things in future. So thank you very much for your patience. I appreciate that you have given us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Lovely, Inu. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay, my friends, thank you so much for joining us for most of day 2 here. We are just at the end, and we do have a very exciting session right after this, and that session is the awards ceremony, okay? So you're gonna figure out who are the winners for things like best altcoin, best cryptocurrency, best platform, best crypto exchange. All of those things are coming up in just a few short moments. We're gonna start the award ceremony very soon. See you in a bit.